Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first meeting of the Ad Hoc Committee of the Los Angeles City Charter Reform Commission. It is now 9:32. For anyone who is listening to this or viewing it on audio, the audio for the meeting is broadcast live and can be heard by calling telephone number 1-669-254-5252 and using the meeting ID 161-061-5387. Press pound and pound again, and you will be prompted for participant ID. The Zoom link is www.zoom.com/J/161-106-15387. I need the glasses. Question mark PWD equals capital URSZ, capital BC, R4 DW, capital NQX 05 LY 6, capital Q 0 Z, capitalized OHHA, capital F, capital G. Jesus, why don't you
don't have to do that, Ted. It's fine. You don't have to read it.
Okay, I've done it.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think before we do anything, we'll take roll call, please. Oh,
That's you.
Commissioner Andreas?
Present.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Present.
Commissioner Thomas?
Present.
Commissioner Mesa?
Present.
Commissioner Murray?
Present.
And
Kirsten?
that's myself. I'm here. Okay, as to public comment, I would like to set the ground rules early. As you can see, we have a packed agenda today, and it will be a challenge to get through all of it in the time period that's allocated. Please note that any decision that this commission makes today, this ad hoc committee makes today, can be taken up by the full commission, and it can accept our recommendations, reverse our recommendations, or amend our recommendations. Kudos to Subcommittee Chair Murray, who sent forward the recommendations on all of our committee. Some of the other committees forwarded everything without making some, excuse me, of those decisions, and that also added to the length of our agenda today. Because the added items that were not decided at the committee level, as chair, I will try to go through those as quickly as possible, keeping in mind the fairness to the community and the fairness to the commissioners in examining those issues. As to public comments, other than elected officials or a representative of elected officials whose time will be 5 minutes, and that time period will not in any way tamp down the time limit for public comment from the general public. I, as chair, and using my discretion to limit the public comment to 1 hour, split evenly between those that are in attendance today and wish to speak and those on Zoom. If that number works out, that we have speakers that fit into that parameter and it can be done within the hour, each speaker will be given 2 minutes. If there are more speakers than minutes, we will quickly try to aggregate what is fair, and that will be the amount of speaking time. That doesn't apply to commissioners, but I would ask my commissioners also to be judicious in taking up time. Mr. Executive Director, do we know how many people have signed up for both public that are here as well as on Zoom?
Sure. I can tell you right now, first I'll ask folks who are on Zoom to raise their hand right now if they'd like to get into the queue for public comment. We're going to do a quick tally of that. I can tell you right now, at the time of grabbing the list when you started this meeting, we had 28 folks. People are still signing up. It's up to the chair's discretion if he wants to take people who have signed up after the start of the meeting. But at the start of the meeting, we have 28 folks in person who have signed up for public comment. And people are raising their hand right now online. So I can tell you about how many have raised their hand. 1 second. Okay, and we're just sending a message in Zoom chat. But I think everyone on Zoom can hear us. 12? So we have about 12 people online who have raised their hand. So again, Mr. Chair, your discretion on how you'd like to split that up and handle it.
Before we start, I just wanted to be noted, I was stopped by the police trying to come into the parking garage, asking me for a commissioner ID that I don't have. So I almost turned around and left. But I didn't because I knew that these people would be here. And so I don't know who's supposed to talk to.
No, please do not clap. That's going to come further and it's just going to eat into the public comment time and
So
extend our commission time.
I just want to make sure, you know, they wanted me to talk to the manager and do all of that. I'm like, I'm not doing that.
Sure, you're here. So that worked out. I appreciate that. I know we have got to follow up on getting you your badge.
Yes, but
it's somewhere those emails are somewhere buried, so we'll follow up on that.
Please do.
It doesn't have to be part of the
But let
business
those
here.
folks, whoever that is, I had a problem with the person today.
Yeah, it's a weekend, so they just to let commissioners and the public know, the City Hall was open special for this meeting. They typically don't hold public meetings on weekends, so City Hall is open special for today. So it's only staffed and set by the usual weekday staff. PD is staffing the opening of City Hall today, so it's a little different procedure. I appreciate your patience.
Okay.
But Mr. Chair, how would you like to handle it?
I'm also requesting the following, and I hope that people will abide by it. If a previous speaker basically in sum and substance puts forth your comments that you wish to make, I would ask you, and you still are entitled all the time, I'm not cutting off public comment shorter, but I would ask you to please just simply say, I agree with the previous speaker, and therefore we can continue to get more people to speak than not. I believe that this commission, both the subcommittees as well as the commission on a whole, has been extremely courteous to the participants who have spoken. And we've listened thoughtfully to your comments. Please treat us the same way. There's no reason to applaud, whistle, or engage in conduct which will cut into the time for public comments. The 60 minutes is firm, and it's going to include interruptions.
That's up to the
Please.
full commission. That's up to the full commission.
No, this is up to the chair because we don't have to have public comment for an ad hoc committee.
You need to be.
I'm not getting into an argument with you.
Whoa.
Shit.
Yeah, this is going to be a little different, folks. Well, anyway, some of you are going to be pleased with the decisions of the ad hoc, and some of others are going to be disappointed. After we make our decision, I would ask that if you take all of your discussions outside of the room so we can continue with the business at hand. And so with that, let's go to the public comment period. I'm going to start with this, and as of right now with those numbers, it's 2 minutes.
So for 28 people to get 2 minutes, that's an hour in person, and
Okay,
then,
there's 28 here to speak,
yes,
and 12,
and 12 online.
so that's 40. 40 and 60, oh God.
Yeah,
One.
so
So it's a
I could
minute,
recommend
it's
about a minute in person.
About a minute and a half per person.
90 seconds.
That will be the public comment period.
Total for
Based-
everyone.
Based on that, unless people follow what I've requested and say, I simply agree with the speaker in front of me, that will add in. There will be a full 60-minute public comment period. So could you please, Mr. Executive Director, call the first three names? This isn't a question and answer. Pete, could you please
Sure.
call?
Yeah, so what we're gonna do, folks, is I am gonna call 3 people at a time. Oh, yes, do you wanna do,
I'm going to
Elected
take
first.
the elected officials first. I didn't realize Mr. Mejia was here because he didn't have his corgi, so I don't really know if he's eligible to speak.
Public comments?
But Mr. Mejia, if you could limit your comments to 5 minutes, I'd appreciate it. And if you'll come up here and,
Is that part of the procedure?
no.
you don't have to keep answering. This is public comment, not question and answer.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank the commissioners for giving me the time to be here, especially on this weekend. As you all know, the job you all have is very, very extremely important in shaping the future of LA. That is why my office has been engaging with the commission since the very beginning. We sent our 6 recommendations to the commission back in August 2025, and I have personally presented in 2 charter reform committees. As you go through the staff reports today and work towards recommendations to bring to the full commission, I want to provide you all with more context about my 6 recommendations and how I believe they could be best put into practice. For number 1, to allow the controller to hire outside counsel when a conflict of interest occurs with the city attorney. It appears that this commission is also encountering similar issues. Like this commission, the controller's office feels that it is important in those situations to allow us, as well as the Ethics Commission, Independent Redistricting Commission, and the Charter Commission to seek outside counsel to advocate for us as a client. For the second recommendation, to require minimum qualifications for the controller. Just as Section 270 of the Charter requires the city attorney to be qualified to practice law, the Charter should require the controller to be qualified to watch over the city's tax dollars, which totals to over $35 billion a year. In addition, the third one, we should enshrine the controller's fraud, waste, and abuse function. When it comes to the controller's fraud, waste, and abuse function, we don't believe that either of the options presented in the staff report today on the New York's public advocate would benefit the people of LA. Establishing an elected citywide public advocate isn't necessary because a lot of the roles that they do, we do independently as well. And when you split up the FWA functions between 2 smaller offices, it will just weaken the FWA role as a whole. That is why we encourage this committee to follow our original recommendation to enshrine the controller's fraud, waste, and abuse function in the charter so that way it cannot be moved or removed by ordinance, which it can right now. The fourth one, give the controller an independent budget. When it comes to creating an independent budget, I believe that option 1 in the staff report, which establishes a percentage baseline, is the best path. However, the report uses our current operating budget as a baseline, which now stands at an incredibly low 0.29% of the general fund due to budget cuts. This has actually hindered our ability to carry out our charter mandated duties due to insufficient staffing and resources. To give you context, in 1999, the charter reform, before we got our performance audit authority, in 1999, this office had 205 positions. Today, in 2026, after years and years of budget cuts, we are at 159. Since then, the general fund has gone from 2.8 billion to 8.2 billion, and the city's total budget, which includes the proprietary departments and all city funds, equals $35 billion a year. So when people talk about how come payments aren't made fast enough or timely to vendors or employees, or why we can't audit city departments regularly, or why we can't review the over 700 fraud, waste, and abuse claims that we got last year, it is because of this exact situation where we're not funded to do so. The fifth one is clarify the controller's audit authority to do performance audits of all city programs, including those under elected officials. This is actually, we go with option 1 in the staff report, and this would actually just clarify that the original intent of the 1999 Charter Reform Commission to allow the controller to do those performance audits of all city programs. As the previously elected Charter Reform Chair, Professor Erman Chemerinsky, said to you all a few months ago, that was the original intent of our office and audit authority. To be clear, this performance audit authority is to not the elected officials themselves. It is to audit the programs that are under them that use city departments, city resources, and a vast amount of city contractors, which can amount to hundreds of millions of dollars, which is happening right now, and there is no current oversight of those hundreds of millions of dollars. Lastly, designate the city controller as the chief financial officer. First, I want to thank the commission staff for doing their analysis. However, we believe that the staff report omits some critical concerns and information, and it presents two options that are very, very problematic. Number one is making the CAO the CFO, which would take away 90% of the controller's functions and give to the CAO. The second would be to moving most, if not all, of the CAO's functions and the Office of Finance's functions to the controller. We do not believe that either is the correct path. Before we dive into the staff report, I want to rewind it back. Since we've been in the office for the last 3 years, we've been calling for the creation of a CFO. And why? The current status quo on how the city handles its finances or your tax dollars has been led by the CEO, an unelected position by the mayor and city council. This top financial position does not need to have financial qualifications or requirements. It is not a neutral position, and it is very hard to go against financial decisions of your boss. More importantly, how are we doing financially under the financial leadership of the CEO? The city has suffered budget deficit after budget deficit. Our reserve funds have been depleted, and liability costs have skyrocketed to over $1 billion in the past 6 years. What we agree and we should be is that the city control should be housed in the city controller's office. We have the qualifications. Over 10% of our office have their CPA license. I'm the first CPA to be the city controller, accountant, and auditor. In addition, I also want to mention in the
5 minutes.
In the staff report, I'm almost finished. When in the staff report, there were 5 cities given as a comparison. Of those 5, 3 of them list examples of the controllers being the CFO: New York, Houston, and San Francisco. And of those 3, New York is the largest city, Houston is the 4th largest city, and LA is the 2nd largest city. If LA were to designate the controller to be CFO, that would mean that the 3 out of the 4 largest cities would have an independent elected official be
Could you wrap
the
it up, please,
controller
Mr.
and CFO.
Yeah.
Lastly, I would like to give you all, instead of those 2 options, I made a proposal for 2 more options. Option 3, which is to just designate us as city controller.
Can you
as city CFO.
please submit it to us?
Yes.
If you want.
And lastly, it's my last part, Commissioner Stein. And lastly, we added an option 4, which if there is consolidations, to go through with these ones. So I'll hand this out, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Please hold your applause. You're just cutting into your public speaking time.
And,
I
and,
believe
Mr. Chair, we do have one more elected official.
I do believe there's
who
a
has sent a
representative from Council Hernandez's office, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Do we have a city attorney here, or is Heidi leaving us solo? Where's Heidi?
Thank you.
Please, Mr. Kwan.
Just wondering.
And I'm going to start your timer
Quietly.
at 5 minutes. When you're ready.
Your name, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Kelkar. I'm the Legislative Director for Councilmember Eunisses Hernandez. Thank you so much for letting me take the time to speak on behalf of the council member and using this time to hear from me. I'd like to comment on 2 items.
Excuse me, which council member?
Oh, Councilmember Eunisses Hernandez, CD1.
CD1.
Yeah. I'd like to comment on 2 items today: ranked choice voting and the consideration for size of LA City Council. Supporting ranked choice voting is one of the clearest ways we can strengthen local democracy in Los Angeles. RCV gives voters more voice, more agency, and the opportunity to support candidates they believe in without fear of wasting their vote. It pushes for greater engagement of candidates to reach all constituents instead of just those that are their historical voting bases, and it shifts the incentives of campaigning toward outreach, inclusion, and a more robust and nuanced discussion on policies. We've seen how this can work in practice. In New York City, RCV helped create the conditions for Mayor Mamdani to win by building broad coalition-based support. Research consistently shows that ranked choice voting increases participation, particularly among young voters, low-income residents, and communities of color. In a city as large, diverse, and unique as Los Angeles, our electoral system should reflect the full breadth of our communities and actively invite people in, especially at a moment when the public trust in democracy is eroding. Although the initial cost for ranked choice voting will be higher to implement, in the long run it will allow for single elections to occur for many elected officials, making the administrative burden lower and ultimately streamlining processes within and outside of the city to prepare for a single election. By all accounts, ranked choice voting is an appropriate response to the formations of this commission and its purpose. The commission was put together to look at the ways our city's processes undermine and act against people of color and marginalized communities. Ranked choice voting is a practical, obvious solution that moves us closer to a more representative, equitable, and responsive bench of elected officials. Now, in regards to council expansion, I'd like to speak on the different items that should be taken into consideration when making the decision on recommended size. There is no question that Los Angeles needs to expand its city council. Representing roughly 250,000 residents per district places an enormous burden on any single council office, and residents deserve a legislative body that is accessible, responsive, and able to truly engage with their needs. At the same time, expansion must be done thoughtfully. The goal should not simply be more seats, but the right number of seats. As the county is establishing a system that changes their power and legislative structure, it behooves the city to maintain our strong legislative system that gives greater power to the council over the mayor. As the council gets larger, the power of it as a legislative body will diminish, and we must ensure the people who make the city run, the service providers, the street sweepers, the caseworkers, the permit concierges, to make sure that they are funded and protected from having too many cooks in the kitchen when we have a hamstrung budget that will get worse in the years to come, especially as our federal government takes over and a recession looms large. This does bring me back to ranked choice voting, though. Expanding the council on its own does not automatically deepen democracy. Without an electoral system that, like ranked choice voting, council expansion risks reproducing the same barriers to participation just across more districts. RCV will help ensure that any expansion meaningfully improves representation, engagement, and trust in local government. I urge you to move forward with council expansion in a thoughtful way and to ensure that ranked choice voting is maintained and passed through to City Council for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other elected officials or representatives of elected officials who are here today? Seeing none, could you please give us the first three names for public comment?
Sure. Thank you, Mr.
And we're going to limit this to 1.5 minutes in order to try to get everybody in.
Understood. So, folks, I am going to call three names at a time. Please come up. I will time you at 1 minute, 30 seconds, 90 seconds, and I'll give you a 30-second warning for when your time is just about up, and then we'll keep on going. And then we'll go to online public comment after that. Carolina, get it right the first time, I swear, one day. Taureen and Michael. Carolina, Taureen, and Michael, please come on down. Alrighty, let me get my timer ready and go.
Many of you in the audience have not had the chance to read this morning's Daily News article about transparency and accountability of this commission. Members of the commission have had conversations with elected officials about charter reform. That's fine. However, the public needs assurance that decisions about charter reform have independently been made by commissioners based in research and input from departments and the community, not suggestions fed to them by elected officials. Given our short timeline, we cannot wait for this long city council process of asking for an ordinance to be written and then having to agendize it for a vote. The full commission must move at the January 21st meeting to disclose which electeds they have spoken to and the nature of those conversations. From the article, the charter is our Constitution, said Chris Carson, chair of the League of Women Voters of Greater Los Angeles Government Reform Committee.
30 seconds.
And the public has a right to know what's being done to influence the commission's work behind closed doors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Michael, let's test this mic. So hopefully it does not give me this. Sorry. All right, Troy, sorry, you were next.
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Torian Spittle. I'm a member of the League of Women Voters of Greater Los Angeles, CD 13. I second what the representative for Councilmember Hernandez said about expanding the city council. I think that's very necessary. In addition, I know this ad hoc committee is tasked with reducing the number of issues in front of the Reform Commission, leaving many unaddressed. So I hope you will please consider mandating more frequent charter reform reviews or charter reviews. Unrig LA has presented some suggestions for ways to do this in a letter that they sent to the council. So that's my comment.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Michael.
Great, Michael Feinstein, former Santa Monica mayor. You guys are here because of the Fed tapes scandal.
Wait, say that again. No, say that again. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
You're taking into his time, Commissioner.
Pause the time, please.
No?
I want to make sure
Okay.
that, I want to make sure well, let me just ask this question. I'm sorry.
Just repeat what you said, please. Let's
Thank you.
move forward.
You're here because of the Fed tape scandal and the crisis of democracy that comes from your outdated single-seat winner-take-all system. I've encouraged you to be bold since our early hearings, and that's not only the number of council members that the council should be increased by, but also that you present alternatives to the city on how the council members are elected. If the council chickens out later and comes up with a mediocre representation, you have a responsibility to the people of Los Angeles to forward 3 options and let the council choose from among them and say why they favor one or the other. We are providing you materials to compare your status quo system with an enlarged council, a ranked choice voting single seat option with the same number of people, and multi-seat districts with proportional ranked choice voting. If you do that, the outreach for this has been a failure. You've been under-resourced, you haven't been given enough time. The only way the people of Los Angeles are going to be able to debate this issue is if you put it in front of the city council. So your recommendation in the end, I think, needs to forward the 3 options, and we're giving you side-by-side analysis that you can use.
So much.
Thank you for your time.
Our next speakers are Dan, Brendan, and Griselda. Dan, Brendan, and Griselda. Please come on down. Just don't use, which mic? The middle.
This one is the bad one.
Yeah, don't use that one. Thank you so much. Dan, ready when you are.
Okay, thank you. I'm here to support a simple technical charter cleanup on the term public bank. Measure B in 2018 left open a procedural ambiguity. But since then, the state has created a clear framework because of the California Public Banking Act, California AB 857, and California's Department of Financial Protection and Innovation regulations that were effective as of 2022. We asked for one line to be added to the charter that would align LA's charter to the state of California's existing definition and framework. Adding this line would not create, authorize, or fund a bank, and it would not bypass any required city processes. It just simply clarifies the legal standard that LA would follow. Also, I want to voice support for the comments and recommendations made by our controller, by CD1's legislative director, and Michael Feinstein.
Thank you. Alrighty, next is Brendan.
Hi, my name is Brendan. I'm a volunteer with LA Forward Institute and the Working Families Party and a resident here in downtown. And I'm here specifically about the Capital Infrastructure Program, or CIP. And I'd strongly encourage the subcommittee to continue to discuss the CIP in greater detail because this represents an opportunity for once for LA to practice good governance. I mean, the CIP will centralize and standardize all of our projects in one spot. It will coordinate all of our infrastructure departments to invest in that infrastructure. And it actually provides a little bit of transparency to the people about the state of our assets, where we're getting funding from, where we intend to get more funding from. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it aligns our entire city behind a vision for our infrastructure. And so, when it comes to recommendations, I have 2 specific ones that I wanted to call out. First, mandating that a 5-year CIP with a public process has to be in the charter. And second, we're administering this administering the CIP,
30
that it's
seconds.
headed by a single executive, ideally some kind of chief, be it chief of infrastructure, chief of public works, or public realm, but ultimately a single executive. Because at the end of the day, the infrastructure is the physical world that all of us live in, and if you don't invest in that, I mean, our lives are harder as a result. And as I said, this is an opportunity for good governance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Griselda's next. After Griselda, if Jan, Chris, and Dr. Quintus Jet could get ready. Righty, Griselda.
Hi, I reside in South Los Angeles near Century in Vermont, which is formerly known as Murder Alley, and I am an independent candidate for mayor of the city. I fully agree with Commissioner Mejia, and I fully agree with the envoy from Representative Hernandez in regards to the city controller and ranked choice voting. Secondly, the city charter should outline policy to make the LAPD accountable for their own settlements or having them carry errors and emission insurance so as to not have the city and its taxpayers continue to cover the cost of their lawsuits for civil rights violations and excessive force. They should also be required to have a 4-year degree as condition of their employment per the Brady Act, which is currently not the case, so they know the regulations they are to uphold. When they cite U.S. code to them, such as Title 18, Sections 241, 242, duty under the color of law, they claim not to know it while I'm out there protesting. Lastly, we need to be able to support all of the residents of Los Angeles by having the LAPD and other forces verify warrants when ICE is out on our streets discriminately attacking our communities. They have a duty to verify warrants and they never do. Meanwhile, ICE is running around discriminately grabbing people, terrorizing our communities. The city and its officials continues to be quiet and afraid to act. Having actual directives in the charter as how the LAPD is supposed to act when attacked by the federal government versus letting them figure it out as it happens is pivotal to make the city and its department efficient with its resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jan, Chris, Dr. Quintus Jet. Thank you. Alrighty, and Jan.
Yeah.
All right, go.
Good morning, my name is Jan Yonan, resident of CD14. I'm hopeful by discussion I've heard already to make charter reform more regular and that the spirit of this committee continue beyond this current cycle. If I have any recommendation for the committee, it is to codify that. Make charter reform a more regular conversation, ideally at least every 10 years, if not more frequently. That being said, if this is the best effort we have for the next 30 years based off the 99 Commission, we gotta go big and account for the city's needs of not just today, but that of tomorrow. Expand City Council to 31 districts to strengthen engagement between council members and residents. Separate the roles of city attorney to legislative council and city prosecutor, enable ranked choice voting, and lower the voting age to 16 and enable non-citizen voting for city elections. I also agree with the codification of the CIP. It'd be a shame to let all your hard work go to waste and not make real change for our Angelinos. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chris.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Chris Harris. I'm a constituent and business owner in CD3. I want to address a memo posted on your website under today's agenda regarding ranked choice voting. The memo cites a letter written by NALEO in 2007, nearly 20 years ago, warning that RCV would require a costly and complex voter education effort. This citation is misleading. The evidence is clear. Adopting ranked choice voting does not require an unusually costly or unmanageable education program. Large, diverse cities such as New York City, San Francisco, Oakland, and Minneapolis have implemented RCV successfully with modest, time-limited outreach, strong voter understanding across language groups, and support from organizations like NALEO. Los Angeles already conducts extensive multilingual voter outreach every election, and RCV education can be integrated into existing systems. So in short, that memo that was posted on your website is wrong.
30 seconds.
RCV is feasible, fiscally responsible, and has been implemented equitably elsewhere. Concerns about voter confusion or harm to non-English speaking voters are not borne out when RCV is implemented thoughtfully and inclusively. Thank you.
Alrighty, Dr. Quintus Jet, go.
I'm
Sorry, really quick, and after Dr. Quintus Jet, Rob, Amy, and Ross, please get ready. All right, now you're ready, go, sorry.
I was born and raised in South LA. My name is Dr. Quintus Jet. I'm an organization scientist who has a background in governance and operations, especially when it relates to the environment and changes in the complex environments we have, economies. I most recently was a public administration professor at Rutgers Newark. But as an individual, what I see mostly here in LA is that what I hope the Reform Commission takes into account is that Los Angeles is truly a family of neighborhoods. Extensive, and there's a lot of diversity and complexities in that, and how to represent that. So basically I'd say just 3 quick comments. One is City Council. If we were to be consistent with what New York City has, the City Council size should be doubled. But in doing that, how to make sure that it's not just simply more administration, there need to be other governance reforms attached to that. One example, would be my point 2, which is the comptroller, some of the things that he's recommended in terms of allocating resources. And then my 3rd point has to do with ranked choice voting. 30 seconds. I think there's a sense that people, when it comes to ranked choice voting, people who think that it's always going to benefit their side are going to be disappointed, and people who are against it because they think it'll be against them, they will be disappointed as well. It's very simple, it's very neutral, and I hope that it remains as part of recommendations.
Thank you. Rob, please hold your applause.
Rob Vaughn, I'd like to begin by thanking Ross Weistroffer for taking the lead in LA's research and organizing around lowering the voting age. And I'd also like to offer my thanks and appreciation to Commissioner Andrades for being willing to speak an open mind and reevaluate his position on that issue. Touching on a few loose ends from the committees, I was really disappointed to see that the committee was unwilling to accept Commissioner Schlager's proposal to depoliticize Public Works by actually empowering the Director of Public Works. That undermines everything we're trying to do. I understand the concern that you're encountering with everybody and their mother asking for this commission to give them a protected budget and outside counsel. To be clear, there are only 2 entities in this city with a rock-solid claim to that. That is the Ethics Commission and the Independent Redistricting Commission. Everybody else can make their case, but they're not in the same ballpark. Turning to somewhat pointed commentary, I find it hilarious that Raymond Mesa Jr. was in the Daily News saying that the mayor isn't playing an outsized role in this commission when her appointees make up 30% of this commission, but 50% of this committee that is decisive. Raymond also asserts that there's no commission that requires disclosure of off-the-record communications, like the Independent Redistricting Commission. That is a complete ban. The old Nuri Martinez Redistricting Commission required disclosure. Commissioner Thomas, I'm asking you to put an end to these games. Tell Justin that you want a bylaw amendment on Wednesday's agenda requiring this. I'm happy to provide you draft language for that motion, and I've already got at least 1, maybe 2 seconds lined up for you. Lastly, I sent you a memo on the signature threshold. There's a perfect case study with Raymond Mesa Jr. and his joke of a congressional campaign.
And
it illustrates why that is a joke of a threshold. You got 10% of the signatures required in the city of LA.
Rob, thank you.
10%.
You're cutting into Amy's time. Amy is next. Amy, go.
First, I second everything that Rob has just said. Thomas, please. Clip notes on basically all of the issues. First, I am a former LAUSD student. I needed a voice when I was 16 and did not have it. This has been building for generations, and this generation needs a voice. We need multi-member districts with proportional ranked choice voting. You're going to hear a lot about it. We also support, we need a public advocate, and I support a controller appointed CFO. Finally, Valley transit options are abysmal. The G line opened in 2004, the B line opened in 2009, and then we've only had incremental bus improvements for the next 20 years. This Boulder corridor transit is happening, but the track record that LA Metro has shown means that we're likely not going to get anything for the next 20 years. LA DOT needs to be given the ability to give us rail and do construction.
30 seconds.
Finally, I think Jamie York is going to make a pretty great comment, and I'm preemptively supporting whatever it is that she's about to say. Thank you.
Ross, go. Oh, not that mic. Did you turn that mic around? Right, go.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ross Weistroffer, volunteer with Other Appellate. And today, you are doing something even more difficult than constructing a house, renovating one, and that means making some tough judgment calls about which renovations are load-bearing and which of the popcorn ceilings that we're just going to have to live with. But none of the work you do today will matter if our democracy's doorway continues to shut out young people. Because today you are here making decisions about the future of our city because of a series of doors opening for you, one after the other in perfect sequence. And by asking you to prioritize lowering the voting age, I'm simply asking you to open more of those same doors that led you here for our young people, and that do not be a barrier between decisions about those doors and the voters. And I completely respect those of you who are being careful stewards of this work and are considering not just its merits, but its political viability. And I say its political viability, political motivating force, is one of its merits. Voting approval in California cities for lowering the voting age for school board elections has seen margins of 28 to 40 points at the ballot box. And also, this commission has talked a big game about wanting to support the victims of ICE and the marginalized. In addition to reforms like instant runoff voting and ranked choice voting that can improve youth turnout, I can think of no better way to motivate young campaigners to show up to city council, to show up in front of reporters, to show up getting people to the polls, than to give them something to fight for, to tell our young U.S. citizens and our diverse LAUSD student body that they matter. And after all, couldn't this commission's work do a little good press? Thank you for your time.
Sorry, next three are Henry, John, and Renee. Henry, John, and Renee. Okay, Henry, and go.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for giving us the time to speak. My name is Henry Mantel. I'm a resident of Mid-City and also a candidate for LA City Council District 5. I'm coming just to show support for a few things, all of which have already been supported, so I'll keep it as brief as I can to leave time for everyone else. But the first one I wanted to mention was City Council expansion. I do believe that the City Council should be at least doubled in size to 31 single-member districts. I think 250,000 residents per representative is a little high, and I don't think it's reasonable to expect our representatives to effectively represent that many people at once. The second, and one that I'm particularly passionate about, is ranked choice voting. As it's been mentioned already, it is easy to understand. It's already used by 4 cities in the state of California. It is better reflective of how people typically make decisions, and it encourages coalition building between candidates rather than negativity, which I think nowadays we could probably use a lot more of. I also want to show support for an independent redistricting commission.
30 seconds.
Make sure LA's redistricting is done independently without political appointees. And I'll save my time for everybody else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. John.
Good morning, committee. I'm a resident of Council City
Can you speak into the microphone?
Yes.
Thank you.
And a student of Los Angeles Pierce College, along with Pierce College Democrats. We're here to support council expansion and ranked choice voting, including both single winner RCV and proportional RCV. RCV isn't an experiment. It's been used around the world and right here in the United States. It gives voters more choice, reduces negative campaigning, saves taxpayer dollars, and ensures winners have broad support. RCV has led to greater voter engagement by consolidating elections and empowers a broader, more diverse, and representative candidate field to run for office. Council expansion combined with RCV means communities and representatives who reflect them and the city saves money. That's good for voters, good for democracy, and good for Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. And Renee after Renee is going to be Liz, Marcella, and Godfrey. Liz, Marcella, Godfrey. Go ahead, Renee.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am an advocate for ranked choice voting and also a member of my local Democratic Socialists of America chapter. I agree with everything John said here about ranked choice voting. I would also like to put forth the fact that our voting equipment does elections for many charters throughout LA County, not just this city. And so by restricting this here, you restrict it for many more cities across LA County that do want to put it forth themselves. So I would ask that you remember your responsibility, not only, of course, to the city of Los Angeles, but to all the other charter cities within the county. Additionally, I will say that I am in support of stronger independent oversight of the city council and an expansion of the city council. Again, this all started because of those racist leaks. This is not just about governance. It's about steps to reduce power to incumbents with super PAC money and welcome challengers that have the support of the people unapologetically due to their policies and not by negative campaigning or funds and money and that stuff. That being said, free Palestine, abolish ICE, no war in Venezuela, and all power to the people. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you. Liz.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am in agreement with all of what's been said about ranked choice voting. I also, I actually represent the group in Long Beach who's working for the same thing. So I just wanted to know that you're in good company. There's other commissions that are dealing with these exact same questions, and there's a whole movement to kind of make this happen. As it was mentioned, it's happening all over the country. It's being used all over the world, and we need to step up and get it done.
Thank you so much. And Marcella?
Good morning, Commissioners. Marcella here from Cal RCV. I want to continue encouraging you to study PRCV and RCV and council expansion as a package and refer it out ultimately to the City Council. I also want to note that last night we submitted 2 memos to you. One of them specifically is clarifying several statements that the staff report from today's meeting made. Specifically, regarding the 2007 NALEO letter reference in this memo, it's important to note that there have been nearly 2 decades of additional research and real-world experience since then. Many of these concerns raised in 2007 have since then been addressed. NALEO itself later played a significant role in voter education in New York City. In their first ranked choice voting election in 2021, something left out of this memo. Since then, RCV elections in New York City and Portland have produced city councils that are majority multiracial and reflective of the communities that they serve. Second, on costs and VSAP, while the staff report references a $397 million price tag to develop VSAP, an RCV upgrade would be a small fraction of that cost. A single November election using ranked choice voting would eliminate the need for runoff elections. Based on recent history, that means avoiding 3 runoffs every 2 years, saving approximately 1.5 every 2 years. In addition, the city would save over $3 million for each of the off-cycle special elections, like the one in 2023. These figures are also detailed in the other memo that you just received, cost implementations and cost memo. I just want to note that if RCV warrants further consideration, I respectfully urge you to continue studying it.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Godfrey Plata.
Really quick, after Godfrey is Lionel, Trinity, and Johan. Go.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Godfrey Plata. I'm Deputy Director at LA Forward Institute. Under Planning and Infrastructure, we urge you to support at least 3 reforms: codification of Measure JJJ requirements, continued conversation around reforming 245E in the Charter, and 3, a regular 5-year CIP into the City Charter. To highlight the JJJ piece, Greg Bonet is a lawyer at Public Counsel and sent you written comment about this for today. And LA Forward wants to echo, as part of the Act LA Coalition, we worked to draft, win, and enact Measure JJJ in 2016. This voter-approved initiative closed a major loophole that at the time was undermining both state and local affordable housing incentives. Measure JJJ enacted affordable housing and labor requirements for residential projects, acts as an important check to ensure that projects that benefit from large density increases also provide community benefits and affordable housing. But this provision expires later this year. Given our city's needs for affordable housing, JJJ requirements can be enshrined more permanently into the city's charter and get back to voters via this process. For government structure, I just want to uplift LA Forward's letter on government structure reform sent for the January 7th meeting, but we would like you to take a look at the changed ballot access reforms on page 37 of the report from that you received from staff for government structure, because there's something in there around campaign financing that someone else will give comment on a little later. Thank you.
Thank you. Lionel.
Good morning, Commissioners. All minutes, please.
Yep.
My name is Lionel Morris. I am a resident council of District 6. Speaking for myself, I'm here to advocate for a better government for the city of Los Angeles. I'm here to support council expansion, ranked choice voting, including both single voter RCV and proportional RCV. RCV isn't an experiment. It's been used around the world and right here in the United States. It gives voters more choice, reduces negative campaigning, saves taxpayer dollars, and ensures winners and have broader support. Council expansion combined with RCV means communities get representatives who reflect them and the city saves money. That's good for voters, good for the democracy, and good for Los Angeles. I also want to mention the city controller. Give the city controller an independent budget, designate the controller as the city's chief financial officer, require minimum qualifications for the controller, clarify the controller's audit authority, including performance audits of all city programs that are sourced from or use city tax dollars, including those under elected offices. Allow the controller to hire outside counsel, enshrine the controller's fraud, waste, and abuse functions. Civil service, protect civil servants from political interference from elected officials. Civil servants are separate from the political establishment. Civil servants have a right to speak their minds as residents, as taxpayers, because there are many city workers who are residents and also are impacted by the elected officials' decisions and policies. So we need to enshrine civil service protection for civil servants. And
Thank you so
I'd like
much,
to mention
Michael.
targeted local hiring program is a great way to hire underrepresented neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Trinity, go.
Good morning, Commission and Commissioners. I just want to urge the Commission to quickly add a line in the charter to clarify processes around a public bank that the city can just simply point to existing state law and regulations. And to the general public, I just want to quickly address some misconceptions from the banking lobby that the public bank isn't run by City Council. Per state law, it has multiple levels of both state and federal regulatory oversight, but that the details of around governance and around creating a public bank will be determined through a feasibility study, which the city has yet to begin. So as the city takes steps to explore a public bank, we simply ask for a line to point to existing state law that was created in 2019 and state regulations that were formed in 2022. This does not authorize a public bank or bypass any city processes to create a bank, just it helps clears some ambiguities by again, simply pointing to existing state law and regulations.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Johan, and after Johan is going to be Simon, Tyler, and Jameson. Simon, Tyler, and Jameson.
Good morning, Commissioners. Real quick, I'm just going to read off of a letter that was sent in via public input. Just want y'all, I think it's really important for y'all to hear it. Hi, my name is Alyssa Victory, and I write in my capacity as an Oakland resident and former Oakland mayoral candidate in support of a ranked choice voting system for LA citywide elections. RCV allows more candidates to run for office without barriers of traditional viability, including fundraising and endorsements. RCV empowers voters to rank all candidates in a race instead of choosing one. RCV is efficient for municipalities and saves time, money, resources, and outreach by condensing primary and runoff into one instant runoff election. RCV is efficient for voters and civic engagement organizations to educate and mobilize to vote once instead of in a primary and runoff election. I previously ran for Oakland mayor in November 22 general election. I made history in that race by placing fourth in the field of 10 against all odds, including being a first-time candidate, the youngest candidate, working full-time, and raising a fraction of other candidates' funds. You can see the summary in the letter. I did not have traditional indicators of viability to win, yet I gained more first-place votes than a sitting council member, a former school board member, and candidates who had run for mayor before. I was able to message to voters to include me in their rankings without directly opposing or attacking any candidate in the race. Voters did not have to decide on 1 out of 10 candidates, but instead could rank up to 5 on their ballot. My campaign prioritized ranked choice education and messaging. The election results show that when I was eliminated in the instant runoff, my vote transfers between the remaining top candidates determined the next mayor. Voters who chose me as their first choice were more likely to rank on their ballots.
Thank you so much.
Also,
Simon
Jenny
is
Lee's
next.
on virtual public
Simon?
comment from Portland. I hope y'all hear from her.
Simon, is there Simon? Okay, Simon, and then, like I said, Simon, Tyler, and Jameson. 2, 3. All right, Simon, 30 seconds, go. Or sorry, 90 seconds, go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Simon Astorga, and I'm a resident of City Council District 3 and a member of Los Angeles Pierce College and Pierce Democrats. I'm here in support of ranked choice voting, including both single winner ranked choice voting and proportional ranked choice voting. Many people have already stated the importance of ranked choice voting, so in an effort to save time, I simply want to say, as a young voter, I believe I speak for a large majority of my peers when I say we want ranked choice voting, and we'll be more inclined to vote if ranked choice voting is implemented, which, as you know, is essential to preserve our democracy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Simon. Sorry, Tyler.
Hello, my name is Tyler Condi and I live in City Council District 12. I'm here in support of City Council expansion and ranked choice voting, including both single winner and proportional RCV. LA has one of the highest resident to council member ratios in the country. That means entire neighborhoods are competing for the attention of just a few elected officials and too many voices get left out. City Council expansion fixes that by bringing representation closer to the people. Ranked choice voting complements that reform. It gives voters real choice, prevents vote splitting, reduces negative campaigning, and ensures winners have majority support without costly runoff elections. Together, these reforms strengthen representation, increases legitimacy, and make our local democracy work better for everyday citizens of LA. I urge the council to move forward on both. Thank you.
Thank you. Jameson. And now, sorry, after Jameson is going to be Alex, James M., Gabriella, and then the last one on the list is Sam. So go ahead, Jameson.
Good morning. My name is Jameson Fries, and I live in Council District 4. I support expanding the City Council with more than 25 seats and adopting ranked choice voting, including single winner ranked choice voting and proportional ranked choice voting. Too many voters feel disconnected because they believe their vote doesn't matter. Ranked choice voting fixes that by letting voters rank candidates instead of choosing just one. Proportional ranked choice voting goes further by ensuring communities are represented proportionally. When people feel seen and heard, trust comes back. Council expansion and ranked choice voting are practical steps toward rebuilding that trust in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is diverse, and our democracy should reflect that reality. Council expansion and ranked choice voting are smart, proven tools to make our elections more fair and representative. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Alex, James, Gabriella, Sam. Alex? All right, go.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Alex Freeman, and I'm a resident of the greater LA area. I'd like to second everything that all the previous speakers have said regarding ranked choice voting, proportional ranked choice voting, and adding as many city council seats as possible. Regarding the education complexity part of RCV, it's really not. Everybody knows how to rank their favorite actors or movies. It's just 1, 2, and 3. It takes a little bit more work to explain how the exact system works behind the scenes, but to actually do it is very simple. Otherwise, I assume that you've already seen about what it would take to implement RCV as a potential trigger clause. If not, that could be something I can follow up afterward. I would also like to second the earlier notion regarding LAPD financial accountability, especially having seen a lot of their actions firsthand last June. It really feels like they're not very accountable as far as the public is perceived for
30 seconds.
And then otherwise, I also agree that the LAPD should verify ISIS warrants as well, because that can preemptively slow down and defend against their over-aggressive behavior as we've seen in other cities. So overall, again, seconding everything for RCV and about the LAPD. Thank you.
Thank you so much. James.
Hi, honored commissioners and staff. I wanted to uplift some of the reforms put forward by a number of organizations, including LA Forward. Obviously, like all people who are pure of heart, I support ranked choice voting, I support city council expansion. But what I specifically wanted to uplift were the reforms to the city attorney. Right now, the city attorney has 3 separate mandates, all of which are somewhat in conflict. They're the legal advisor to the city, the prosecutor, and they are also a de facto political actor. We believe that Los Angeles is large enough and complex enough that these roles should be separated. Part of the job of this commission is to modernize these sorts of things, to bring this into the 21st century. LA Forward's proposal is straightforward. I think it makes a lot of sense. It's just separate the roles into 3 separate offices. A city law department that's appointed by the mayor, whose only job is to advise and represent the city as a client, the way you would have a defense attorney. Second, a city prosecutor elected by the public, because prosecution is inherently about values and priorities.
30
that
seconds.
should be democratically accessible. And third, an office of legislative counsel that's appointed by city council to advise them on laws related to city council. That way, none of these offices are in conflict, nothing's pulled too far away from each other, and there's no competing political directions. This isn't radical. A lot of governments are doing this already, and I believe it to be one of the best reforms we could make specifically to the Office of City Attorney. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Gabriella.
Hi, I'm Gabriella. I'm a resident of Koreatown, and I wanted to advocate for the committee to consider implementation of ranked choice voting as laid out by many people before me.
Could you speak a little more into the mic, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
To consider the implementation of ranked choice voting as laid out by many of the people before me, as well as increase in the number of council districts, at least double in what we have now. In addition to this, I fully support the recommendations made by Kenneth Mejia. Thank you.
Thank you. And last is Sam. Yeah, we had, I'll just let you know, we had to close the list so we can do the math and divide it up evenly between people in person and people online. All right, go.
Good.
Go.
Sam, you're
Sam speaking.
eating into the time of possible people being moved in. They're allowed to speak. Please.
Good morning. I would like the committee to take the following into consideration. Implementing ranked choice voting,
expanding the city's council by at least double, giving the controller an independent budget, designating the controller as the city's CFO, allowing the controller to hire outside counsel, lastly, enshrining the controller's fraud, waste, and abuse function. And I'll give the rest of my time to this guy right here.
There's no yielding.
Something else to say?
Alrighty, thank you. We're now going to switch into. We're now going to switch into virtual public.
Can we like, please, there are people who have come out here. It's not going to hurt us. It's a minute and a half. It's not going to hurt us. We have 8 hours.
Hold your applause.
We have.
It's in the discretion of the chair. You can argue afterwards about it.
Thank you, Thomas.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Okay, we're going to switch into virtual.
How many? Excuse me, we're not answering questions.
But how many people? Let's not make this so adversarial. Ted, let's not make this adversarial. This is not that. I mean, come on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. How many people signed up to speak but haven't spoken? Just so that we know. Because that's 1, 2. So, could we go to virtual?
I'm letting. Okay, we can do virtual, and
then we can come back.
It's the chair's. It's the chair's discretion.
If we have the time, please get to the.
People are waiting online to speak right now, so can we at least get that started? Okay. Alrighty. We're gonna first unmute Jamie. Jamie, give us a couple seconds to get you unmuted and let us know you can hear us. Oh, wait, we need a mic. 1 second, Jamie. We just needed a mic. Hold on, 2 seconds. Last piece. It's always something. Alrighty. Jamie, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, and go.
Alright, I support ranked choice voting, a minimum council expansion of 25, and a public advocate. But what I really want to talk about is that the controller must be able to audit the programs of elected officials. And this topic is not new. I would remind the commission of the war that happened between Laura Chick and Rocky Delgadillo, where charter reform was promised to the voters, but never delivered, and over $3 million in waste was found. But what I want to talk about is what I found. Current Price used his discretionary funds to award $125,000 in emergency contracts to a defunct charity called Urban Uplift, owned by a city employee named Frank Oliver. That charity was legally not allowed to accept money. Its status was stripped by both the FTB and the state DOJ. But what makes it perhaps more interesting is that that award of money was announced very shortly after Mr. Oliver filed a very public ethics complaint against Price's component. So I want that to sink in for all of you. $125,000 of public money to a charity that legally could not accept money, owned by a city employee, was awarded. There is virtually no oversight over this money. And you don't have to believe me. All of the information is online, posted in my public comment. All of the documentation. You can see it right there.
Allen,
So
we're taking Luan Allen off of mute. Luan, hopefully you can hear us. Luan?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes, we're set. Go.
Awesome, thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Luan Allen. I'm the executive director of Vote 16 USA. We support campaigns to extend voting rights to 16 and 17-year-olds. And I'm here today in strong support of a charter reform recommendation to the City Council to do just that. Research demonstrates that 16 and 17-year-olds are not only capable of participating in elections, but are also highly motivated to do so. A study out of Tufts University's Circle found that 16 and 17-year-olds exhibit this political awareness comparable to older voters, and when they are eager to engage in the democratic process, and they are eager to participate in the democratic process. Excuse me. There are 15 jurisdictions nationwide that have lower the voting age to 16, including 3 in California, Berkeley, Oakland, and Albany, and also 22 countries across the globe that have also lowered the voting age. Research in developmental psychology and neuroscience also supports lowering the voting age to 16, as 16 and 17-year-olds possess the sort of code cognitive abilities necessary for informed decision-making in elections. I'm strongly urging that this ad hoc committee recommend to the City Council a ballot measure for this upcoming November. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Alrighty, Jenny Lee, we're taking you off mute. Give us a couple seconds to get there. Jenny, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Go.
All right, hello, my name is Jenny Lee. I'm the Deputy Director of the Coalition of Communities of Color in Portland, Oregon. Here to share about our experience with our first proportional ranked choice voting election. In 2022, 56% of Portland voters said yes to adopting PRCV and expanding the size of our city council. With our first election in 2024, I'm very excited to share that proportional representation worked as we'd hoped. A report by the Data and Democracy Lab found that communities of color were able to elect their candidates of choice. 5 of our 12 new councilors identify as BIPOC, including the first 2 Asians ever elected to council and just the second and third Black women to serve. This is in a city where less than 6% of residents identify as Black. And candidates of all backgrounds reported that the new system dramatically lowered barriers to running and winning. Our BIPOC community partner organizations who conduct our voter education efforts and political engagement agreed that the change advanced racial equity.
30 seconds.
These BIPOC and immigrant serving organizations were able to quickly conduct large-scale voter education strategies for this election. And increasing the size of council has dramatically strengthened constituent services and increased civic engagement with councilors. Those who've been traditionally underrepresented now see someone who they can identify and connect with. Councilors report that having multiple representatives within their district with different backgrounds means that more people have a connection in City Hall.
And thank you, time. To Maya Denard, I believe I'm saying that right, is coming off of mute right now. Can you hear us?
Just fine, thank you.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Go.
My name is Tamaya Denard, and I am the Programs and Partnerships Manager at Represent Women. Represent Women tries to look toward outcomes for women in jurisdictions with ranked choice voting. And our data bears that when ranked choice voting is an option, women hold 52% of the seats in jurisdictions. That's almost twice the norm of places without RCV. As Represent Women works to remove barriers, we recognize that the barriers for women of color are especially steeper. And we can look at New York City as someone that spoke about earlier, in Portland, Oregon. So it's not just getting women elected, but it's also the diversity of the women who are getting elected. The women who are getting elected in Portland and New York City are Latina, Black, Asian, Muslim, queer, and young. And that would have not been possible without RCV. It is my hope that we're not going to hang our hat on a 20-year-old report to deny voter more choice or more voice in the same way I would rely on a 2007 laptop to function in a 2026 world. It is our hope that Los Angeles will keep up its reputation as innovative and trailblazing.
30 seconds.
And increase voter participation. Thank you.
Alrighty, Colin Cole. Colin Cole, we're taking you off of mute. Hope you can hear us. Colin?
Yes, I can hear you.
Alrighty, go.
My name is Colin Cole, testifying on behalf of More Equitable Democracy Action. I'm here to talk about how proportional representation is not a new or radical idea, and it's not theoretical. We can look at real-world data. Australians invented PRCV over a century ago, and they've used it to elect their Senate since 1948. It was adopted in Ireland back in 1918. They still use it to this day, and Northern Ireland would follow suit in 1998 to resolve 30 years of violent sectarian conflict by finally providing equitable representation to both British Protestants and Irish Catholics. It's used in a number of other countries, but you should also know it has a deep history in the US. Many US cities like New York and Cincinnati adopted PRCV in the 20s and 30s, only repealed in the 1950s by openly racist, sexist, and anti-immigrant campaigns. You should also know more about the modern experience with PRCV in the US. You've heard about Portland, Oregon. Let's talk about East Point, Michigan. They used PRCV back in 2019 to remedy a Voting Rights Act lawsuit brought by the Obama Justice Department. Here in California, Albany implemented PRCV in 2022 and saw the same types of benefits. Let's be clear. PRCV makes elections better, makes democracy better, particularly for those who are historically underserved by and represented in government, like people of color, women, and the working class. But those benefits do extend to all voters. Yes, even conservatives, men, and white people. If you think LA would benefit from better representation for all its community members, regardless of which neighborhood they live in or which district line they've been drawn into, please recommend the LA City Council adopt PRCV.
Thank you so much, Conrad Starr. Conrad Starr, we're slowly getting to take you offline. Hopefully you can hear us by now, Conrad.
If you can hear me, here
Yes,
I am.
we're
Hello
good.
again, Commissioners. Conrad Starr presenting elements of the Community Impact Statement approved last Wednesday by the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council as pertained to land use decision-making structure and governance. And referring to your November staff report, we support giving ministerial approval to all projects that are in compliance with Recode LA. We support making City Council the ultimate authority over all city-owned land. We support establishing a high legislative threshold to increase capacity in single-family zoned areas, which affords protection to, among others, our historic districts. We support defending local zoning authority, which assures rapid response from City Council and the Mayor in response to state actions to diminish local authority. Now, we oppose making the zoning administrator, the director of planning, or the City Planning Commission the highest land use appeals body for adjudicatory actions, which would take certain decisions on land use out of City Council's hands and leave them to an unelected body that may have limited knowledge of the area. We oppose eliminating Charter Section 245E, which is an important fail-safe. We oppose codifying time limits for all City Council land use actions in the City Charter and automatically deeming actions approved if they fail to act. We oppose ministerially approving projects under a certain size. And we oppose mandating sufficient base zoning capacity, as base zoning capacity is already required by state law. Thank you.
We're gonna go to Steven Steger. Steven, can you hear us as we take you off of mute?
I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, go.
Okay. Hi, my name is Steven Steger. I'm a resident of Los Angeles District 10, a father and a local business leader. The people of LA want better representation, real accountability, and true transparency from their city council and elected officials. I ask you to recommend proportional ranked choice voting and city council expansion. Also, Kenneth, Mejia, and the Controller's Office have done a great job auditing and shining a light on how our tax dollars are spent or misspent. And I ask you to support the proposals he has put forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Tather Adnan. Tather, can you hear us as we take you off mute?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Perfect, go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tathir. I'm here as an LA Forward member as well and want to uplift what some of my LA Forward peers said under planning and infrastructure. But I also want to uplift an area of interest under government structure. For the commission meeting you all had on January 7th, you received a government structure staff report. There's a section called Change Ballot Access on page 37 that lists multiple possible reforms. And we want to make sure that the commission continues to discuss one of these reforms. The council and the mayor should be given more flexibility to make changes or adopt new methods to enable and enhance public financing of campaigns via ordinance without compromising the current matching funds program. Just to explain what this means, the charter already authorizes public matching funds. It is just very, very specific about the structure of the program. Right now, any significant change, such as adopting new models, would require a voter-approved charter amendment. This rigidity limits our ability to modernize our campaign financing system. We recommend that you all adopt the Ethics Commission's December recommendation. It does not introduce a new financing system or dismantle the existing matching funds program. It simply proposes an amendment to the process that would allow the mayor and the city council to adopt additional public financing models by ordinance instead of repeatedly having to go through
Tathir. Going on to Jester Jersey. Hold on, we're gonna.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Jester can hear. We're good. 90 seconds.
Okay, good morning. Good morning to the Charter Reform Commission's Ad Hoc Committee. My name is Jester Jersey, and I support lowering the voting age to 16, echoing the sentiments mentioned by some previous speakers. One of the other agenda items being looked at is expansion of the City Council, which could go hand in hand with expanding voting rights. Further down the road, after the conclusion of the Winter Olympics and FIFA Games, spectators will once again be drawn to LA for the 2028 Summer Olympics. Unlike the FIFA and Olympic Games now, the 2028 Olympics will be LA-centric, with tourists once again hesitant due to recent immigration immigration news making national news headlines. What's one way to make LA feel more welcoming to foreign tourists before then? By lowering the voting age to 16. By doing so, first, it will make LA feel welcoming, encouraging tourism into the city. Second, LA can secure rights as one of the largest pioneering cities of democratic rights in the country. Third, it will help enfranchise a new block of voters, expanding democracy in general. Fourth, it would make the democratic process more inclusive. Fifth, finally, it shows that LA is committed to making the right decisions, helping residents, the community, and even visitors, because everyone who contributes is heard and treated fairly, no matter where you're from. Thank you for your time and consideration on these important issues.
Thank you, Benjamin. Benjamin, we're taking you off mute slowly but surely. Benjamin, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Go for it.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning to the commission. Good morning to everyone online. Hope you guys are all having a wonderful day and have a wonderful day after. I'm going to keep it very simple. I'm here for ranked choice voting and proportional ranked choice voting. Like somebody said before, we can't have a 2006 laptop in 2026. So the point of this charter reform is to hear people's opinion on what we need to better the city of Los Angeles for Angelinos, for the people of the city of Angels. And I feel, and I know in my heart that it is ranked choice voting and proportional ranked choice voting, as well as expanding the city council. These measures and taking this kind of action right now would help us in the future as a city feel much more heard, much more represented, and it would help ring true what would be like this epitaph that I read on high school wall where I grew up.
30 seconds.
Which goes like this. The price of freedom and liberty is everlasting vigilance. And if we have more people at watch, we have more people that can vote and feel represented, I feel that our liberty is more secure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Chair, our last online public speaker is going to be Rebecca. Rebecca, we're taking you off of mute slowly but surely. Can you hear us, Rebecca?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, go.
Thank you so much. Good morning, commissioners and young attenders in this meeting. I apparently am the divergent viewpoint. I'm a business owner and longtime resident of Los Angeles County. And my voice is different because I'm asking that you reject ranked choice voting as an alternative to our primary and runoff system that we currently have. About 4 years ago, I checked into it because I thought it sounded like a good idea and I wanted to learn more, and I found out some of the downsides of it. One being that ranked choice voting actually obscures transparency. And at a time when we're trying to increase it. It also delays results. I am also against it because it convolutes the process. You know, when you rank your top 3 or 4 candidates, you're actually voting against yourself. Another concern I have is that the contest can be gamed by the number of candidates added in or dropping out. So I encourage everybody to learn a little bit more. The cost to me is not really an issue because democracy might cost more, but I think we would all say it's worth it. There is actually something rank about ranked choice voting. So I really appreciate the opportunity to share, and especially since there weren't too many people representing my viewpoint. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. That's our virtual. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. How much time has been used up in public comment of that hour?
So sure,
not including the controller and council district.
Yeah, we've had about an hour, give or take a couple minutes of public comment.
How much?
A total hour so far.
Okay. In my prerogative, then, I'm going to open up for anyone who hasn't spoken yet and give them 1 minute to address us. And I'm going to do it a little differently. Could you just start a line with the...
Sorry about that.
Start a line.
It's the override switch in the hall. If someone can grab it.
To the back door and come up if you haven't spoken.
There's a override switch on the hall on the right. It's outside on the right.
For the record, public comment started at 9:59. For the record.
Thank you for the record, Mr. Klein.
No problem.
Alrighty, so we've got everyone in line. Who's in the back?
Who's the last person?
Who's the last person in the back? Raise your hand. Nick, looks like you, Nick, in the back. Okay, Nick's our last speaker. All right, and I'll give you,
Ma'am, if you'll come up, give us your name and speak, please. 1 minute.
Hi, I'm Stacy. I worked in restaurants for a really long time. At my first serving job, my boss told me, your customer is not an interruption to your service, they are the reason for it. The people are not an interruption or hindrance to your service, we are the reason for it. And I find Mr. Stein, excuse me, your
I've
contempt.
been called worse.
I'll take those 2 seconds back on my time, please. Thank you. I find your contempt for the people a sort of essence in a nutshell of how the Los Angeles city government treats its constituency. We're the whole reason you're here, and yet you've tried, thankfully unsuccessfully, to limit our time, to shut us up. You would think that you would want to hear applause so that you know what the people are supporting. You would think you would go out of your way to extend extra time to the elected official who got the most votes out of anyone, which is Kenneth Mejia. When you were trying to cut him off at 5 minutes was ridiculous because we all want to hear from him and we all want him to give you your recommendations. There's a lot I could say.
Minute.
Thanks.
Alrighty, next.
Next speaker, please.
All right, go ahead. And go.
Hi, my name is Chantel Daniels. Thank you, Commission. This reform, I believe, should put power back where it belongs with the people living the reality. Los Angeles needs a government structure that meets residents' needs in real time, not a system where people repeat the same concerns year after year because there's no follow-through and no accountability. When I look at a city like New York, what stands out is the willingness to build structures and dedicated offices that reflect what residents actually need, improving accountability, responsiveness, and a quality of life for the people who live, work, and raise families here. Los Angeles has a once-in-a-lifetime generation opportunity for charter reform to do the same, create strengthened checks and balances, improve transparency, and build systems that don't just hear residents, but solve problems and track results. One solution I want to recommend is creating new dedicated departments based on real needs.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You got 1:30 like the other speakers. Next speaker, please.
All right, go.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Sheeta. Nice to meet you guys. I'm born in Cedars-Sinai, raised in Cheviot Hills, and now I live in the Arts District. Thank you for letting me talk because I came late and also I was on the Zoom. But I'm just here to really support RCV. I think the general public, while they do need to be educated, will definitely adopt it very easily. I knew about this since high school because I watched a YouTube video my history teacher put on. This is like a very well-known thing. It's very easy to understand, and I just want to advocate for it because I think it'll make for nicer elections and more just like proportional and representational elections. I'm also here to support expanding city council, and I yield my time so everyone else can go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker. Alrighty, go.
Hi everyone, my name is Tom. Thank you so much for having me. I'm a former senior vice president at the Academy of Motion Pictures and Arts and Sciences, the organization that administers the Oscars. I want to highlight that there's cultural examples of ranked choice voting being used here in Los Angeles. Ranked choice voting has been used at the Academy since the 1930s. The use of it includes when they're determining the Best Picture winner, where you have an election, essentially a ranked choice voting election of 10,000 members that then vote to determine the Best Picture winner using ranked choice voting. Proportional ranked choice voting is also used to determine the nominees. So when you see 5 nominees in every category, that is actually a PRCV election. And then recently in 2020, they changed their Board of Governor elections to include RCV in determining their board representation of their members, which now is a 50% majority female board for the first time in history. I want to highlight those cultural instances and happy to provide more info if you need.
Thank you so much. And go.
Hi, good morning. My name is Amina. I'm the Vice President of Pierce Democrats Club. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to address several charter and governance reforms that deserve serious attention. First, LAPD accountability must address the police commissioner structure, discipline rules, and limits on city oversight. Without structural change, accountability remains hollow. Second, ranked choice voting in multiple member districts deserve consideration. Ranked choice voting ensures winners have broader support, reduces vote splitting, and gives voters more meaningful choices. Combined with multi-member districts, it can increase representation for diverse communities and reduce the influence of money and political gatekeeping. Finally, lowering the voting age, starting with LAUSD school board elections, is a realistic and targeted way to expand youth participation. These are practical, achievable steps toward a more accountable city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go.
Sorry. Hello, my name is Michael Evankamp. I'm a resident of CD7 and also running for City Council. The reason I'm here is that I support all the measures earlier mentioned by public comment in regards to ranked choice voting, as well as redistricting and also expanding City Council. I live in a neighborhood that is currently split up between 2 council members, and it is very difficult to get any sort of situations or any sort of things done for my neighborhood. Having things redistricted or perhaps even expanded upon would make things more easy for the constituents in my neighborhood to be able to get the support that they need. Lastly, I do think that ranked choice voting will be the cheaper alternative to currently what is going on for running for election. In the city of LA, it's a city matching fund of 6-to-1 for donations. So the city pays out 5 times the amount that is for donations. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Brian Villarreal of the Pierce Democrats. I'm the president here before you again. From my own experience as a high school student, I spent years learning about democracy, civic responsibility, and how government systems function, yet I remained unable to participate in shaping them. In classrooms, we are taught to care deeply about our political systems while being forced to wait years before having any direct influence over decisions that affect our education, safety, climate, and future opportunities. It felt like watching harmful outcomes unfold in real time while being powerless to respond. This disconnect does not encourage engagement. It creates frustration and a long-lasting sense of political helplessness among young people. The youth are not a peripheral group, but a vital and informed demographic whose voices deserve to be heard. Expanding democratic participation through reforms like ranked choice voting and lowering the voting age would strengthen our democracy by making it more inclusive, responsive, and forward-looking. A system that values and listens to its young people is better equipped to meet the challenges of the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
In a city of almost 4 million people, at least on the record, there's no reason why we shouldn't hear everybody that comes down to public meetings. You're lucky if you get 0.01% of the public engaged. So the fact that we won't hear everybody when they come down to city council meetings or even ethics or charter reform meetings is ridiculous. I think Riordan had a reputation for being a strong man with the institutions and the bureaucrats, not with the people. So let's try to honor that. We have a city council that's embroidered in bullshit and lack of transparency. So there's really no reason why we should be acting as if it's an institution with our best interests in mind. We should be reducing their amount of recesses, especially when they're declaring emergencies. There's no reason why they should be going to like the cities of the nation, whatever those stupid little events that they have are, so they can rub shoulders with other people and come back with nothing. And we are here because of the Fed tapes, you know. I learned from the last Charter Reform Commission.
And thank you, 1 minute.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Nick, bring it home.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Nicholas Caputo. I'm the Executive Director of Livable Advanced LA and sitting Echo Park Neighborhood Council Member. City Council will edit the recommendations of its advisory body, but will take heat for gutting them too much. As such, this commission should not aim for what is barely feasible, but would actually solve Los Angeles' problems. LA is some of the largest council districts in the country that concentrates power and forces council offices to function as catch-all service hubs for problems they were never designed to solve. Expanding council is about workload, realism, and accountability. Smaller districts restore democratic balance and allow council members to legislate rather than constantly triage. A larger council does not dilute power relative to the mayor. It actually strengthens it. Larger legislative bodies form voting blocks, build expertise, and exercise oversight more consistently. When paired with interdepartmental coordination, a recurring capital infrastructure plan, and required response to city control recommendations, council's legislative power increases while workload decreases. That is why you should recommend what actually fixes the problem. 31 with automatic resizing every decade. Finally, a centralized 5-year capital improvement plan, regular general plan updates, and redo this charter reform commission every 10 years.
Okay.
Thank you all. Thank you all for participating. What I plan to do, according to my watch, it's approximately 11:01. Let me check my 11:02, according to my Apple phone. We are going to take a 10-minute recess to let people stretch their legs, go to the bathroom and such. And at the expiration of the 10 minutes, if I have 4 commissioners here, we're starting. And the first 2 topics that we're going to undertake is first, ranked choice voting and all of the items that go along with ranked choice voting. And the second item would be the city attorney's office, what our recommendations are at that. So we're adjourned until 11:12.
Recess, technically recess. Recess.
Thank you. I need a motion for the recess, for the other, but yes, we're in recess.
I want to know, why is it not taking these 10 minutes to hear from everybody on the phone?
Thank you so much. If you have conversations still going, please take them outside. Please take them outside. Have a seat.
James? Okay, our recess is over. Can you, I guess like it's my responsibility. I'm gonna poll the commission for who's present now after recess. Anybody?
Present.
Oh, wait,
Mr. Mesa?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I gotta get Kelkar.
You get 2 shots at it, I guess.
There you go, go for it.
Mr. Andrade?
Present.
Mr. Mesa?
Present.
Ms. Murray?
Present.
Mr. Thomas?
Present.
Ms. Sanchez?
Present.
And I am present. So that makes all 6 of us are present. The first item.
I have a question. Yes, you did, but I have a question. Apparently Catalyst wanted to make a public comment and they were skipped over online. They're virtual. Is that possible? They're very important, I think, to this discussion.
Mr. Thomas, as long as it is brief, I will grant that.
Thank you.
Sure. Give us, who is it on Catalyst?
Catalyst. I don't know who it is, but it's Catalyst.
Is it, maybe it's Jeremy. We're gonna look really quick. Give us 2 shakes. She says yes. Let us get a mic over there. 1 second, Jeremy. If you can hear us, we're taking you off of mute and slowly but surely, Jeremy. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Minute. Go.
Yeah, I just want to uplift that I and a few others have had our hands up in virtual comment and weren't allowed to speak, so I just wanted to flag that. But I'm calling in as a representative of California, a member of the RLA Coalition that's been working to ensure the voices and concerns of residents, particularly low-income BIPOC communities impacted by racist systems in the city of LA, inform the governance reform process like this charter reform process. The 2022 audio leak is the fundamental reason this commission was created, and that audio leak confirmed our worst fears that people in positions of power were purposely disenfranchising historically marginalized population. Therefore, as you deliberate on which reforms to advance today, I urge you to ground your decision-making in the goals of improved representation, accessibility, and transparency for those harmed. RLA believes some of those goals include expanding the Los Angeles City Council to 23, 25, or 31, as advised by the committee. Regarding eligibility for appointments, eliminating the requirement of appointees to commissions, boards, or committees to be registered voters, that's currently written in Section 501D of the city charter. Regarding youth participation and engagement in policymaking, we advise or recommend that we improve accessibility of all government meetings so that youth aged 15 to 22 may meaningfully participate in political decision making. And that is inclusive and intersects with the alcohol.
Okay, and thank you. 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. Okay, the first item that we're going to take up is a combination, and that would be ranked choice voting. Glasses get steamed up. Proportional ranked choice voting, and no, those are the 2. I'm going to not give my opinion as to what I think the outcome should be, but if there is any issue that this entire commission has taken up and listened to, it's ranked choice voting, proportional ranked choice voting. And to the proponents of ranked choice voting, I give you credit. You brought an issue that wasn't even on our agenda to even begin with when we put together what were the things the commission was going to decide. You have inundated us both with written material and with oral presentations. And I, for one, have read all of the written material, or I'll say 95% or 98% of the written material, and obviously have listened to the arguments. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't need any presentation from staff. I don't need any presentation from anybody at this point. So I'm ready to vote on it, but if there's any commissioner who wishes to make their comments known on it, the floor is yours.
Can I be recognized, please, Mr. Chair? My committee, the Government Structure Committee, we talked a lot about ranked choice voting in intense detail, and when we had started out, I was apprehensive about it. I was afraid that Latino voters would have a hard time. I had known that ranked choice voting is possible, that ballots get thrown out at higher instances than regular voting. But through the conversations that I had with advocates and through the conversations that we had amongst our committee, I did think that it was, all of those issues that I had could be easily mitigated through intentional ballot design. As staff noted, it is expensive, but as we also see in the same memo, a lot of cities who have implemented it have done a really good job in saving costs over time. And the last thing that I will say is we see how many people come out in support of ranked choice voting, but we really look to other institutions and other jurisdictions that have implemented ranked choice voting, and there have been very excited young people that have gone out to vote. You've seen young men who don't typically vote, or young minority men who don't typically vote. They've gone to the ballot in extremely high numbers. So I do think that there are strong benefits with listening to what the advocates have said and what staff has educated us about, and implementing ranked choice voting to some extent in the city of LA.
Anybody mess up? Or I should say chair mess up?
Thank you, Commissioner Stein. I'll keep my comments brief because the commissioners know my longstanding support for ranked choice voting. I will say that I agree with all the points that the advocates have made during public comment. In addition, I do want to dispel one myth that this is something that will tilt aside to progressive or left candidates. There have been so many examples where that is not the case. Eric Adams was elected under ranked choice voting in New York. Most countries that have ranked choice voting have a long history of elected officials from numerous spectrums on politics. And so one of the benefits that wasn't mentioned as much is that I think it very much allows people to vote for candidates who more align with their values than candidates that they feel they have to compromise and vote for and feel like they're wasting their vote. So I'll just limit my comments to that, Commissioner Stein. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners?
Yes. I would just say that I was the most skeptical of it, I think, because I am concerned about what is happening to Black people in this city. And I saw this as another way of pushing us away and pushing us out. And so I have since, as my kids would say, no shade, I got here for some Black folks. And so I did. And I am, excited to say that I can now wholeheartedly support ranked choice voting. Yes, I can wholeheartedly support ranked choice voting, and because I think what is important to be noted is we got to this place because of the people who came out and spoke. And I think that is very, very important, because even in city council, and I think this is something that we need to talk about too, we need to talk about public comment. And And because it wasn't always an arbitrary time that was given, that it was cut off, and it's nothing to do with you, Commissioner Stein, but I'm just saying, I think we need to talk about it as it relates to city council. And so as we are talking about these electoral reforms, I think we also need to think about how we got here. And we got here because the amount of public comment that we've heard, which means that we should be welcoming the opportunity for public comment. And so I just want to say that, and I thank you all for coming out and sharing what you have shared. But I do think that, I know in our committee, and just so you know, and then I'm done, we did go through our reforms and suggest the ones that we wanted. We wanted all of them. So our committee voted to move all of them forward, except maybe one, and we put that in with, there were two that were similar, so we combined them. And so I just wanted to know, it wasn't just Commissioner Murray, it was also Commissioner Mack who made those recommendations as well.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. I too want to echo the support of all of you that have come out to educate myself a little bit more on ranked choice voting. As a long-time advocate for the Spanish language and Latino community, some of you know my background. I worked for Univision for over 15 years, and I managed and put on our platforms for community affairs for folks to be educated, to turn out the vote. Unfortunately, we see that many folks still don't turn out. We have dismal turnout, without a doubt. There's ballot exhaustion, there's voter exhaustion. However, I'm thankful to all of you for providing more insight into how this could potentially increase. I'm still a little bit skeptical because while we have multi-language efforts to all of our communities, I don't feel that they're still effective in maximizing the vote for our ethnic communities. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Murray.
Thank you. I've had a lengthy meeting with Mike and been in communication with Maricela. I want to thank everybody for their efforts on ranked choice voting, and as I've told Mike very candidly, I'm still on the fence about it. However, I do believe it should go to the full commission for discussion.
Well, I'm going to give a very short summary. I'm opposed to ranked choice voting, and the reason I'm opposed is because I think it will help the well-heeled candidate much more than it will help the candidate who is, what I'm going to say, quotes, a grassroots candidate, because of the ability for someone that is fully funded, or maybe funded much, much larger, in larger amounts than what you would normally see in a council race. That person would have the ability to not only try to get themselves ranked as number one, but whoever he or she thought that would be the second or third most likely challengers, to fund campaigns to make sure that they were voted, if it's 5 candidates, 5th, or 6 candidates, 6th. So I will be a no vote. Any other comments? Is there a motion?
There's not a motion yet, but with I mean, you can vote how you feel, but it's important to note that the letter from Alyssa deals specifically with that issue. She was in no way close in terms of the money that was raised. I think she raised under $30,000. Everybody else, they raised 6 figures, but yet she was still among the top 4, top 5. And so I think it's important that we vote how we vote. But I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that that is not how it worked in real time with Alyssa. It did not hurt her. It helped her, in fact. And so she was a grassroots candidate. And one of the things about her that she mentioned that she was kind of a non-traditional candidate. Well, I also know that she came out of foster care. And so I used to kind of work in that industry. And so for a young woman who was a foster youth to come in number 4 in a mayoral race is quite significant. It's quite significant. And so I just wanted to know that, note that when we talk about the folks who are grassroots, the folks who are at the bottom, she was one of them. And so it helped her. And we spoke very candidly. I called her, we had a conversation. We spoke very candidly about that because I wanted to know, and nothing that I had received up until that point was sufficient for me. So I just wanted to make that note.
Thank you, sir.
So we can call for the vote.
Now, is there a motion to either approve or disapprove ranked choice voting?
So move.
What?
To move it forward to the
Yes.
commission?
Well,
I would, Commissioners, if I could ask that you recommend that this, something to the point that you would if it sounds like where it's going, recommend that this be a recommendation that move forward, something like that.
I motion to transmit this to the full commission for consideration.
I second.
poll the commission, please.
Hold on, we're gonna make sure that we have Andrades as the first and Commissioner Thomas as the second. All right, thank you.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
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 I'm a no, only because of the fact that the commission still has jurisdiction and should to review any decision that we do, but the vote is 5-1 to move this to the commission. Next item is proportional ranked choice voting. Mr. Weinstein, is there something that I left out of this?
Well, I thought you were for both. I'm sorry. I was talking to myself. I'm sorry.
Okay, proportional ranked choice voting, comments from the commission.
Could we ask that someone make a distinction between the two? Like why can we?
I would ask staff for that.
Sure, I'm gonna have my colleague Kate come up here and explain a little better. And also, again, we do have our memo that outlines it a little bit, but here's the memo.
And we are separating those, right?
Yeah, they're similar but distinct. Or would we do a separate thing? Hold on, let us triple check where we put that. We might have just.
Is it possible to amend the motion to include?
It's been voted on, so we'd have to have a second motion.
To reconsider. Well, I'm asking because these are electoral reforms, and so what we talked about is putting it under the rubric of electoral reforms and giving once we give this to the commission, making
Is there a motion to rescind the
So
previous vote so that we can include these two items together?
This may be easier. I move that we also advance proportional ranked choice voting to the full commission.
Okay, is there a second on that motion?
I second.
Poll the commission?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
No. So that would be a 4-2 vote in favor of moving this forward to the full commission. Okay, I believe that.
We just want to make sure that we get Commissioner Mesa's full motion out loud, so we can capture it. We don't have clerk staff, so we're going a little slower than we normally.
I move to transmit proportional ranked choice voting to the full commission.
And there is a second, please?
Yeah. The second, who was the second on it?
That was me.
Commissioner Thomas, and then the vote was a 4-2 with Commissioners.
That is correct.
Commissioners Stein and Murray as the negatives.
I believe that concludes our votes on ranked choice voting and proportional ranked choice voting. I thank those who attended. And now we're going to move to the city attorney's office.
Do you want to give a report out?
No, you can give a report out if you have it in writing.
Commissioner Andrade, you guys really studied it carefully.
Okay, so we were looking at reforms to the city attorney's office, and this week our committee had decided to proceed with the option to bifurcate the city attorney's office to have one position responsible for prosecuting of all misdemeanors and an appointed office that would have other legal functions. The appointed office would be called the Office of Legal Counsel, and it would be headed by a general counsel of the city of Los Angeles, and the elected office would be the city prosecutor, who would have the city prosecutor's office. What we did not do was decide who would have appointing authority, and we thought that if this body wanted to proceed with that bifurcation, that this would be the one to decide appointing authority. And then we also attached one option to give direct counsel. So there were several entities, including the Charter Reform Commission, Independent Redistricting Commission, the Controller's Office, and then the Ethics Commission. They wanted to hire counsel, outside counsel. We advanced direct counsel. However, it's possible that direct counsel, at least for Ethics Commission, would not be as good as Measure ER currently stands, so we can get rid of that third attachment if necessary, but that is what we were looking at. And the staff report outlines what bifurcation would look like in this body.
My preference would be is to try to make this as full as possible and move everyone forward, not just if the office should be split, because I believe we've already voted on that, but to designate the appointing authority, to designate what the qualifications will be for what is characterized simply as the civil side of the office other than on legislative functions. So I would love to hear from my fellow commissioners on that and any other subjects. I have one question for Diego, if I could. Did you consider the election of two city attorneys, one on the criminal side and one on the civil side, so that both would be held accountable to the voters?
We had discussed that in brief, but because a lot of the issues with the current office exist through an electoral tension between the city attorney's office and the other officials, we did not decide that that was something that the committee wanted to move forward, because an appointed office of legislative counsel would not have the same issues when advising the mayor and the city council.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to get the committee's thinking. I understand that there would be an appointed legislative counsel for advising commissions, advising the council, and those matters. What we're really doing is having it in three portions of having the advisement state for legislation and legislative matters. We're having the city attorney, whatever we call this by name, of being able to defend the city in all civil action as well as in all settlement negotiations to prevent civil action. And then we're having an elected city attorney who will prosecute all misdemeanors. Is that my understanding of your recommendations, or did I misunderstand?
No, our recommendation was 2, not 3 offices, so it would be 1 elected city prosecutor and then 1 appointed general counsel who would give legal advice and advise and do all of the current functions of the city attorney that do not have to do with prosecution. But what you're suggesting slightly mirrors an option that we did not consider, was creating 3 entities, with one of the entities being a separate office of legislative counsel. And the reason that we didn't go with the 3 entities was because elevating that might shift the current functions of the CLA's office, and we did not think that it was appropriate at the time to change CLA's office.
What were your considerations on who the appointing person is for the legislative council?
That's a good question. The mayor's office typically has precedent to appoint appointees of this manner. The mayor appoints general managers and other appointees. So we had discussed whether or not the mayor should have that power to appoint to appoint a general counsel. However, the other consideration was that since this person would be handling city matters and advising council, much like the city attorney's office does, there was a possibility that city council is the person to have that appointing authority. There had been recommendations for that in the public comment. We did not have a clear breakdown amongst our committee, so we decided to move both forward as potential options. I think it just depends on who you want to rest the power with, and then who you think should have firing and power. Because the issue with an appointed attorney is much like we see at the federal level. If you had an appointed attorney general, it's possible that that office could be hyper partisan. So if the mayor has appointing authority as a sole person, it's possible that that appointed office could then become hyper partisan.
Does the term of this appointed legislative council, or whatever we label it, does that expire with the mayor's term, or is it for a longer term that it would go forward to such time as there could very well be another mayor that's in place?
We hadn't discussed the semantics about that, but I think that's a potential consideration that would alleviate some of the concerns about a mayor having appointment authority, especially if they started with somebody who was in a lame duck from the previous administration.
One of the things that I think is important is, I think it's important that City Council has a voice as well in this, because
they would confirm either way.
Yeah, I mean, I know that they would confirm, but you know, so I mean, I know you guys chose the two, but quite honestly, I'm leaning towards the three, only because, and I make it more difficult for you, I'll figure it out, but you're a smart guy, but because...
You don't know how smart a guy he is, and I'm not going to embarrass him here.
Because...
I will. In the last week, he got admitted to both Stanford and Yale Law School. Sorry.
But he didn't get accepted to Fisk. So there you go. No, not yet anyway. But Fisk is an HBCU if y'all don't know. You should know. But the thing is that I think these are, I mean, a part of the tension, there's a tension between City Council and the mayor. And a part of it has to do with the fact that they do have this process where the mayor appoints and then the City Council confirms. It doesn't really work out like that. You know, it really doesn't. I mean, whoever the mayor appoints, they confirm pretty much. And whoever the mayor appoints is beholden to the mayor. You know, I mean, and we can say that that's not just...
Well, I can get into an argument with you on that one.
Oh, that's true. I mean, it's philosophically, unless they just can't. But I think that, I don't know how we could give, and maybe we give, you know, if we stick with the two, maybe we give the appointing authority to City Council. But, you know, I just think that the ability for the mayor to make the number of appointments, and again, I'm only most concerned about situations that impact the people on the ground. You know, my concern with the city attorney is that the city attorney is going around charging and prosecuting protesters. That's who's doing it. And, you know, and so I'm kind of concerned about that, because where does that come from? Does that come from the mayor? You know, that's not the issue that's not a question for you to answer, but I'm saying if we have the opportunity to split this up where, and we're talking about ranked choice voting, let's say that ranked choice voting happens. That's going to produce an entirely different kind of leadership in Los Angeles. And so as that happens, that means that some of these other systems have to change in terms of how they will function.
But Mr. Thomas, and again, I don't want to go into another lecture on criminal law, maybe Ms. Murray could do it for me this time, but when you're talking about whether a protester should or shouldn't be prosecuted?
No.
Look,
I'm not talking about whether a protester, what I'm telling you is,
No, but let
from people
me
who
finish,
have been
please.
arrested,
I'd let
it's not
you
semantics.
finish.
I'm gonna let you finish.
Okay,
It's not,
thank you.
but I'm not talking semantics or theory.
Okay,
I'm talking about
because-
people who are in jail.
Okay, but the reality is that goes to the elected city attorney because a violation of 4015 or 602 or any of those sections falls within prosecutorial discretion and has, in my opinion, nothing to do with this appointed city attorney and who appoints the city attorney, because that's the criminal side.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the city attorney's office, the city attorney, when you talk to the city attorney, you talk to the district attorney, they play ping pong.
Absolutely.
They play ping pong.
No, we have nothing to do with the city.
Yeah, right. But they play ping pong. And so the only thing that I'm saying is
Very incorrect.
well,
It's just not true. We don't.
well, then we need to talk. Then you need to talk to your district attorney because that's what he said in the last meeting I had with him. So, and it was a public meeting. It was a community meeting. That's what he said. And so I'm just repeating what he said. Y'all can say whatever you want to say. I'm just repeating what he said. He said to a room full of black people that typically get lied to. So if you're saying that that's not true, that's what the district attorney says. And the next time I see the district attorney, I will make sure that I tell him that he lied to us.
Okay.
Based upon what you all are saying. And so
James.
my only issue, this is what I'm asking, going back to the three. Number one, if in fact, if we're changing the structure and we're saying only the person who prosecutes can be elected, the issue with that is the community and the people have no influence over that person after they are elected. That's the problem. And so you have city council and the mayor saying, hit the streets, get out there, protest, speak up. And then you have a city attorney who, for whatever reason, is prosecuting people, one of which is a pastor. And so I don't care what anybody else says. If we are talking about reforming the city attorney's office and we're splitting them up, what I want to understand is how do we hold, and the only thing that we're saying is that the distinction is some will be appointed, some will not. The person who has the prosecutorial authority will be elected, if I'm understanding. And so what I'm saying is that what is built into that process, because other than that, we have the same thing that we already have, except for we're taking care of city council, and this is my issue with this process, and the reason I like public comment, because it just seems like whenever it comes to what's going to really directly impact and benefit the people of Los Angeles, it seems like that gets put on the back burner. And so what I'm saying is that if there is a way for us to look at this elected city attorney position and build into that, and maybe it shouldn't be an elected position. Maybe it shouldn't be. I don't know what the charter says. I don't know what the state
Charter requires it.
Maybe that's a reform we need to look at. But I'm just saying in general, what is happening now is people are kicking cans down the road. And they're not accepting accountability for the things that they do. And they just, and so what I'm saying is that if we're going to change the structure, let's change the structure.
Commissioner Thomas, and that's what we're trying to do. I'm not going to speak for Commissioner Murray, but I think you will find that for most cases, the district attorney, unless it rises to be a wobbler, which means it can be prosecuted as a felony or as a misdemeanor, the district attorney normally is not involved with that except as a wobbler, and it falls squarely to the city attorney.
So is a domestic terrorist, is that a felony or is that a misdemeanor? If someone is designated as a domestic terrorist?
That's not a, that's,
If someone is designated as a domestic terrorist
it
and,
has nothing to do with state law.
no, what I'm
City attorneys
asking.
and DAs do not address a domestic
No,
terrorist.
what I'm asking is, if the,
Let her speak.
I will let her speak. Go ahead.
If someone is a protester on the streets of Los Angeles, and they engage with the police, usually, in most cases, unless there are severe injuries, they are prosecuted by the city attorney's office. If the structure changes, as Commissioner Andrade has suggested, then the city prosecutor would be prosecuting those. Now, I'm going to give you an example. The previous district attorney of Los Angeles, George.
That's a county, to be fair.
Correct. Please.
Yeah, I want to make sure that.
Please let me speak. Thank you. The district attorney of Los Angeles County, George Gascon, did not prosecute anybody, even in outlying areas outside of the city of Los Angeles. There were a couple of things that he refused to prosecute. So during his administration, the district attorney did not prosecute anyone for any protest activities. If you don't feel that people who are protesters should be prosecuted, then when the city prosecutor election comes up, you can vote that person out of office, and the opposite could happen. So as far as domestic terrorists, that's a federal thing. I don't even know that I'm not even gonna address that, because that doesn't have anything. I'm not gonna go on lengthy about this, but that's just.
I'm not gonna go on lengthy about it either, but that has also been one of the concerns that was raised by the district attorney. And what I find very amusing is that people are talking about what's happening in the street and they're not in the street. And that's the problem. So people are making assessments and commenting on things that are happening based upon the law. Well, if people were actually abiding by the law, we wouldn't have half of the issues that we face. And so it's not about just what the law says, because if it was just about what the law says, we wouldn't have Trump.
That's why they give prosecutors the discretion to say what the law says.
Well, that law is different when it comes to black and brown communities in low-income areas. That's what I'm saying. And our charge is not just to go along to get along. Our charge is to look at, I think, what is harming the communities, what is harming the residents of Los Angeles, and do what is within our power to correct that if we can. And so at the end of the day, I'm not a lawyer, y'all lawyers. And I can say unapologetically, I don't care. I'm saying what's happening in the street. And so if it is being argued, and again, I'm gonna give this a historical context and I'm gonna leave it alone. It was also the law. Segregation was the law. So the bottom line is that this argument that this is the law, that may mean that the law needs to be changed. So just because something is the law doesn't mean that it's just.
But that law does not fall within the city charter. That law, Mr. Commissioner.
I'm not arguing that it falls within the city charter.
It falls within the state legislature.
I'm not arguing that it falls within the city charter. What I'm arguing is, if we're talking about roles and responsibilities, because that's what we're talking about roles and responsibilities. If we're setting roles and responsibilities for this new city attorney or for this prosecuting, this new configuration, then we need to discuss how this impacts people on the ground and not just make this theoretical. And what I am saying, whether it is the district attorney, whether it is the federal government, whether it is the city attorney, people are being criminalized and beaten and killed for exercising their civil rights. Just got a notice from the guy who was killed in my area in Northridge. It turns out that the person who killed him, which was law enforcement, I mean, he was involved in some kind of child sex something, I think. You know? And so my point is this. Before y'all say that, because none of you all are threatened to be arrested and beaten up by the police. That would be me, because I'm out there. That would be me. So before y'all say that, and tell me about your laws, I thank you that you're gonna bail me out if it happens. But I'm just simply saying.
I'll even defend you.
Oh, that's even better, because you'll be a good, then I'm good. I just wanted to make it known. I want us to understand the gravity, and that's all I'm saying.
Okay, and I think we have heard your argument. I'd like to hear from others, please.
You can.
Commissioner Messer.
Thank you, Commissioner Stein. On this topic, I move that we separate the current city attorney into two offices, one, an elected city prosecutor, and two, an appointed civil attorney to be named. The appointed official will be appointed by the mayor and confirmed by council. I further move that the appointed official have minimum qualifications to be determined.
I second that motion.
Okay, can we give us 2 seconds to make sure we've got that motion right so we can read it back to you, and then I'll hand it back to the chair for further discussion. Just want to make sure we get the motion right. Oh, you've got it written out? Even better. Thank you so much. Go ahead, read it again.
Yeah. I move that we separate the current city attorney into two offices, one, an elected city prosecutor, and two, an appointed civil attorney to be named. The appointed official will be appointed by the mayor and confirmed by council. I further move that the appointed official have minimum qualifications for office to be determined.
Could I ask two things?
Yes.
Number one, when will the term of the appointed city attorney expire?
Was briefly thinking about this and would want to hear the opinions of other commissioners. I have two conflicting thoughts. One is we would want this to be, to the best extent possible, a depoliticized position. And that leads me, and that leads me to believe that it shouldn't have a term, because this should be a civil servant that serves that serves any elected official who is elected into office, just like other appointed positions. And this person would serve at the pleasure of a mayor. So if a new mayor comes in, they do have the right to fire this position. Now they would have to take the political consequences of that as well. And they would have to take the current arrangements, which is an appeal to council. So there would be considerations political considerations that a sitting mayor would really need to think seriously about. The other side of the coin is if we time it with the term of the mayor, then of course it's going to be someone that's going to be completely aligned with the policy positions of the mayor, which one can argue they are going to be anyway, and the hope would be that the bureaucracy is going to continue the institutional knowledge rather than the appointed position.
And in your motion, which are you choosing?
That there be no term.
No term at all, so that is yours. The second is this appointed city attorney. Excuse me, thank you. This appointed legislative civil attorney.
Yeah, I didn't name it just because I think we're going to need to discuss.
Are they also going to be responsible for supplying advice to commissions, advice to the council, and advice to other departments?
Yes.
Okay, and that's part of your motion?
Yes.
Good.
Question, so what stops it from, because again, we're talking about change. So one, why can't both positions be elected? Two, why couldn't city council appoint and the mayor confirm? It's a little different than what normally happens. But to me, we're just creating another job. We're not doing anything that's gonna really benefit, from what I'm hearing, from the way that this is configured. We're not really doing anything that's gonna make a difference on the ground. And so, when we talk about roles and responsibilities, I think that's, and qualifications, that's a significant part. And we just can't say, you know, to be determined later, and to be determined by whom? Is it to be determined by us? Is it to be determined by city council? Is it to be determined by the mayor? Who is it to be determined by? I think the easiest way and the simplest way to do this is to have both of those positions be elected positions and not necessarily, and I know that it would be, you know, so what, is that something that's possible? I'm just asking.
I think that given the current issues that we've all been talking about, having someone who's elected that is counsel to commissions and agencies and city council and the mayor, that's challenging because there is an inherent tension, but behind that tension also exists the possibility of city attorneys running for higher office, which we had seen in the last few years. So all of their legal advice could potentially be couched not in the best interest of the city, but in the best interest of their electoral viability, because they will have to run for re-election eventually, regardless of whether or not they seek higher office. So the reason that we bifurcated it in the first place was because the person who gives advice and counsel should be considering the letter of the law, not against the potential that they're considering it against their political viability, which we did not talk about whether or not that is happening, but advocates have talked about how that is a possibility that could happen and has happened in the past. So that's why we did not think that particular position should be elected.
And so, and that makes a lot of sense, but my concern is we have protections for the mayor, we have protections for city council, we have protections for commissions, we don't have protections for the people. And that's what is concerned, that's the only thing that is concerning me, because these people in times past, again, the reason that we are here, even though I was told this is not true, but public comment has kind of substantiated what I already know is true, is because of those leaked tapes. How are we protecting the people? What we have not talked about this entire time is that what economic impact did those racist comments have on the funding and the support of Black communities and programs? We have not discussed that. We have not talked about that. And that is, quite frankly, what is so frustrating to me. Because, and on a much broader level, now that's just specifically speaking about Black people, but I'm talking about the people in general. I want to know if the city attorney, and I could give you specific examples, but you know, it may seem a bit messy, and so I won't. But there are specific examples when people are being advised by the city attorney's office, and they're really just being bullied. It's nothing to do with the law. And so that's what I'm trying to get at, Chair. I'm trying to get at.
And I appreciate that.
That's it, and that's all. Now.
And I think you have made, as with many of these issues, your position crystal clear. And while I don't always agree with your position, I respect you for the positions that you take. and how hard you fight for it. But I would like to move this along, because I think we know this. Unless anybody else wants to speak, before we take up the motion, I'm gonna say that out of the 6 of us, I'm the one that has the most experience on this issue. Because in 1997, if we would have adopted what I think this commission is going to adopt, I would have been the city attorney of Los Angeles because Dick Reardon would have appointed me. That was a no-brainer. And what the LA Times did, they editorialized, well, you know, Stein's close to Reardon, he's the senior policy advisor, and therefore, you know, the mayor has two offices. And all I have to say, you know, 28 years later is they sure as the hell didn't know who Ted Stein was. But I think we have a motion on the floor. We have a second on it, if I'm not mistaken. Unless there's someone else who wishes to speak, I'd like to poll the commission, then move on to council size. Is there anybody who wants to? Okay. Commissioner Mesa?
Sorry, oh, you're voting now, sorry.
Yes,
Is that a
sir.
vote? Okay, sorry.
We're voting on Mr. Messa's.
Can you read the motion again?
What?
Can you read it?
Yes, can you reread it?
Kate's gonna read it for the record.
Motion by Commissioner Meza, seconded by Commissioner Andrades, to separate this current city attorney into 2 offices. 1, the elected city prosecutor, and 2, the appointed civil attorney to be named. The appointed official will be appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the council. Further move that the appointed official have minimum qualifications for the office to be determined. No term limits are included in the motion.
What?
See, I think the difficulty, I want to vote for this motion, but I don't want to vote that the mayor has the ability to appoint. So,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I think they should have been separated because those are 2 different things. I think they should be separated. I don't think they should be together.
There's a motion on the table, sir.
Is there anyone that wants to amend the motion as it is? Or I'll take a vote on that just so it's all clear. Commissioner Thomas has expressed that he wants to amend the motion. Is there a second for Commissioner Thomas's amendment? Sorry, you don't get the vote, but we might be able to arrange it for you. Is there a second for Commissioner Thomas's amendment? Seeing none, that amendment has failed. Now, may we take up the vote on Commissioner Messa's resolution? Did you put a time limit in that?
No term. No term.
No, okay, a time, not term. Time limit on how long this person serves?
No.
So the only way the person doesn't serve is if the mayor, whatever mayor chooses to fire him and then gets confirmation of the city council as the firer.
Correct.
Okay.
Is it too late to go back for their consideration, another conversation?
We've had the public comment on it, so we're
I
gonna.
mean, for you guys to go back.
No,
Because I feel like it gives the mayor too much power.
Okay. Commissioner Messa.
Yes.
I should say Chairman Messa, not Commissioner. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas. And you can't abstain.
Oh, I can.
No, you can't. It's illegal.
I can do whatever I want to do. I just can't include. If it was separate, and I know that motion went nowhere, and I never thought that it would, but I just hope that we would all be ready for the follow-up to the daily, to the Daily News article, that we would all be ready when the Daily News follows up, because there are certain things that I think we have to understand is how we look. So, again, I'm really, really struggling. I don't want to vote for this, but my colleague and commissioner, you know, I have so much respect for him. I am going to do what ranked choice voting would never allow me to do, and that is hold my nose.
We had a
Hold my
candidate I
nose.
supported for office once that was his slogan, hold your nose.
I'm gonna hold my nose. Don't do it. Then no, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Andrades?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes?
Commissioner Stein says yes, so that would be 5-1. All right, the next issue that I would like to take up would be the expansion of city council to be followed by other issues of amending the council meeting schedule, lowering the ages, expand the municipal elections, and somewhere, I don't know where it falls. I don't know, Diego, if it was your committee. The issue has been raised, and we talked about it last week. Maybe it was Chair Melinda's commission, as to the fact of how many signatures you need on a ballot, and is one of the solutions to that.
That was
just increasing by 1 week the time period for considering that. Where do we have this?
This one.
It was mine, yes.
Okay.
And what happened with it in the full, I don't think that we did not talk about it on Wednesday, so whatever the full commission had voted is the current.
Well, we're gonna try to be more specific.
Yes, okay.
Okay, then let's go to the size of council.
Yeah. And if I may, Mr. Chair, we do have the report that came out last week in the committee. I want to point out that the committee forwarded a couple options ahead for this commission to choose from. If this committee narrows down the options, it would be in conflict with proportional ranked choice voting, I believe. So I just wanted to flag that. As just a government bureaucrat here, I hope you narrow down options because they are in conflict with each other, and we can't keep on studying conflicting things. At some point, staff needs direction on a specific format, and I think maybe the chair of that committee would want to speak more.
Sure, so what Justin is alluding to is whatever number this committee settles on, that has implications for proportional ranked choice voting. So proportional ranked choice voting requires a multi-member district of either 3 or 5. So if the number that we settle on is not divisible by 3 or 5, it would render that question moot, and we could not have proportional ranked choice voting.
All right.
You still have ranked choice voting.
You can still have ranked choice voting. They're
Yes.
different, as you might remember.
What?
But if we're moving that forward, shouldn't we also talk about what that number would be? So, or could you?
I'm gonna try to get an exact number out of this commission today.
Could you recommend an exact number for proportional ranked choice?
Yeah, so for 5 people in the same district, it would be 25. For 3 people in the same district with 9 districts, it would be 27. And then if you wanted the burrowing method where there were single member districts, and then some districts overlapped with a regional representative, that was what the LA Governance Reform Project recommended, that would be 25 with 5 regional and 20 single member, which is not proportional but related.
So the next question, in terms of special districts, like special districts drawn for certain demographics, i.e. Black, i.e. API, does that accommodate the possibility
So
of that?
when we discussed this, we decided to move forward again with the range of 23, I think, to 31, and we didn't recommend any specific voting and districting. But although staff cannot make maps, what they had given to us in terms of plurality districts, so when 2 racial minorities are in the same district and might vote together, and then where one minority district has full power, that range would be in the 23 to 31, as several
And did that
advocates had
include
said.
any
I'm just trying to-
districts or not?
I think 23 includes a multi-district where it'd be plurality voting between Latino and Asian communities around Koreatown and other districts.
So when you say when minority groups are voting together, you're talking about API and Latino?
Yeah, so to form a majority minority at 23 and throughout the range, several of the districts would have to combine two different ethnic groups to beat out like white voters, basically. Which in LA is studied, I study this at USC, which in LA is totally fine most of the time. There's not a ton of racial polarized voting where like Asians and black voters or Asians and Latino voters vote separately. So it's not a big issue, but it just means that like if the Asian community wanted one and the black community wanted another or whatever other group is there, it would be slightly challenging, but it'd be better than if, in terms of the VRA of a white group had a majority.
I'll ask my commissioners, do any of you need a staff report, or do we feel that we have a thorough understanding of what the options are? It could be less than the 23, it could be more than the 31, but do we need a staff report on that? Does anybody wish to have a staff presentation? Seeing a bunch of heads going no, we will move forward then to a discussion of the commission. Perhaps we should take up where the commission is on multi-districts, or whatever the proper nomenclature is for that, and see if the commission's recommendation will be for multi-districts or if it will all be single districts, and whatever number that we're adding will be the additional single districts. From staff's point of view, they will have to make this will be for whoever's motion it is, the appropriate changes in the charter for what it takes to override, a mayor's veto, there's more complications than just simply we're gonna expand this from 15 to X, whatever that is, but that's your problem and not ours.
Yeah, and I'll just say, the change going to take this as a pro or con, this is just how it is. The change from going, increasing the number of council members within, the charter is small. When it talks about overriding the veto, it doesn't often, I don't think it gives a number saying that the council has to have 10 votes. It gives a percentage. So so you only have to change the number really a couple of times throughout the charter. If you change the structure to multi-member districts or one of the other formats, then there will be potential for other changes throughout the charter. So it does make it more complicated. Just stating the fact. There are other things that this commission is doing that's going to make things complicated, and that's fine. That's what your choices are, and we're here to help you. But just changing into single-member districts increases the number. But I do beg this committee to make a decision between the two and not just move forward with both.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask. So if, and maybe you can answer this, which of the two maximizes the possibility of representation from low-income people of color? Which of the two?
That's pretty much up to a demographer how they define these districts, which is
which is why
redistricting.
It can be us because you can always use you don't have to be a demographer to understand what numbers mean.
I can give you one benefit, but I can't give you the what is the case.
Yeah,
political scientists disagree about whether or not multi-member districts is the solution. We've had a lot that agree that have spoken to the committee, but the one benefit is that in LA, a lot of the minority groups don't live in the same localized place.
Right.
So if you have a multiple member district, even if someone lives on the far side and someone lives on the bottom, in a single member district, they would be probably drawn separately, but in a multi-member district, those sporadic, the spread out ethnic groups could still vote in block and elect a candidate of choice. So the benefit is that like if Asian Americans aren't localized to Koreatown and a multi-member districts include Koreatown, then people in other parts of the city in that district would still be able to join with their community. The same is true for other ethnic groups. It's just it's Asian
And so
Americans
that is
are
the
hard to
single,
draw for.
which
That is the
multi-
multi-member district.
multi-member
Yes.
district.
The single district though is also beneficial because then you could hyper fixate on which minority group you want to have electoral power. So in terms of the VRA and the California Voters' Choice Act, some people think that that's opportune. So it really just depends on what your thinking is, because political scientists are more or less split on that.
Okay, let's take the second one first if we could. Does the commission want to add or not add multi-member districts? Discussion. Seeing no discussion, is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll motion to move forward with multi-member districts for consideration, yes.
Is there a second, Commissioner Andrade? That motion fails for lack of a second.
I'll second it.
Oh, Jesus. It wasn't directed. It wasn't directed at you.
I don't care.
No, I know.
You know I got clapbacks anyway.
I know you don't care. But you and I have the ability normally to speak right up, and when you're silent,
I'm trying to give other people the opportunity.
Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner Andrade, second by Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you.
To have multi-member districts. Poll the commission.
Yes.
Oh, good, I don't have to call it out, but I'm gonna start with Chair Mesa. I have this little order here I'm supposed to do.
No.
Commissioner Murray.
No.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Andrade.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
No?
Commissioner Stein votes no. That's defeated 4-2. So therefore, wish we had a city attorney. Do I have to do the reverse?
No,
And
you do need to, though, go on to council size. I think you still have before you the topic of council size.
Right.
Yeah.
We're doing this first.
Yeah, so
Okay.
you've pushed off by 2 to 4, multi-member districts is not moving forward. I would ask if, it sounds like council size will expand, and you will do a vote to that. If that happens, then there is a third vote to nullify proportional ranked choice voting, because those do conflict. Does that make sense? Correct, Commissioner Hernandez?
Not to my simple brain.
I think,
again.
sorry, so.
Let's go on to council size and deal with that after.
Okay, yes. Motion would be great.
All right. So that motion's been defeated, so do I need a subsequent motion, Mr. City Attorney, since they are not here, to say that we affirmatively are eliminating multi-district?
You can, absolutely, you can do so. You can
Is
do
there
so.
a motion to affirmatively, what's the word, deny the inclusion of multi-districts within our discussion now of council size?
Oh, wait a minute.
Maybe just to make
We're
it,
just doing the reverse of what we did before, to say it in a positive way.
maybe just to make it clear, we are only recommending the expansion of single member districts.
Yeah, I think you can couch that motion, and if you attach a number to that, that'd be great too.
Is there a second to that motion?
Can you repeat that?
I mean, I thought we already did it, but.
No, it's the same vote, but just putting it on the record in that way, in the affirmative.
That we are only.
But that still doesn't mean that the full commission has to agree.
Obviously,
Okay.
anything that we do, the full commission can override us. Could you repeat the motion, please?
That we are only recommending the expansion of single member districts.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Poll the commission. Commissioner Mesa?
Yes.
Chairman Mesa?
Yes.
Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
No.
Commissioner Andrade?
No.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Stein votes yes, so that has been adopted. Now, just checking the time before we recess for lunch at 12:30. Let's start, well, I'm gonna ask commissioners. Do you prefer that we start the discussion of the number of districts to be established? Or that we take our lunch break, cut it short by 10 minutes because we originally were 12:30 to 1, so we would go 12:20 to 12:50. And then just...
Let's do it.
Which way?
Let's keep on going.
Keep on going? Any objections? No. Okay. All right. Next discussion is the number of council persons that should comprise the city council.
I can speak on this to start off. I think looking at the demographics of the city of Los Angeles and how lacking the current size of city council is, my committee was intentional in the range that we chose. We felt as though 23 was the floor baseline to ensure that a sufficient number of minority groups would have the ability to elect a candidate of choice. 31 was the ceiling, but I will also point out that the LA Governance Reform Project did notify, or in their report, they did some polling, and you have a good amount of support among likely voters towards the bottom, but the higher up in the range you go, once you hit around 27, support falls off. But I think I prefer 23 to 25 because it would maximize the amount of Latino, Asian, and Black districts that would get to have a candidate of choice either by their own, through their own majority group or through some kind of plurality system that the independent redistricting commission would have to set up in the future.
Commissioner Mesa. Chairman Mesa, I can't get it in my head, sorry.
I move that we expand city council to 23 seats.
Second.
Any further discussion? There's a motion and a second, but is there any further discussion on the number 23?
My discussion, of course, is, so do you capture those minority groups at 23 or at 25? I mean, how do you capture more minority?
I mean, the higher you go, the more you capture it, but 25 is sufficient where you do capture a lot more than we see. The staff report lays it out in brief, but 23 is where you start to see positive gains, so that's why we settled on that as the floor line. So I mean, I would be comfortable with 23.
So let's, I mean, I know there's a motion on the floor, but if ultimately city council has to approve this, so if we're starting at the floor, it really doesn't give any wiggle room. So if somebody says, but if you start with 25, then you can make the argument that it will maximize the number of minority voices. And 23, maybe not so much if I'm hearing it correctly. And there is, you can do it however you want, but that just, yes. Do you want to say something?
No, we're deliberating. This is outside of public comment, please. Thank you.
So, well, we already know how this is gonna go anyway, so I'm saying, could you amend your motion to say 25? Or are you just locked in at 23? I mean, could you expand it to 25? And then if city council, if we send it forward and city council wants it to be 23, then let that be their responsibility.
Well, the city, just to comment on that, the obvious. Since city council gets to review all of the recommendations of the commission, city council can recommend 0 expansion.
Oh, I know.
Okay. In that same way, if there are 8 members that are in favor of 25 or 27, 31, take your pick, they can also do that. We're sending them our best recommendation, and then they, in their wisdom, will have the say on that. And I believe it goes to the mayor too, that she has the opportunity to veto some of our actions. As I remember the resolution itself.
That is correct.
No,
The city attorney couldn't say that.
okay. So
Well, if it does,
is that a motion to change the 25?
that would be a motion to change it to 25. If that's,
Okay.
if that's,
It would require a second, it's not
So,
I'll second it for consistency. I don't think it's gonna pass, but I will second it for
right, you know. So, and if this motion does not pass, I want to say for the record that it has been made clear that we are not stretching to include the voices of underrepresented people. So that has to be a part of it, because that has to be a part. If we are trying to maximize the voices of the people, if we understand that it doesn't happen at 23, we know that it happens at 25, that's my justification for making the motion. And so we can make this motion in this room today, but I want us to understand clearly, because it seems like we forget. It seems like we forget in terms of why we are here. And so I don't think there's a big difference just adding 3. 2, that's just 2 more. So that's what I have to say on the motion.
Not to prolong this, I respectfully disagree with your characterization of that we're not trying to hear unheard voices that haven't.
I didn't say that, Commissioner Stein. I said if we understand what our brilliant colleague has said.
Here we go.
Very brilliant.
He was brilliant a minute ago. Before this, you know. If we understand, and that's why I asked the question. I asked the question because I wanted to be clear. I don't want anybody to say that they didn't know. And he answered the question. He said the closer we get to 25, I don't want to go to 27 because then that means that it drops. So I'm listening to what he's saying. If we want to maximize the voices of the people of LA, the underrepresented voices, then if he has told us that that threshold is 25, I am recommending 25. And I'm just curious as to why that's a problem. You know, I'm just curious. I'm not saying anything other than that. If he is saying that the threshold to maximize the voice is 25, and we're saying 23.
That's
But
not what
he's
he
going to be
said.
a Supreme Court justice.
That's not what he said, to be accurate.
I was just saying that 25 would give you some more than 23, but
that is what you're saying.
James, let's cut to the chase. Is there a motion to go to 20? Is there a motion and a second?
Yes.
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 To go to 25?
Yes.
What happened to the first one?
I'm going to come back to that motion in a moment. Is there a motion and a second?
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa?
No.
Commissioner Murray? Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Andrade?
yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
No.
Commissioner Stein votes no. That motion is defeated. Now we're going to. Now what we
I'm just
have-
telling you, be ready for the daily news. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
We're all big men and women. We can take what the Daily News has to say.
I don't think we can.
Okay.
I don't think we can.
Now we have Chairman Mesa's motion on the floor. I'm going to give a dissenting opinion, fully knowing that I'm going to be outvoted on this. I don't think that we have studied the economics of this at all, of what it would cost to expand to 23. In addition to that, I don't think that we have really examined and know that if you have additional members, that's going to improve constituent services. I mean, and yours is sort of bifurcated, Commissioner Thomas. One, for those who don't have a voice to speak for themselves. And the other is related to it, of whether or not a larger council will be more responsive. And that's why my number, knowing I'll be outvoted, is 2. And then to have the next charter commission, which I hope that we will establish somewhere today or next Saturday, will be required to meet every 5 years. And we see whether or not, when we talk to people, when we have public comment, fortunately not the 12 of us, 13 of us, that when we have public comment, we'll see if the public thinks if it did a damn bit of difference or not. If it did, perhaps then we expand it further. If it didn't, then perhaps we may have not made the wisest decision. So that's just my caveat for my vote, is to expand it by 2. So when I vote no on the motion of the chair, it's not that I don't want to expand council, I'm just more, perhaps as a traditionalist, want to see if it works and what it costs. And I want to give a shout out to Commissioner Yap, who's not here. He and I have talked, and he truly believes the cost should not be the most important thing, but representation, as Commissioner Thomas has stated, and that to get more voices into the discussion and more representation, he probably would be on that side of it rather than on my side of it. So I just want to put that out.
Well, I will say, you know, I'm not pleased with the 23. I want the 25.
But you better not vote against it, because if you do, we may be down to my number.
Hey, don't think I won't. And I think it's important to make this statement. When I'm talking about underrepresented communities of color, low-income communities of color, I'm not necessarily saying that the person has to be within a particular racial group. Because what we are finding is that if you ever want to be mistreated, if you ever want your rights stripped from you, usually it's the person that looks just like you. It's a concept I'm developing called the breaking the mirror ceiling, where the person who's holding you back looks just like you. So people are being deployed and put in positions of power to rob us from our progress. And it becomes difficult for us to push back against it, because what is said by the people who are not people of color, well, that's another people of color, that's another person of color, as if we're a monolith. And so, and I just want to point out, y'all, the way these votes are faring out, it just don't feel right to me. I'm just being honest. The way this ad hoc committee, we have one chair that's missing, who just happens to be an Asian woman. And so, you know, at the end of the day, I think she should have been here. I think she should have been on this commission. Can't do anything about that now, I don't guess. But I must say that the way that she has been treated is not fair. I'm not talking about you.
Where is she? Why is she not here?
Because she wasn't selected to sit on the committee. So I'm just saying, if she was on this committee, this would turn out differently.
And what if you were the one that wasn't on the committee?
It wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered. No, it wouldn't have mattered. But why does it have to be the 2 people of color that got to get off the committee?
There's only one of me.
Okay.
There's only one white.
But y'all run the world, so you don't need to be represented. You're overrepresented because you run the world. So I'm not even talking about. The thing is that what I'm saying is, this commission has consistently done things that are a slap in the face to people of color. And I'm not going to ignore it. And I'm not going to act like it's not happening. Consistently have done things that slap people of color in the face, while at the same time talking about diversity.
Okay.
So y'all vote however y'all want to vote, and we'll leave this argument for another day.
Ma'am, you're out of order. This is a commission discussion at this point. Public comment is passed.
You can call for the vote. I'm voting.
There is a motion by Chair Mesa, and there has been a second by
Commissioner Hernandez.
Who?
Murray, I'm sorry, Commissioner Murray.
Commissioner Murray.
On 23.
If there aren't any other comments, I will poll the commission on the number of 23.
Yes.
Are you making your motion for the two?
No.
No,
Oh.
we voted on that one. Commissioner Mesa?
Yes.
Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas? Can be hard being squeezed, huh?
No, I'm not being squeezed, because y'all think y'all have seen the best of me.
No, but I'm saying, the alternative could be my motion of 2.
Yeah,
No.
I'm gonna vote no.
Fine. Commissioner Andrades?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Stein, no. For the reasons that I've stated. Okay, that was 4 to 2?
4 to 2. And if we can have one more motion to repeal number 2 on proportional.
I'm sorry, I was distracted.
We do. You've given us 2 different. You've given us. Yeah. We can do it off recess.
Okay.
Let's do it off recess.
We are in recess. It is now 12:36, and we will reconvene at 1:06. Thank you.
Now that this is not officially a Brown Act meeting, they can all go eat lunch together and talk about everything else they're gonna be voting on today. I hope they won't do that and they'll show respect to this process. But just to be clear, legally, they can all huddle up behind closed doors and hash things out.
But it's been almost, for all of them, both mayoral and governor.
I'm planning the debate for the gubernatorial. Oh my god. There's one today. I'm planning the debate, the APCs, but there's one today, it's like by USC, but no Republican was invited. They didn't invite me.
No.
And they're polling, which is just controversial. I'm doing the one on
Oh, they did though.
Let's ask Ted.
He's not listening, then he needs to release that letter. Look at the letter from Board of Public Works.
Why? I mean, it's actually impressive.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's something, we gotta keep this stuff turning. I just want to at this point.
It has some thoughts. It has I just think the public works one. You got it. Like, I was wondering, it has a board, as a structure. So now we're gonna go.
No test against anything. He doesn't want them to be voted on. Oh, wait.
I'm gonna jump you when you get home. Tell us about it.
All right, I gotta read a letter from Public Works and then start this meeting up.
Let you talk.
All trying to get out. How are they trying to get out? They do so by pushing others down. So that is the concept.
We call it passive embarrassment.
Same thing, so it's, so that nobody has a term, you were trying to find a term.
I mean, I would say,
Well, the sad part is that, and they get
I'm
paid.
just giving you some.
I know, and they get paid to do it.
I mean,
That's the sad part.
that is partially why I tell
They
people.
don't do it because they hate their people, they do it because they're paid to.
I mean, because the concept itself is just and if I get paid to do it.
They're just scared, and they're being extra ashamed.
You know what? Maybe that was, maybe it was what I started with, and I changed to this.
Yes.
So while we're waiting, I just want to think aloud about the proposal the other meeting to raise the threshold for the matching funds program. We actually used to require an extra 500 signatures for people to qualify, and we helped persuade many of us in this room, Commissioner Murray and the Ethics Commission, to lower that threshold. That is something that has achieved monumentous change in this city hall, allowed for more competitive elections. We went from 2 women on the council to a majority, electing progressives, and now the commission is entertaining raising that threshold. Why? Really wild, especially because Commissioner Mesa said that 1,500 signatures is not that much.
It isn't.
That's a hell of a lot.
Trying to get 100 signatures of people on.
Do you know he finished in 15th place? Got 1% of the vote?
Well, he did better
Only
than
raised
me.
$65,000 and we're not allowed him to qualify for matching funds? Somebody walked in through a wide open door, close it behind.
I'm ready. I paid $600 just so black people could be heard in the valley.
Yeah, but didn't you have to?
Okay.
All right,
It's not about any individual commissioner. Can we get on with this discussion?
let's go on to our next non-controversial item that we can take,
Sure, just
get done in 1 second. Let's talk about the controller's office.
call to order and do roll call.
And we were called to order.
We will do roll call to ensure that all of our minds are here theoretically. Okay, Commissioner Murray.
Present.
Chairman Reza.
Present.
Commissioner Thomas.
Present.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Present.
Commissioner Andrades.
Present.
And I am present. So we have all 6 of us. And the next item that I would like to take is that of the recommendations regarding the controller. I know some of them are early in the sense of we still have the CFO position we're going to talk about, and what happens in the controller affects the CFO, but I think the easiest way is to try to go through the controller's recommendations first and then move on to the other at the appropriate time, I believe. That's in the infrastructure section, if I'm not mistaken, rather than in the government structure. Okay. The Commissioner Andrade, is there anything for your subcommittee to report?
No, staff prepared a memo that talks about this, but my subcommittee did not have a recommendation on the controller. We were waiting for to see what happened with Martins, and then there just wasn't enough time to put it on the agenda this week.
Okay. Since it's a little more detailed than some of the others, like ranked choice voting, where we have heard so much about it. We have heard about the controllers, but there's so many different versions of what people have addressed this. Does staff want to do a short report on recommendations that we have for the controller's office?
Sure. Yes, I think everyone has that memo. My colleague Kate, who took lead on this, is gonna talk a little bit more about what we have.
Yeah, so we prepared a memo expanding on a few of the recommendations that the controller had put forth in his letter. So we provided a little bit more information on what other cities have in their charters for establishing minimum budget allocations for city controllers and then other similar oversight roles, such as a public advocate or a comptroller. So we provided a couple more examples from New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, and San Francisco. Additionally, we provided a couple of options for establishing a controller minimum budget allocation. So the first option would be to establish a percentage baseline. So you could add something in the charter specifying a specific amount of the general fund that the controller's office would be allocated every year. The city controller, Kenneth Mejia, proposed in their letter a specific amount. In our staff report, we talked about not less than 0.29% of the general fund because that's the current allocated budget for the controller's office. You could also establish a baseline year. That's another option. So you could pick a specific number starting in, well, our report says starting in fiscal year 2025-2026. And then you could also establish a general allocation requirement based on the needs and a process for challenging appropriations. Or you could also establish additional measures of budget independence where you're not specifying a specific amount. And then in terms of the recommendation on requiring minimum qualifications for the charter, so we did some research on other cities, and most other cities do not, in their city charter, specify specific requirements for a controller. Some cities have this listed in municipal or administrative code. So you could either choose to put minimum qualifications for the city controller within the charter, or you could choose to not put them in the charter, and I guess you could recommend to city council to recommend they place that in admin code. And then we also just did provide a little bit more context on the controller's authority to audit all city programs. So there's a little bit more background about the federal court case, LA Alliance for Human Rights versus the City of Los Angeles, and we linked to the transcripts from some of the hearings which outline the disagreement between the city controller's office and the CAO who was testifying on behalf of the mayor. So we just included the recommendation that the controller outlined in his original letter to clarify this audit authority as the other option. And then the government powers report outlines more of the roles of the CFO, which were also talked about in Kenneth Mejia's letter, but it sounds like you're gonna be discussing separately. So we only discussed those, I believe, 3 recommendations in this memo.
Now, he did mention 3 cities, and when he came here, I asked him, the 3 cities that he mentioned that has the kind of figuration that he is proposing, I asked him, how are those cities compared to Los Angeles in terms of debt? And he said those cities are doing much better. And so, I think that's an important part of what he's trying to get at with these reforms that he's recommending, is that we are in a tremendous amount of debt. And the way that we are deciding to deal with that debt is not helpful, especially given the fact that these are tax dollars that are being used. We should be a little bit more watchful in terms of how that money is spent.
Comments?
The only thing that I'll say on the controller's recommendations are, we had asked staff to conduct a lot of research about specifically the CFO proposal, and what kept coming back to us was, although there is a lot of support both in the controller's office and the general public, typically in the private sector, the person who is the CFO should not also have auditing authority. Staff clarified that we can't just designate the controller as the CFO because there are other responsibilities that come with that title. Some are housed in CAO's office, some are housed in the finance office. It's across the city government. So we would both have to move those with the CFO title, and even if we didn't, just the optics of a CFO having the ability to audit their own projections is improper, and in the private sector would be completely unethical. In New York, because you had talked about New York who does this, they have an inspector general. So our controller is filling an IG-esque role, so I don't think it's proper to compare ourselves to a lot of other cities who actually have the auditing authority separate from the person who acts as the quasi-CFO.
Chair Messa.
Commissioner Stein, I took a stab at providing a motion that I worked on over the last 2 days, but I want to just talk about it before I go through it. One is that based on the discussions I've heard in the various committees, both in government structure and in planning and infrastructure, which has also talked about potential CFO relative to the implementation of the CIP. I have not heard in any of the discussions that we've had in the committees and the full commission anyone question that the CFO should be the watchdog and should be obviously have the auditing authority that they currently have. That to me, I've never heard raised any disagreement with that. As was mentioned, we've been talking about a CFO in different sort of committees. And we've said that, this is something that the full commission is going to have to resolve. And one area where we haven't took an eye on, but I know that there are commissioners who want to, is the construction of the CAO and how that either will intersect or not intersect or be completely changed as a result of having a CFO. I did hear the committee members' concerns in government structure on where exactly a CFO will be placed. So I'm gonna read through the motion and then be happy to have discussion. But what the motion does is basically convey that the discussion of the CFO needs to continue because we're not there yet, and it needs to be continued at the full commission. Enshrine actually all except one of the recommendations that the controller has put forward, and the recommendation that does not is that the controller should be the designated CFO. So it's a little lengthy, but I'll read it. I move to have no changes in the current duties of the controller except if they are required with the creation of a new chief financial officer to be determined by the full commission. 2, I further move that the office of the controller shall receive an annual appropriation from the council at a fixed percentage of the general fund to be determined by the full commission. I'm just going to pause there and also say that the controller has put forward a number, which I think is a fine number if all the duties remain as is. But that's why I put to be determined by the full commission. 3, I further move that the city controller shall have the following minimum qualifications. And then these are pulled out directly from the controller's recommendations, but to have a baccalaureate degree from an accredited college or university in accounting, business administration, finance, or closely related field, or a professional certification in accounting or finance related field, and 5 years of verifiable full-time experience in finance, accounting, business, administration, audit, or related fields. 4, I further move that the controller's audit authority be clarified to include performance audits of all city programs, including those under elected officials, elected offices and instruct staff to include safeguards in the use of this authority. 5, I further move that the controller shall have the authority to hire outside legal counsel. 6, I further move that the controller's fraud, waste, and abuse functions be enshrined in the charter. 7, I further move that the controller is not designated as the city's chief financial officer. 8, I further move that the staff develop models for the creation of a new chief financial officer that is responsible for the financial health of the city, long-term financial planning, and other duties. Just for the public, especially those listening on Zoom, again, what this is approves 5 of the 6 recommendations that the controller has provided. And for the pending recommendation, continue that discussion at the full commission.
Can I just ask a question for clarification? So, I mean, we did prepare a report for today where we have an analysis of CFO functions in LA and other cities. Did you want us to further elaborate on that, or is there specific guidance there?
I would.
I was planning to take that up as a separate item to go over the CFO duties and responsibilities. I joined with Chair Mesa of what he's proposed, with the exception of trying to see how, if the controller fits into the CIP program, or if the controller, where he gets into the CFO program. But I think these are well thought out motions that he's making, and Commissioner Thomas has whispered in my ear that he would like to see the CFO part. So if there's a staff discussion of that, Max, quickly, because we're going to have a full discussion on the CFO, but just how it relates to the controller's function, that would be useful.
Sure. So just what is a CFO? So under general direction from the mayor and council, a chief financial officer plans, directs, manages, and evaluates the activities of a city's fiscal operation. This can include everything from developing the city's budget and managing public funds to setting controls to prevent fraud, waste, and abuse, and overseeing audits for spendings and programs. They can also advise city leadership on financial impacts for certain policy decisions. In many large cities, these functions are often distributed among several offices and departments. Also in our analysis of COO, there's basically kind of levels to these.
COO, but you mean CFO.
Well, CFO and COO. So there's sort of a model like Phoenix has, where they have a city manager system, and the city manager is essentially the CFO, the COO. The only thing they're not is the auditor, so that's a separate office. Portland, Oregon, that's been brought up, that recently did charter reform. As part of that charter reform, they created a city administrator. Similar there. So the city administrator is the COO and the CFO of the city. So all these functions are sort of centralized into one group. But if we look at other large cities, so for example, in New York, you have an elected comptroller, that's sort of the equivalent of our city controller, that acts as the fiscal watchdog, and they oversee contracts. But paymaster functions, which in LA, the controller does. In New York, those are housed in the Office of Payroll Administration. And also many other CFO functions in New York City are in the mayor's office. And so just jumping to LA, so we have an elected city controller who acts as the paymaster as well as the city's financial watchdog. And they can perform audits and report back the results. And they also provide revenue forecasts. And then we have a CAO that helps the mayor prepare budget, advise on the city's financial policy, and they also do revenue projections and perform risk management for the city. And then we have other departments like the Department of Finance that does revenue collection and issues and manages debt in coordination with the CAO. We have the Bureau of Contract Administration that is within the Department of Public Works that manages contracts. So our functions are really spread around different departments. And so, looking at those charts of the different cities, you can we've tried to identify the key functions of a CFO and how those are distributed. So when we're talking about, creating a CFO, it's really talking about how do we want to distribute those functions.
And so my question is also about the educational requirements for an elected, while I can understand that in concept, but who determines whether or not somebody meets the minimum qualifications?
I was having that same question. There are a couple of different ways of approaching it. Whoever determines the other qualifications for candidates will likely be that person. So somebody who's running for city council, they have to prove that they live in the council district. So whoever does that might be
So someone who doesn't, so most very wealthy people who have their own businesses, many of them, if they graduated from college, they graduated with C averages. A lot of millionaires, but that doesn't mean that they can't manage money. And so while I understand the need for not having someone who is not qualified to have that function, I think we have to be careful of the potential for more gatekeeping than we currently have. And more gatekeeping than we currently have. And so that's why that's why I think that some of these things have to be broken up as separate motions. Because as opposed to just, I think some of them can all go together, but I think some of them have to be broken up because there are pieces of it that needs to be teased out and to be really discussed. And I just have never heard of an educational requirement for running for political office. And even if we look at some of the people who have held office, even city council, some of them have not had college degrees. And so it doesn't mean that they were bad leaders. And so again, we want to broaden the options for folks. That's why we're trying to expand city council. That's why we're, so we want to broaden it, and so I get what he is saying, absolutely. And maybe there's a way that you can prove your competency without a standardized test, because that's problematic too.
And that's why we have the further example in here from the city of Long Beach that doesn't have the same exact language. It definitely, I think it doesn't include the educational, hold a bachelorette. It does not include that. It just says shall be licensed to practice as a CPA in the state of California, has been certified at least for 5, which is basically copy paste what it says for the city attorney, but put California Bar Association.
And the other city, other large American cities we looked at, none of them have, requirements for being the fiscal watchdog role. So, and it's important to distinguish between that fiscal watchdog role and a CFO roles, because those are not mutually exclusive.
So who would be the fiscal watchdog then?
Well,
CFO, bro.
Well, that's kind of what Chairman Mejia was talking about. And Commissioner Andrade says, usually those are separate. So, you'll have a person who's in charge of all the city's financial operations, and you'll have an outside person that's in charge of auditing them, right? Because there can be perceived to be a conflict. One city where the CFO is also the fiscal watchdog is San Francisco. But San Francisco, they're not elected, they're appointed and serve a term. So, but like Phoenix, for example, right, that city that has, everything's concentrated in the manager, the one thing that's not in the manager is that fiscal watchdog role, which is a separate office.
And still, in most of these models, a separate CFO still has internal safeguards and doing their own internal kind of audits, but the official city audit would be done by, in this model, it sounds like, the city controller, who has additional. So I think you're in other words, you might have multiple watchdogs making sure that things are being watched. Doesn't sound bad.
Commissioner Thomas, were there other things in Chairman Messa's, I won't say a motion yet, but Chairman Messa's recommendations that you object to or want to pull out and have a further discussion on?
Well, I guess my question would be, so who would, if in the case of a CFO, who would the controller, who would he report to or she report to? I mean, who is the, I mean, is this CFO, because they're appointed by the mayor. And so the notion would be that if there isn't this set in stone watchdog responsibility, then who then would this elected official be answering to? And I think that is one of the, I think that's one of the philosophical issues that is difficult to get around, because I don't think it's appropriate for an elected official to necessarily report to someone who is appointed by the mayor. I don't know if that's the way that line is going, but I thought I heard him say that, something similar to that.
That's not the way the line is going. The controller would still be an elected city position that reports to the voters only. What this is saying is that we haven't had the discussion on the CFO yet, and so that's why until that discussion takes place, all the authorities and that the controller currently has would remain with the controller. But there is the distinction that the controller is not designated as a CFO because of the concerns that were raised of the conflicts that could create.
I don't know if this makes it better, Commissioner Thomas, or not, but I think the concept that we're going to discuss with the CFO is that neither the CAO, who wants to be the CFO, and neither the controller, who wants to be the CAO, neither one of those will be the CFO. The CFO will be a separate person. And my reason for supporting Chair Messas as strongly is we all can disagree with how we got there, but the city's finances are as screwed up as you can get. The budget deficit that we have this year, I don't think is going to be much better next year, and in fact could be worse. And so I believe in a strong mayor form of government. And if we're going to hold he or she who happens to be the mayor, give her the power for the CFO of appointing it, and then hold the mayor responsible if it in fact doesn't work out. I mean, I have a favorite phrase I've said a million times: if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This one's broke, and desperately needs fixing, because there's so many services that constituents don't get because we kick the road, excuse me, down the can so much, kick the can down the road so much that we really don't make those hard decisions of what has to be done. And I think a CFO could go a long way with that, especially if the CFO is an independent position. And I know the arguments have appointed it, but if we're gonna have a strong mayor, and I may be in a minority that really thinks it should be a strong mayor type of system, but if we're gonna have a strong mayor, empower that person to either make the city better for us to live in, or if it becomes worse, we all know what we can do in order to make sure that that person will be gone and the CFO will be gone. Because if it's the mayor's appointment, I can't imagine if you become mayor, you want to inherit somebody else's CFO. You want to bring in your own CFO and to be judged by the voters. You can make a these the mayor does.
No, I couldn't. Trust me. but I will say this, in our committee, we were presented, People's Budget LA presented to us. And People's Budget LA showed us a budget, a participatory model of budgeting that included over 60,000 residents of Los Angeles. And they laid out the kinds of things that they wanted to see. Now, what is problematic about this is you all probably don't know about it, which was why they should have presented to the full commission. And I'm going to say it again. No Black-led organization has presented to the full commission. Only the committees. And so therefore we can be on different pages. And so what they suggested, their recommendation with regards to budgeting, is that the people's budget, in other words, what the people want to see funded, is juxtaposed to the mayor's recommended budget. And they work together to find synergy around the things that are important to the people. Because again, we have had a budget process. And I'm still listening for how does this, without just a wing and a prayer, how does this impact the voters, the residents of Los Angeles? How does this, now I happen to know the controller. So I know the kind of integrity that he has. So I'm not concerned about him. I'm concerned about who comes after. And so because they reported in our committee, I don't think that got to the folks that were the other committee that was dealing with the budget. And I think it needs to be included, because I don't think that there has been such a large collection of data where Angelenos are being asked, what do you want the budget to look like? And what is interesting is that this budget has been presented to the mayor at least 3 times and presented to city council at least once, ceremonially. If the mayor had listened to People's Budget LA when they presented to her and the people said that more money needed to be put into into the fire department, we may not have been where we are today with Palisades and the Altadena fires. And so, and I think it's also important to note, there was someone who participated in public comment that talked about, the fact that there is corruption in LAPD. But she said basically, and I'm paraphrasing, that the corruption in the fire department makes LAPD look like choir boys and choir girls. And so, and I know this to be true. And it all can be solved with the budget. And so when we're talking about a watchdog, and we're going to get to the CFO, but it's just very important that we do this work through the lens of the people. I'm going to continue to beat that drum. Through the lens of the people. And so the budgeting process should be participatory. Ray, if you read my application, I talked about participatory budgeting. That's something that we have not talked about except for public comment and these groups that have come in that have presented to only one committee. But I think when we think about budgeting, we also need to connect it to a participatory process, because some of these things go away when we find a way to incorporate the people. And you know, I was late to lunch because a lot of people here just don't feel like their voices are being heard even in this process, but certainly, and their voices have been heard more in this process than they do at City Hall. And so I'm not saying we have to do it today, you know, but I think we need to think, when we're talking about budgeting, I think we need to think long and hard. How do we incorporate the voices of the people? Now, one of the recommendations that was made by People's Budget LA is that it be outside of City Hall, but it be in partnership. So there's transparency in terms of what is happening. There is funding around that, so that when this budget of the people comes forward, there's something to compare it to.
Any other commissioner want to speak to what I believe will be a motion by Chair Mesa on the issue before us?
May I? Oh, you can go first, Commissioner
Christina,
Sanchez.
you haven't spoken.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I do have a question in reference to the authority to hire outside legal counsel, as that's also been an issue for ethics and other departments, and I'd like to hear a little bit more about that, please.
Yeah, I think a number of people, both in the commission and the public, have noticed that outside legal counsel has been asked for by just about every department that has submitted a recommendation,
including us.
Maybe they should all use APCs.
You know, unfortunately, I think that may say a lot about the previous topic, what we just discussed, which was like the city attorney. However, I do think there is an argument for, you know, ethics was dealt with Measure ER that was passed by the voters in 2024, so I think they have a mechanism that's already in place. If we believe the controller is the watchdog and should be an independent watchdog, then I believe that's one of the reasons why I've supported this protection. Is to allow them to exercise that authority in case there are any problems in the future where the current structure would prevent them.
And what about the floor and ceiling on their budget? Which obviously we could set a floor, but the department, the council is the one who will set the.
What I appreciated about the controller's recommendation compared to the ethics commission is that they put forward a percentage. And we will determine what that percentage is. Like I said, if all the duties remain the same, I would support the controller's recommendation in his most recent letter. But what I appreciate about the percentage is that as the city's budget fluctuates, then they are taking their fair share of the growth or the reduction in the budget. You compare that to what ethics propose, which is to have a flat line. I do disagree with it because it doesn't take into account what happens. Still, it's a protected budget, which is extremely unique in the charter.
Could I say one? The only thing, in addition to the CFO function, will not go to the controller nor to the CAO. On giving them the right for outside counsel. Because I agree with you, I don't think that we've had a recommendation yet from any department that wants outside counsel, that doesn't want outside counsel. And in some ways, I look at that as you said, not trying to be repetitive, is
I got it from you though. What? I got it from you because it's true.
Yeah, but the people that you get it from, you gotta be careful about. But should we, I'm only throwing this up, should we wait till we see what the city attorney does under our new proposal to see whether or not the controller really needs the outside counsel? Because even the airport, the port, which I've been privileged to chair, we use city attorneys. They did a great job. Never had a problem in the world. So I just wonder how much of it is based upon the controller actually needing it, or the dissatisfaction of the controller's office in what they're being given in terms of representation. I just throw that out as a question, not as a definitive statement of what we should do. Responses? James?
And I think if we have if we're gonna have and I like the notion of the percentage, but I think it should go across the board for every department. I think it should be LAPD, because at the end of the day, we're in this budget deficit, but LAPD got an increase. And so that money was taken from other programs in order to provide LAPD with an increase. And so if the controller's office requires that there be a percentage, and I think that's a great idea, so that it fluctuates as an increase. You know, it's almost a double incentive. If you do your job well and there's an increase in finances, then you can get that raise. It's kind of how it works in the real world, right? Kind of how it works in the real world. So I think that should be true, and we'll have this a much deeper discussion about, you know, LAPD, police accountability, and that kind of thing next week. Last, but okay. I think that's an appropriate way to look at budgeting, because what we have now is, if I have pet agencies or pet departments that I like more than others, then there is a way that you can fund them and not fund others. And so I don't think that's fair. So whatever we do, can we kind of be consistent in that? And I would have liked another thing too, and this is just, it's after the fact. But I would have liked to have had some kind of rubric in place that would be a guidepost for the things we would need to see, would like to see, so that it doesn't appear as if we're off the top of our head just saying, this is out and this is in. You know, there should have been, and I said this a little bit to Commissioner Stein, at the forefront of whatever decision we make, we should be factoring in and should even speak of the impact or the lack thereof that it's going to have on the community. The impact or the lack thereof that it will have on the community, so that we are clear why we're voting.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I have a comment on a slightly different point. On item 3, the minimum qualifications, I know that it's a little more inclusive than it being a CPA, because you listed the baccalaureate degree instead. But my only, I guess, question or hesitation, the way it's written, they have to possess both A, so they have to have a bachelor's degree, and B. But I can think of a lot of people who have very strong finance experience across LA and California who didn't necessarily have a bachelor's degree in a finance-related field. Like, a lot of my students will major in English, or they'll major in political science, and then they'll go on to Deloitte and they'll do finance for their entire careers. Like, even the immediate past controller obviously didn't have a CPA, but didn't even have a bachelor's degree related. He majored in English and political science and then got a law degree. So I'm just wondering if you would be open, once the motion is proposed, to some kind of slight alteration in item number 3 to be a little more inclusive, not ensuring that they had to have had a specific bachelor's degree.
Yes, and I know Commissioner Thomas mentioned some questions about here. I was drafting an alternative, and
I'm supporting that as well.
Yeah, and you can just add, or what do they always put?
I was going to leave it a little.
Some experience.
I was going to leave it a little vaguer, so to say I further move to instruct staff to draft minimum qualifications for the city controller, and then they could review it based on the feedback that we have all provided, and then we could, we're like good with it and finalize it.
Yeah, because because the equivalent in experience. I think that's what they say. I think that's what.
Anybody else like to be heard?
I just want to note something Commissioner Thomas mentioned about what we're proposing for the charter for the city controllers, and it's not specific to our current city controller, but looking at past and future and what it's going to look like for that position.
Right. So it'll affect our kids, not us.
Are you also proposing, Commissioner Thomas, next controller has to have a corgi?
Has to have what?
A corgi.
A corgi?
Corgi.
Dog.
Oh,
never mind.
I'm not a dog person. I'm allergic to
anybody else
animals.
want to be heard? All right, Commissioner Mesa, if you would make your motion, please. We'll see if there's a second and what the vote is.
Would you like me to read it again in the entirety? Up to you, Chair.
Only
the changes.
What changes that you've made so that we all know what we're voting on.
All right, the changes that have been made are in number 3, so it will read as I further move to instruct the staff to draft minimum qualifications for the city controller. And then the remainder of that would be stricken. That is the only change.
And is that a motion, sir?
Yes.
Is there a second to Chair Mesa's
Second.
motion? That was Commissioner Thomas?
No, it's Diego.
Oh,
It was
Commissioner
Andrade.
Andrade. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Hold the commission, which would be Commissioner Andrade,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein also votes yes. So that would be 6-0, and to move that forward. I know I'm trying to stay within Diego's committee for a moment, and I know there's some large items such as Public Works and CIP, but that really should go after we finish what was on the morning's agenda. Are there any other very large items on the morning's agenda, or should we just start going through the items that are remaining? Does anybody have?
The only thing, it's not necessarily on the morning, on the agenda, but I think it is important to, I don't know if this would be a motion or not, but to consider participatory budgeting as a part of the charter. Or, excuse me?
Personnel and budget.
Yeah. It's personnel budget, okay.
We'll get to that, but one of the things I'd like you to think about, Commissioner Thomas, for the next meeting is, I understand the people's budget is something that's important to you. How far does that expand to a number of other groups that also want to have participation other than just going to the budget meetings and such? Are we creating I don't want to use the word monster, but are we creating more bureaucracy than what we already have? And you don't have to answer the question until next week.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that, because anyone is called participatory budgeting for a reason. Anyone who wants to participate, an exhaustive survey.
But if you and I decide we're going to get together into this, it's the Thomas Stein budget group.
Then we participate.
I don't think that has the same
No,
validity
that's not what
as-
participatory budgeting is. It basically is saying, it's asking the people what they want to see in the budget. That's what participatory budgeting is.
I want you to think about that, and we will take it up on the 31st. Okay. Let's see what, what else we have on the morning agenda. Planning and infrastructure, you don't qualify. CFO?
We're gonna have that at the full commission.
We're gonna have that at the full commission. But don't you think we should try to narrow down what we recommend rather? Yeah. Again, it's to kick the can down the road. I prefer not to do that. If possible, I prefer to take the battle on right now and that full commission and can override anything that we may want to do. But it makes it easier for whoever chairs that full commission meeting having a lesser burden. Okay, Mr. Justin?
Yeah, Max, we still have some stuff on government structure we'd like to get through.
Yeah.
If you,
Okay, that's my shot. I thought by my seat that was government structure.
Some things were moved by the government structure committee directly to here.
Yeah, I mean, so we still have chief operating officer, chief financial officer, and with that, designating this city controller as chief financial officer,
Which we'll get to.
public advocate,
So we're doing CFO.
Yeah,
office of
we'll-
the tenant advocate.
It's the voting stuff that we need to get to.
We'll get to it.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure.
Okay.
And we did present, some options around CFO,
Yeah,
if you'd like us to read those.
And we'll get to that. I'm gonna make the executive director make the presentation. Okay. Amend the city charter meeting schedule. They presently have to meet at least 3 times a week. And there's exculpatory language after that, except for recesses, special trips, whatever the case may be. And there was a motion put forward that they only had to meet at least one time a week, with those same carve-outs that presently exist in the charter. Is there any discussion on this?
Yeah, I can give a little more context. We thought that any amendments to the meeting schedule should be considered with how large the city council grows, so we were waiting for this body to figure out a number. The things that we had asked staff to add in the report, so Justin can speak more to this. What changes if we shorten the meeting schedule? Meaning, if they don't meet 3 days a week, does that affect city processes negatively, or is it possible for them to cover their current agenda even at a larger size in less meetings in a week, which we assume is no, but we wanted some additional research on that.
If Commissioner Messa's original motion, which passed 4-2, say the size is 23. This is my own pontification. I don't see council increasing that number. If anything, council's gonna decrease that number. Therefore, if we had 23, how would you as the chair of that subcommittee feel about reducing it to at least 1 day a week from the at least 3 days a week?
I think assuming that it does not negatively impact we had asked staff to figure out if we could take some of their responsibilities and move it to a stronger mayor. And if we had a larger city council, because my only hesitancy is that even at 23, if we moved it down from 3 meetings a week to 1 meeting a week, would it mean that there's a lot of things that the council should be doing that they're no longer able to do? So in my opinion, I don't think it's the number that's the biggest issue. I think that if we pay, and I've said this in my committee, if we pay them to be there, I would expect that they're there, even if it's hard to get 23 people in a room Monday through Friday 3 times. So Justin can speak more to this. Is there a possibility to move some of the stuff they have to do on a regular basis to the mayor's docket? But I think that as it stands right now, I would just keep it 3, maybe move it down to 2, but not 1.
Or could one of those meetings be solely designated for public comment, so the public gets an opportunity to share whatever they want to share? Because what happens, so if you limit the meetings, then you're also limiting public comment. And so, but if you have a designated meeting where public comment is given and people are able to speak until they are done, in terms of until everybody in the room has spoken. I think that would make sense. You know,
No, the public wasn't happy with how I conducted public comment today in terms of time. You really think that they're gonna be half of this 23, so that makes it what? 12 council people are gonna show up just to listen?
well,
to
they
public
show up, but they don't listen.
But are they gonna show up?
Well, this is the thing. Public comment, the important part about public comment is not just that they're talking to city council. They're also talking to the community. And the community is listening and they are abiding, you know, they either agree or they disagree. But let's be very clear, public comment wasn't always handled the way it's being handled today. People would get the opportunity to speak. It wasn't an arbitrary amount of time that was given for public comment. That is something that has happened in recent history. That can be reversed. And we can go back to a way that it used to be done, where people have an opportunity if they show up to speak.
Ms. Murray.
Thank you. I am concerned by lessening the amount of city council that the public has less interaction with the elected officials. I understand they have a lot of things on their plate and a lot of scheduling conflicts, but I think it's important to have the public be able to not only comment on things that happen, but be present. So I think lessening the amount of time is sending a very poor message to the public that the council is not concerned about their considerations.
Is that, I'm not asking a motion, are your comments intended to make no change and keep it at the present 3?
Correct. Or not more to not decrease the amount of meetings.
Any other comments on this item? Yes, Chair Mason.
Each council member is different. That's always been the case, always will be the case. I think there is an assumption that for some council members, if they are not in a council meeting, that they are not listening to the public or engaging the public in some way. And I don't think that's the case for every council member. I know of many council members who, when they are not in City Hall, are doing activities in their districts. You probably know similar council members on all sides of the political spectrum. You see it on their social media profiles. You see it. You see it if you are an active constituent in their district, and you know the ones who are not. And so there are times also where, because of the 3 meeting a week rule, that some council meetings are 30 minutes long.
Because they limit public comment.
And that's one of, and so I believe that there is, but I do understand some of the concerns that were raised. I do. If it were 23 members, big if, one would imagine that the length of the council meetings could increase. Not every council member by any means comments on every single item that is before them, but you're gonna get, under this structure, theoretically 8 more. That's huge. I would be in favor of 2, but I do hear the genuine concerns of the other commissioners.
Well, I mean, I think there's a relevant point also, and I appreciate what you said. People make public comment. I would not care if they never showed up, as long as the policies that they put forward and the initiatives that they put forward were representative in what the public has represented, what the public is saying. And so this is not ceremonial. A lot of times public comment is seen as ceremonial. Well, no, more likely than not. It's seen as ceremonial. we have experienced in our time here that it's more than ceremonial. It actually can be the rudder that's leading the ship. And so I don't think decreasing it, I don't think just decreasing it, I don't think that's the way. Because we already have the public who has an issue with the way the public comment is going. And I don't have a swan song for people who are getting paid quite a bit, and we're volunteering all this time for free. And so I don't like when, I don't do it on my job. I do what I have to do. But if I'm getting paid, if that means that there's extra time that has to be taken, then I'm willing for that extra time, because that's my job. And so I do not agree that we need to cut the number of times that they meet. If anything, I would agree that they increase, if anything. But I would not agree that it was cut, that it should be cut.
Just very quickly, since I am chairing the Better Government Committee, is that there is a provision for virtual public comment that will take place July 1 on SB 707. So do take that into consideration. Also comment on the time spent at city council meetings is just the geography of the city of Los Angeles. While I understand that they have to take important votes at City Hall, time spent in their district is also super important as well. So coming from the San Fernando Valley, from the Port of LA, from the West Side, sometimes can be cumbersome.
So,
okay.
What I'm saying is that I'm okay if we decrease to 2, so.
James, I'm gonna cut this short and move on to other ones. I think what you have argued, well thought out and well expressed, but I think we're at the point where we can make that decision. Should we leave it at 3? Should we make it 2? Or should we make it 1? I'm gonna put Commissioner Sanchez on the line by saying that she's made a motion to decrease the public comment. Now you got me going, James. No. She made a motion that council must meet at least 2 days a week, so that the charter change would be simply by inserting a 2 and replacing a 1.
So there are, our report today, we go over the ramifications of reducing it, because there's time limits for other items. So it's not as simply as just changing the date. We have to change other parts of the items in terms of.
I make a motion that it remains as is.
Yeah.
Well, wait, we're gonna take one motion at a time.
She didn't make one, you made it for her.
I didn't make a motion, but I was willing to consider reducing based on other information. So just want to clarify what I was saying. It was more related to public comment and the ability to have access to virtual comment coming up soon.
And Max, I'm speaking for myself. I love you. I think you've done a great job. But our concern is what's the best public policy, rather not whether the staff has to go through and make all the corrections that go with it.
We're just flagging that there are other changes.
No, I appreciate that. So there's now a motion made by Commissioner Thomas to have it remain at 3 days a week. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. We'll poll the commission on that. Commissioner Andrade?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa?
No.
Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
Commissioner Stein votes no, he would rather see 2. So that motion passes on a vote of 4-2, that it will remain at 3 days per week. Okay.
Until full commission.
Pardon?
That's all.
Well, the full commission can, just say, what are these jokers doing, and do what, The next item, there's a whole series of items that sort of are the same, but a little bit different. should the voting age be lowered to 16 for city and municipal elections? Is any discussion by the commissioners?
I can provide a little context from the committee. We had learned that the voting age for 16, LAUSD and LA City Municipal they have to be different even though they're written in the same line on the staff report. So the items have to be considered separately. So we had forwarded all along to this committee, but with the understanding that it would be segmented when it got here.
I have a question with regards to 16 and LAUSD. There were separate requirements, I think, that were under discussion about citizenship requirements. Would the 16-year-olds also be required to be a citizen? And has that been contemplated?
Sure. So, Commissioner Andrade, I can't remember off the top of my head how
It was also segmented. So we turned those 2 issues into 4 issues. So it would be non-citizen LAUSD regular as a whole, and then 16-year-old LAUSD regular as a whole. So they're all separate.
Okay.
We, of course, here could decide to combine non-citizen and 16 together, but we sent it separately on purpose.
Well, since many of these LAUSD schools are 98% Latinx, and they have quite a number of more than likely undocumented students, we would be disenfranchising them if we did not allow undocumented students. And this is absolutely crucial. This is absolutely crucial with regards to giving young people the opportunity to choose the folks who represent them. And I'll give you one example. Students deserve. The students of LAUSD did not want police officers in their schools. They successfully were able to get them removed, and the savings went to fund the Black Student Achievement Program that is now getting a lot of pushback. What's important to understand about the Black Student Achievement Program is that some LAUSD schools have 1,200 Latinx students and 18 Black students. And so Black students I won't say many, all of LAUSD schools are being called the N-word every single day. And when I brought this to the school board, 2 things. One of the school board members decided to put police back in the schools, pushed to put police back in the schools. When I talked to the superintendent and I explained to the superintendent what was going on, and I mean, some of these things are very violent. Guns pulled, nothing done. Arms broken, nothing done. And so the students don't feel like they're being represented. And so when I spoke to the superintendent about the anti-blackness that's happening in LAUSD, the response that I got from his chief of staff was, oh, we just had a diversity workshop there. We just had a training, that can't be happening. I am the president of the San Fernando Valley NAACP. We have 15 branches across LA County. We are very aware about what is happening with students in LAUSD, the anti-blackness and the hate that exists among us. And so I'm saying it would be a great opportunity to give 16-year-olds some control or a real voice in the way that their schools are managed. If you look at charter schools, incident, like one of the first charter schools been around like 30 years. It's a public-private partnership. over $150,000 was stolen by the executive director of that charter school. They put that executive director on administrative leave, but there were no charges, and they didn't even take her credential. And then when appealing to the district to do something, and I was on the board of that school, there was also a teacher who was the chair of that board who took the money that was reserved for special ed and put it in pensions because he was retiring the next year. And when I complained to the board, they said, the only thing that we can do, the only power we have is to shut the school down. Do you really want us to shut the school down so the kids have no place to go? This is the game they play. And my sneaky suspicion, knowing young people the way that I do, is young people are not going to continue to let that fly if they're given an opportunity to be a part. My second question is that does it include if 16-year-olds have the right to vote? If I have the right to vote, then I should also be able to occupy an office. Does that mean that, I know that there are thresholds in terms of requirements, but would that mean that it would be possible for someone who is, let's say, 18 to run for the school board? Or are we just saying they just have the right to vote? We're just pushing to lower the threshold for the right to vote.
Oh, me. Sorry.
You're the brilliance on here.
When we had talked about it, we didn't talk about qualification to be on the ballot and to hold office, because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but there are specific provisions related to specific offices about if there are age requirements, they would not be within who's able to cast a ballot, they'd be within those.
Right.
No one's made that recommendation as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Are we now treating just LAUSDs separate from municipal elections?
Yes.
Is there any other discussion on LAUSD and the age of voting? If not, is there a motion to either maintain the current recommendation, the current voting age for LAUSD at 18, or a motion to lower it to 16?
I move to motion it to 16.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Thomas moves, Commissioner Murray seconds. Poll the commission. Oh, I do. I'm so used to Justin doing it, but I'm fine. Commissioner Andrade.
Yes.
You're for lowering it?
For LAUSD, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Now let's take up LAUSD.
No. Municipal.
Take up municipal elections. Is there any discussion needed, or do we know what we want? Or what, that we're ready to vote is rather to say what we want.
Motion.
What?
Motion.
I move that for municipal elections that we also lower it to 16.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
Commissioner Andrade?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa? Chairman Mesa?
Yes.
Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
I vote no. 5-1. Okay. Expand voting in municipal elections to non-citizens.
Justin, I had asked you to provide, there was a lawsuit in Sacramento, San Francisco did this, and it was litigated. I think there was a decision. I just Googled it right now, so if you
Okay,
did any
yeah.
further research.
I'll go for your research. Right
It looked like in 23 it was settled by the Superior Court that it was fine because it only they only question because San Francisco only allows it in their non-citizen voting in their school elections because a lot of parents don't have citizenship but their children are attending those schools. And that specific question was it was fine under the Home Rule Act. A city can do that. I don't think they tested actual municipal elections though, but LA or their school district was fine.
So we're talking about in municipal, we're not talking about school board?
It's split in half too for non-citizen. We talk about them separately.
So if we're discussing whether or not it should be for school board, that's what we're talking about only, and then
We're
municipal.
talking about for both.
Oh, for both. Okay.
He's just citing a case that relates only, right now there's only case study that relates only to school board. So it's untested in the court, at least we think it's untested in the court on municipal. But so far so good on school board. If it was bad on school board, that would be an indication of how it might go on municipal and vice versa. Does that make sense?
Any other discussion?
Does that make sense?
Oh,
I hope so.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No worries.
Commissioner Sanchez.
I want to cite, first of all, something that you mentioned, that the population of LAUSD and of the city of Los Angeles and the United States as a whole is that most children of immigrants are now U.S. citizens. However, you do have a portion that have unsatisfactory immigration status, as we call it for the most part. You've also seen the movement of our DACA students, of our dreamers, who've been here since they were children, that don't have the rights that many of us do. And we know that all that is in limbo with this current administration. I do also want to caution that while I fully support this motion, not a motion yet, is that the sharing of information that we have seen between the federal government with IRS, DHS, and other bodies of government is not something that we had seen before up until now. So there are dangers in those who do vote, for example, and we talk about other government programs, but just what I'm seeing, it's an important thing for us to take up, but how dangerous it could be for those that are going to be doing it.
The one open question I still have on non-citizen voting with LA, since LA County Registrar conducts our elections, I imagine that similar to ranked choice voting, we would have to work with the county registrar's office to figure out how they can verify someone's eligibility to vote with a non-citizen voter requirement. So does that mean that there's some kind of ID that they need in the sense that they need to show where they live, like proof of residency? Like how does LA County Registrar's office, how would they deal with this kind of question? Would we have to pay them to reinvent something?
I mean, there's no voter ID.
Exactly, it's not allowed.
Yeah. You do have to show proof of residency, when you register to vote, and that's usually like, an electric bill here or a lease agreement there and stuff like that. And I just want to note this because this is very recent news to Commissioner Sanchez's concern. I think it sounds like she's concerned about voter rolls being pulled by the federal government. That the Secretary of State, I think yesterday or the day before, secured a win in U.S. v. Weber, case which threatened the government to give the federal government unprecedented access to California voters' sensitive and private information, including social security and driver's license numbers. So the state won that case so far that the state does not have to turn over those things. So that's a win. God knows what happens next. I hear your concern, but I'm just saying. So far, the state has not had to turn over those voting rolls.
Well, the state may have won that, but in the Cal State system,
not wrong.
The names have already been turned over.
Yeah, not wrong.
And they have filed the Trump administration has filed a lawsuit against Cal State LA, and professors have been named. So guess whose name is probably on the list, at the top of the list. So I do think, though, I think we need to give time before we decide this for the community to come out and to give us, to help us to understand a little better what it is they want. And so I would move that we reserve this and move this to the full commission so that way it would give folks time. I mean, we got some brilliant people sitting in the audience. I'm sure they're going to send all kind of articles that will help us in terms of making this decision. I think that if you pay taxes, you ought to have a right to vote. So I'm not trying to disenfranchise anybody. I think that, that even folks who are in prison should have the right to vote. That's just my view. I think everybody should have the right to vote. Because the outcomes impact everybody. And so that would be my motion, is that I move that we take this up in full commission so that we have time for people to weigh in on this and give us a little bit more direction and insight than we currently have.
Well, I'm going to disagree with my friend. It's not on the merits of it, but the full commission is able to take this up. But we should send a recommendation. And if the full commission gets additional information, any one of us that votes either A or nay can change their minds, and the full commission can override what this ad hoc committee does. And my preference is to try to clean the plate as much as possible and send it to the full commission so we don't lose any more time.
Well, the issue is, number one, we've done this. I got that idea from you because you did that. So I'm starting to believe that when I'm saying something and I'm making a motion, it's not going to be accepted. So what I'm saying is that I did make the motion. I know you disagree, but I did make the motion, and so I don't know if somebody seconded.
Is there a second? I didn't hear a second yet.
Oh, okay. Well, we can, the motion was, just so that we're clear, that we move this to the full commission in the way that we have some of the other issues that have been raised that we did not have a full understanding. That is my motion.
Can I clean that up to say without a recommendation?
Yes, without a recommendation.
Yeah, so the motion is to move this to the full commission without a recommendation.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Poll, okay. I'm doing the polling.
I would just like brief discussion on the motion.
Absolutely.
Very brief. I believe, just hearing what I've heard right now, that if we were to separate it out and send a recommendation, the recommendation would pass to the full commission. So Commissioner Thomas, that would put the issue even on a stronger footing than your motion. So I just would like you to consider that.
No, I absolutely. I mean, I like separating things out. That's what's frustrated me with, I'm not opposed to separating it out, but I do think that we don't have enough information to make a decision today.
I will agree with Commissioner Stein that the public is going to hear this, our advocates are going to do what they've been great at, and I would imagine that our next commission meeting we will have a variety of written and verbal public comment with the community's viewpoint on this topic. And as Commissioner Stein suggested, we could always change the recommendation at that point, but it is pretty powerful sending a recommendation from the ad hoc committee to the full commission, and I do think it would be in the favor.
Oh, so you're saying that you think that this would pass? Because
Yes.
nothing that I move for.
You
No,
just did all
I'm
that.
kidding.
I rescind my second.
I'm kidding, okay.
Further comment? Melinda, any comment?
No.
Okay.
Make the record reflect that I had a sigh at the end of that no.
The side.
There's been a motion.
So wait, are you keeping your motion, sir?
Are you keeping your motion?
It was second.
It's been seconded.
Okay, yeah, so
There could be
let's do roll call on, the motion again is to move this forward without recommendation.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
I
and this is
rescind my
Eunisses.
second. Yes. Because I know that there will be a different motion.
There's no more second. There's no more second.
Oh, it's been withdrawn. Okay. Okay.
So I would like to make a motion
There we go.
to proceed with the recommendation that this committee approves for full hearing to the full commission.
And this is municipal, non-citizen.
Correct.
Yes. Elections okay, yeah, got it.
This is municipal, not LAUSD.
That will be taken up second. Yeah, next.
Okay. There's been a motion and a second.
No second yet.
No second yet, okay.
Second.
Now we have a second.
Okay.
I'll second.
Commissioner Andrade.
I'll second that.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein votes no. Next one is basically the same question, but on LAUSD rather than municipal elections.
I move that we send a yes recommendation.
I second.
Could you repeat it? I'm sorry.
Oh, I move that we send a yes recommendation.
Is there a second? Yeah, there was, Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner, anybody want to discuss it? Commissioner Andrade?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa?
Yes.
Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
Commissioner Stein's a no. Codify youth participation in boards and commissions. I am going to give my little spiel first. This is actually the mayor's authority. And, you know, if you've ever sat at meetings where commissions are put together after a victorious candidate, there is so much that goes on to make sure there is proper representation of ethnic groups. There's proper representation of male and female. There's proper representation of different geographical parts of the city. There's proper representation of gays and lesbians. I don't have the exact name here. I think a mayor's going to consider this. I don't think this is something that needs to go into the charter. This is the political reality. If you're expanding your base, you're going to take care of every part of the city and every strata of the city. So
That ain't true.
that's just because you aggravate people.
No, that's not true. That's just not true.
Okay, I'm telling you, I've sat on them for two different mayors of picking them, so I can tell you what I say is true.
No,
as to how
no, I'm
we
not
went
saying.
about establishing
I'm not talking
commissions.
about your process. What I'm saying is the outcome. I'm talking about the outcome. I think that if we're going to give young people the right to vote, we need to be able to offer them an opportunity to serve.
I think we might have already done that inadvertently. According to the memo, the only thing that bars non-citizens and the youth from participating in a commission is that it says that you have to be a registered voter. But now that we voted to expand the franchise, that would render that point moot, so we don't have to explicitly codify youth participation.
I tell you, Yale and Stanford are getting it.
Oh wait, he still got Harvard and Chicago waiting, so.
Chicago.
I'm gonna take that as a motion by Commissioner Andrade to drop this as from commission consideration. Is there a second?
Second.
Commission, now we're gonna, any other discussion? Any comments by commissioners? On the motion itself, Commissioner Andrade?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa?
Yes.
Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
Commissioner Stein votes yes. Okay, I know there's a couple more of that, but I did bring up, and I think it was Commissioner Andrade's subcommittee on the issue of number of votes, voter the number of legitimate signatures that are necessary to qualify a person for the board, for the election, as well as the time period in gathering those signatures. I'd like to address what I consider the easier one first, unless I hear different from either Elections Division, the clerk's office, or the city attorney. I think that by giving an additional week in council races, not citywide races, because it's such a bigger pool to go after in a citywide race, and you still need the same 500 signatures, which has never made sense to me, why they'd be the same. But under those circumstances, that there'd be, instead of the current 3-week period, it would be a 4-week period. It would start a week earlier so that we don't push back when we have people either qualified or not qualified for the ballot. So I'm first going to invite discussion on that. Second, 1 second, Justin. And second, I'm going to make that into a motion unless Justin tells me why I can't.
Yeah, so at the full commission meeting on the 7th, we had a motion that was approved by 7 votes to dispose of this in the first place, the change in ballot access, specifically to lowering signatures. It was made by Commissioner Slaughter, seconded by Commissioner Andrades, and it passed. It was approved by 7 votes.
And that's why we have ad hocs that can overrule. And then we can be overruled again.
I mean,
I voted the last time around at the full commission meeting
to get rid of this.
To say, no, we shouldn't expand it.
Yes, correct. So I don't think you have to
feel that I made a
consider
mistake.
it. Okay. I would say then that would be the appropriate place to bring it up back at the full commission, but
So we want
I just
to
want to advise you on that.
Respectfully, I disagree with you because we could have the full commission, and I appreciate what the vote was because I was one of those votes.
So that's why we're confused. We just want to make sure.
I would rather send forward what the 6 of us think and then leave it to the full commission if they think it's worthy to overrule what we do, modify or what we do, or confirm what we do. I just think it's a cleaner way of when Chair Mesa has to go through all these issues and we formally get to writing the actual resolutions that we're going to redline. It will make it easier for him to go through it in a more rapid way than the way we've done some of the things so far. So that would be the chair's motion. Is there a second to my motion?
Second.
Is there discussion?
Well, I definitely appreciate the fact that you're having a change of heart. Because I voted the opposite way. So I appreciate it. So I'm ready to vote.
You're ready to vote.
Can I note something on this? So when we made the staff report, we actually grouped 2 reforms together. And we did separate one of these forms, so it's going to be coming back on better government, but there's sort of a separate...
That's why I voted against it, because they were grouped together, and now we're voting separately.
Yeah, so there is a separate one on campaign matching funds. It's Charter Section 471, create matching funds for candidates that accept limitations on campaign expenditures running for office. So I don't know if you want to take that up as part of, if you're approving both of these, or if you want to bifurcate that.
Matching funds is a better government issue that we're going to consider the next time out, but I'd like to get this off the table, then go to the number of signatures, and then move on to another item. So I moved it, Chairman Mesa seconded.
Yeah, what is the, can we get a full?
The motion is that to gather 500 legitimate valid signatures. Instead of 3 weeks, you will get 4 weeks to do so, but without pushing back what the final date is, so that we're not extending that time period. We're just starting it a week earlier. Is there still a second to that motion, right?
Yes.
Okay. Any other commissioner have comments? Commissioner Andrade?
Yes.
Andreas, I can't think. Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes?
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa?
Yes.
Chair Mesa?
Yes.
Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
And I vote yes also. Second issue, is 500 the number? I know we got a number of letters, one from Unring LA, and I think there were others that talked about for other offices, and I don't know if Mr. Kwan is correct or not. But if I want to run for governor, I only need 50 signatures or 60 signatures. And if I want to run for LA County District Attorney, I only need a certain amount. So is it appropriate in council races to keep that number at 500 or to reduce that number to a slightly lower, well, commission's open, they can reduce it to whatever they want, but in my opinion, to a slightly lower number.
Well,
discussion.
I think it should be lower.
Hell, you got on by just paying the fee, so.
That's what I did.
Last guy.
That's what I did. And I had to do that, in order to be heard in my district. And I should not have had to do that. I should not have had to pay $600 just so that I could be on a platform to ask people who were seriously running. By the way, I did not raise $1, didn't want one, didn't ask for one, didn't take any. It was specifically because I knew that no one would ask the key question: what are you going to do for black people in your district? And I was able to ask that question. I never got an answer, but I was at least able to ask that question. And my district was Nuri Martinez's district. And I'm still asking the question: what did Murray not do for black people in her district who she didn't like that she did for other folk that she do? I'm still asking that question. I can ask the current city council person who took over her district, who was her staff. What are you doing for black people? And so I'm saying that that entire process is a very personal one, because the fact is, when I was collecting petitions, the last day to turn them in, my mother-in-law had a stroke. We got together in a circle. We said, what would she want us to do? We still collected those petitions. I found out later that I could pay $600, and that's what I ended up doing, because it was easier. But the point is that we're expanding opportunities for people to serve. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get more diversity. We don't want more of the same. How about we begin to make people really fight and win their offices than being anointed and put into office, because that's currently what we have. The last person who leaves says who the next person's going to be. And so if we lower the threshold, again, I'm surprised, by those numbers that you just gave. And so I would say that we lower it, and it could be anywhere. I think 100 is a good number, personally.
Last week you said it should be 500.
No, I didn't. I didn't vote for that. No, I did not. No, I didn't. You know I wouldn't vote for nothing like that.
What was the recommendation from the?
What's the committee's recommendation?
Our committee forwarded it to the full commission, and the reason was that ranked choice voting, the way that because we had considered that, put it forward. What it means is that there's going to be a bubble, like several bubbles for each candidate. So if it's really easy to access the ballot and there are a lot of people on the ballot, that means that in Oregon, for example, when they implemented this, there was the infamous page of bubbles because there were so many people on the ballot that there were just tons of bubbles. So by the end, a lot of voters got fatigued, and that in itself is a voter disenfranchisement because now you added all these bubbles and you are asking people to go through what's a 5-page ballot. We didn't specifically have a recommendation, but I'm of the opinion that considering that as a possibility meant that we probably shouldn't lower the threshold, especially since we just made it a little bit easier by a week, because I don't think that we should disenfranchise voters when the county's probably going to have to pay a lot of money to even teach them how to vote in the first place if we went along with RCV.
Question. I have a question, and this may have been on a different topic, but it might have been this one. Were there potential implications for the matching funds? If this, I recall you saying something.
We had talked about it, but as was stated in public comment, LA has a very strict matching funds guideline that's not necessarily tied to ballot access. So the theory is if they can raise the threshold, they would have already achieved ballot access.
Got it. Thank you.
Chair Stein insists that I voted in favor of 500. I would never do that because that's ridiculous to me because I was. You get the tape. I'm not somebody who lies.
Nobody accused you of lying.
Look, I know that I didn't. I know that I didn't.
This morning.
Huh?
I watched it this morning. You were a no and Fuentes was a no.
I know I was a no. And so, but I think, but I do think, again, I don't have a, I just threw the 100 out because it's somewhere in between. But if we're talking about, the city attorney having the kind of power that the city attorney has, and we're talking about expanding city council to include more folks, as somebody who collected signatures with no staff, again, I asked for no money, people wanted, but I just wanted to make sure that I could have a voice. I just think, I know how difficult it was to get 500 signatures. In order to get 500, you have to really get to be sure, you got to get like 1,500. So let's not think that the 500 that you get are the 500 that are going to count. You have to get at least 1,500 signatures in order to guarantee that you get the 5. If you lower the threshold, you can make sure that the people who are really signing your petition live in the areas. The only people that were really able to do that were people who had teams of people, most of whom were paid, who had the apparatus where they could check the area that you said you would take your address and they could determine, it would spit back what area you were in, and then they got your signature. And so this is not an equal kind of thing that's going on. There's no equity going on with this. People who are grassroots candidates, either you have a large grassroots apparatus that typically is unpaid to get you on the ballot, or you never make it to the ballot. And so again, this is reform. We're trying to change things. We don't want to make the status quo. Again, it doesn't have to be 100. I don't know, maybe it could be 250. But I just think if we are going to expand city council, have more seats, we do not want...
I'm gonna just...
We don't want more of what we currently have. That's the point. Okay. And the way to get at that is... because I'm going to make the motion that we
Let's other people speak before it, but one thing I do want to correct you. I think most scientific knowledge of this is to get 500, you basically need between 800 and 900. You don't need 1,500. I think that's the general...
That is what they say. But if you factor in low income people of color communities, you better have 1,500. You better have 1,500.
Well, then you should have 1,500 votes for that reason too. But any further discussion?
You collected some signatures to run for district attorney.
No, I was lucky.
You didn't have to?
8 circulators and paid them a buck.
And that's why you can say that statistic. I'm saying as someone who did this. No, I know that.
From me.
No, I know it's not coming from you. I heard that when I was collecting signatures. I just did not find it to be true in the final analysis.
We're gonna bring this to resolution. Is there? No, I sometimes forget, but not that one. Is there a consensus without having a motion of what this board thinks, and then we could put it in a motion rather than James saying that's not his number when he says 100, because he's already, you know.
I would like 100, I'd like 50.
Okay, but please let me speak. We'll get this done. And then we can see if that number is 350, 450, 400, 100, and just try to get a little consensus, and then we can make a motion and wrap this up quickly rather than just talking over ourselves. Diego, number?
Same, 500.
Carla? Christina?
500.
James?
You want a number?
I sure do from you, my friend.
200.
I'm at 400. 400.
Same.
Same 400 or same 500?
500.
Okay. Melinda?
500.
Now, is there a motion? Is there a motion to retain 500 signatures as the requirement? 500 legitimate signatures, verified signatures, as the requirement to be placed on the municipal ballot?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Diego?
Yes.
Christina?
Yes.
James?
No.
Ray?
Yes.
Melinda?
Yeah.
Chair votes yes. So it will remain at 500.
So just for our records, we're bringing back the expand ballot access, but we're only moving forward taking a week. So that issue is
Adding
back.
one additional week, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay. I know we voted on some of these before, and I'm hoping that we can get a little bit of advice from staff. Creating an office of a tenant advocate. And has anybody, in order to satisfy, and may not, my friend sitting to the right of me, about what is required from affordable housing in terms of tenant advocates and protecting tenants, and through many of the loans made by the city to nonprofits and such. Does staff have anything new to add to this discussion?
Nothing from our report. I mean, this is, a lot of these functions are within the housing department currently. Housing department is not a charter department. And, this is something, council could choose to do by ordinance if they wanted to.
One of the things that happens is that when things are done by ordinance, it's done at the pleasure of city council, and they flip-flop. And so one of the concerns that was voiced today, and I know we talked about this and this was voted down, is the city, in order to get, with the exception of Commissioner Stein, because he has his own money, but for...
Wait a second, there's more than I when that.
He's got his own money.
I have to put Diego through law school.
He has his own, and make him do it, Diego, make him do it. I happen to know that the development there are new market tax credits, there used to be affordable housing tax credits, there's all kind of tax credits that developers get, both on the federal level, but also they kind of have to get an anointing from local government, even down to neighborhood councils weigh in. And so The reason that these housing developments are going up, and they're supposed to preserve a certain number of units for affordable housing. They are not doing it. Those who would say that they're doing it, there is a relationship between them and the tenant. Sometimes it's a relative, sometimes it's a friend. When you talk to the housing department about this, they will consistently tell you that they do not have the resources to monitor this. And so, what I'm saying, when I proposed this before, well, if they don't have the resources to do it, that means they're not going to do it. That means they're not doing it. And that means that people who could have housing won't get it. And so, if there is an opportunity, in the charter, both for rent stabilization and for a tenant advocate that is solidly rooted in the charter so that no one can weasel out of getting it done, that we're not waiting on an ordinance for the city, which can take forever, this would be an appropriate place for it to happen. Now, I've heard the arguments about we already have that, we're already doing that. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We have 56,000 students that are unhoused. So we're not doing that. So we can be a little bit more aggressive, and I think we can really signal that we really want to do something about what is happening with housing in this city if we create this role and mandate it so that someone has to do it and someone has to report on where they are with it. Currently, we don't have that.
I'm going to table this discussion for one reason. This one actually went to the commission, and if my memory serves me correct, it fell, one vote short. It was 6 in favor of not establishing and 3 in favor of establishing. I don't think the 6 of us can move that needle, and so let's leave that up to Mr. Mesa to bring it up at the full commission if I have the permission of my other fellow commissioners on that. Everybody all right with that?
Yes. As long as it moves.
What?
As long as it moves up. That's what you said. It's fine.
Okay. I'm gonna now have everybody here take a break for 10 minutes, stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, and we're gonna try to go through the rest of the items, and I'm gonna ask staff in those 10 minutes, even though you're deserving of time off, to just let me know if you have any. I know there's one item, and that is the financial officer, right? But that really can fall within infrastructure. I know we have an item on a public advocate that we haven't talked about. But other than that, are there any other items that would have been in the morning's agenda that we have not addressed?
So
tell me after everybody stretches their legs. That carried over from the morning was creating a elected public advocate. Diego, did your committee take this up?
Yes, we took this up. We referred it to the full commission. I think the controller made his sentiments very clear today, and our committee did purposefully, we did not have a stance either which way, or I think the commission did not have a stance either which way, the full body. They sent it back down and we didn't take it back up again. The public advocate is very unique to the city of New York, and we have our own watchdog, which is the controller, so I agree with his sentiments, but that is a disparate view from the committee itself.
Does any of the commissioners have feelings on what we should do with this?
So if it was sent down and you all took no action on it, that doesn't mean that the commission didn't want to take it up.
Correct. What happened was it got sent to the commission and then they took no action. So, but we didn't take another vote on that after the fact as a committee.
Okay. Is there a motion either to disapprove creating a public advocate or to approve creating a public advocate?
All motion to dispose, so to disapprove of the public advocate.
Disapprove. There's a motion by Diego. Is there a second?
Second. Type this up. Hold on, 1 second. Let me just, we're gonna make sure we have it typed up correctly.
Wait, we're just
Disposing of.
Yeah, okay.
And that was motion by Andrades and second by
Chairman Mesa.
Meza. Okay.
Commissioner Andrades?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa?
Yes.
Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. So that's,
And just so I'm clear, this is an extra.
Office.
So this is an extra office, but the controller's office will be the watchdog. So
Correct. The controller said it would confuse responsibilities in his sentiments earlier today.
I think the controller's office has made it pretty clear that they want that responsibility. Is there anything else on the morning agenda that we haven't covered? We're gonna put over the creation of a chief financial officer until our next meeting,
So,
31st.
well, Chief Financial Officer and COO,
Yeah.
both
Yes,
of those.
they both
And
go
then
over.
we do have change how commissioners are appointed. We also have a new one that that was sent to us by the city clerk that hasn't been heard yet, that we can, prepare some more information on for you all. And then we also have the motion that was forwarded by, Commissioner Schlager's motion, if you wanted to take that up.
But a lot of Commissioner Schlager's motion
Was addressed.
went to.
This is a new motion on adding a constituent service role for Dunn. So it was heard on Wednesday at the Government Structure Committee, and they voted to forward it on to the ad hoc.
And since we have to cut at 5 o'clock on the dot, I prefer that we take that up at the same time that we take the CFO on, because there's a lot of interrelationship between the two.
Okay. I mean, the only one is, since we did commissions, one on basically change how commissioners are appointed. This is a pretty, standard one on changing how, like, the timing of when people are appointed and the elections. To basically, it was requested by the mayor's office to help them, appoint people. So if we wanted to.
And specifically, what are the changes?
Okay, let me open this. So, extend the appointment deadline in section 502A to 60 days. Due to the specific nature and requirements of commissions, a slightly longer deadline could provide more time to ensure the best candidates are identified and nominated. Remove the requirement for boards to hold elections in the last meeting of July as required in section 503A, or require elections to be held annually. It is important that a full board be tasked with electing officers, and because terms expire on June 30th each year, new commissioners may not be appointed, confirmed, and sworn until after the end of July.
So what is it currently? How is this?
So
it's different? What's different?
Do you have the charter section 502A?
502A.
Okay, and while you're looking at that, is there anything in this motion that you have concerning the appointment of commissioners that they should not have to sign a resignation prior to the time that they step upon the commission?
There, 502A.
So it's 45 days now. So it's extending it from 45 days to 60 days in 502A. And then it's just removing, so right now in 503A, there's a requirement that elections be held in the last meeting of July. And it's basically just removing that it has to be held in the last meeting of July and just saying that it has to be held annually to provide more flexibility.
I'd still like it a fixed date, you know.
So maybe I need to push it
rhetorical,
to.
That isn't towards UMax.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, is discussion. Motion.
I'll move to extend the deadline from 40 to 60 days for the appointments.
And not touch the resignation question, not touch the annual.
Not in this motion, and unless you want me to tack in the resignation. I'm opposed to the resignation letter as it currently stands, so I'll tack it in.
Restate the motion?
Yeah, I motion to extend the threshold to appoint to boards and commissions from 40 days to 60 days, and to prohibit the practice of requesting resignation letters from commissioners prior to appointment.
Second.
Any discussion?
So just so I'm clear, so you're saying that they wouldn't require resignation letters?
No, correct, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Andrade?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
And I also vote yes, so that's unanimous. Okay, we're going to jump to the afternoon agenda, which is both the CIP as well as the restructure of the Board of Public Works. I think we'll take up the Board of Public Works first, only because I think the CIP, we pretty much agreed on a lot of it. We just have to do the rest. I know Vice President Chavez of the Board of Public Works wrote us a letter this morning. I saw her, but then I have to give her time. You won't believe.
Would it be helpful just to go over the action taken at the last meeting on the Director of Public Works?
Yeah, that's the only issue I think that we're talking about is one, should there be a Director of Public Works? And two, does the Director report to the Board? Does the Board report to the Director? And when we get into the CIP part of it, does the Director have a seat outside of Public Works, but also be able to work with the CFO to maintain that we're doing what the city's doing what they should be doing, and not letting anybody fall asleep at the switch.
So basically, Director of Public Works is in the charter now, so the action the committee took is to list it as one of the entities in 514B, which the mayor and council will not have the ability to transfer. So Director of Public Works is currently in the charter, but their power has been transferred. And basically the position has been gotten rid of. So that was the action last time.
But Max, I lost that argument. I think it was very clear from the commission that the commission members were in favor of a Director of Public Works. So I think that the only question that's still in front of us concerning that, maybe there are more, but is this Director, who does he report to and who doesn't, or who does he, or the opposite of, is he the top and he only has to report to the mayor and only has to report to the CFO, which hasn't been established yet, but I'm comfortable will be. Are there, Ms. Chavez, are there any other issues concerning the board and the Director of Public Works? If you want to come forward, Joan.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Jenny Chavez, Vice President of the Board of Public Works. Thank you
How
for
come
your
the
work
president
today.
never has to come and do all this? Continue.
That's the beauty of having 5 of us. We divide and conquer.
I think Jenny drew the short straw.
I think she drew the short straw in the world.
I just say because she's the smartest, so.
Very smart. Okay.
So repeat the question, please.
The question is, does the board report to the Director of Public Works? Or does the Director of Public Works report to the board? Let me, before you answer, is that the only remaining issue regarding Public Works that the commissioners have?
I believe, just for a little clarification, the committee, the majority, voted to pretty much solidify the Director of Public Works. That person would be in charge of having a short-term and long-term vision for the capital infrastructure plan and execute the capital infrastructure plan. Commissioner Stein was concerned that that person would have an inordinate amount of influence over the board commissioners, and Commissioner Slagater and I did not have that concern. Our vice chair has put forth another measure which would basically have the director report to the public work commissioners. My concern, I guess I should be concerned about it, but I wasn't concerned that either the director would have an inordinate amount of overly influencing the commission, and there's some concern that the Board of Public Works Commissioners would have too much influence. My vision was that they would work in conjunction to carry out the capital infrastructure plan. Just to put that in context for the other members of the ad hoc committee. And the commissioner has sent a letter which wants to create a director of capital projects, which could still be, it's a matter of semantics. But I guess the only issue is what the powers and duties of that person were. And when we questioned her about should there be director, she agreed, but now she's sort of fleshed out some of the duties in her letter to the commission dated today.
Is it your understanding, Commissioner Murray, that the board or the director will take the first shot at coming up with the items to be in the CIP program?
I mean, CIP is a citywide thing,
Right.
so it's
Everybody come together, and the director would be, because we talked about solidifying the infrastructure when people from all the different agencies would have a sort of a clearinghouse, for lack of a better term.
But even though the CIP is obviously citywide, the majority of all that will come out of the 5 bureaus. I mean, and some out of DOT, but that's...
then proprietaries as well.
Yeah. Proprietaries have their own money. They can deal with their issues. I've sat on two of them. So I guess what I'm asking is, who's gonna have the first crack at drawing up the list? I know we want this to be a program where everybody agrees with each other, and it's an easy thing to do when it comes to allocating dollars in a department that doesn't have any dollars in terms of the infrastructure of this city. There can be some very serious clashes. And one of my fears always been is that the 5 commissioners in many ways have a more citywide objective than the Director of Public Works. I know I've lost the argument if it's going to be one, so I'm not relitigating that. But what I don't want to see, and I'm afraid of, is the Director of Public Works, his #1 priority is streetlights. And obviously important, but doesn't have Commissioner Sanchez, who's had 3 flat tires with potholes within the last 3 weeks. doesn't really help the people that are walking down, and the sidewalk is so raised that they trip over, and then the city attorney gets to deal with a quad case. How do we envision the Director of Public Works slotting into this structure?
Well, I think again, your characterization, I understand your sort of exaggerating for effect, and you're giving examples
I would
for
do
effect,
that.
and I understand that.
I would do that.
Yes, and you're not the only one, but anyway, let's move on. Again, I understand your concerns that you addressed, and the position is not one, it's not a bureaucratic fat cat sitting around lording over it. That person has to coordinate from all the different agencies who are in charge of bringing services, services and infrastructure. And they would also be in charge of the short-term and long-term goals of implementing it.
So where do you, first of all, I want to compliment you. I thought you did a tremendous job as the chair of this committee, especially having two windbags on both sides of you. And we're able to, don't shake your head, Justin, in agreement. Mark might disagree. How do you see the Director of Public Works slotting into this discussion?
Well, we just got some interesting, like this letter we just received this morning about a Director of Capital Projects who would basically be reporting to the, I'm not sure that I'm on board with that, but they did give us some information and some guidelines. I'm just trying to, let's see. Give me just a second, please. But they should be collaborating and consulting. Maybe I'm not giving you a very articulate response to what you were asking, and I know you have the concerns that you have. I'm just concerned that the proposal here that's very well thought out may not give that director enough, for lack of a better term, power. But I don't know if the other commissioners, I think you passed out a couple of copies, and I don't know if you had a.
I think everyone has a copy.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner, if I may, can I interject and just give
Please,
a little
please.
bit more color to the proposal?
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your time. What I'm hearing is we're really trying to address the issue of coordination across city departments. And I've heard this time and time again. It's an issue that we are well aware of at the board. From what we heard from the committee, we've heard over the last few weeks, especially also what we have heard from outside entities as well, is this desire to make sure we create a position that is empowered to create a 5-year CAP, but also have the authority to extend not just within the bureaus of Public Works, but beyond, across the city, across city departments, to all that deliver infrastructure. We believe that the proposal before you does that, because it would marry in the department that is in charge of implementing capital projects. Remember that Public Works lets out 85% of the city's construction contracts. Those are done within the Department of Public Works. So it makes sense to have it internally. So we're trying to marry the planning with the implementation. Right now, the disconnect that happens is that they are separated. The CAP, a version of the CAP is produced in the CAO's office, separate from what the bureaus do in terms of putting together the project. So we do support creating a director of capital projects, and you have to pardon the semantics, we're trying to create some clarity in what the position does, but it is similar to what we had talked about of what a director of public works could do, but we really want to focus this position on the strategic planning and implementation of capital projects. We believe this position would be appointed by the mayor and report to the Board of Public Works. This director would be the lead entity in the preparation of the 5-year CIP with authority granted under the board to coordinate strategic planning efforts across city departments. The director would also prepare an annual report to the board on the progress and status of the CIP, ensuring ongoing accountability and transparency. This structure maintains the democratic accountability that Los Angeles voters established while enabling effective coordination citywide. The mayoral appointment ensures alignment with citywide priorities, while reporting to the board preserves the public oversight and deliberation that infrastructure investments demand. And remember, the board meets 3 times a week. We have that public input built into our structure, and so we feel that having a director that is leading and coordinating strategic planning across efforts across the city departments that are every single department that's involved with infrastructure delivery would be integrated into the CIP, and the development of the CIP would be done with the full authority delegated by the board. And it would get ongoing feedback from the public because we already have existing mechanisms that allow us to get ongoing public feedback every week. That way we would get, we would avoid adding another coordination layer to an already complex system. We want to, again, rejoin the planning and with the operational knowledge that's essential to create a realistic capital plan. And we want to ensure that the board's 3 times weekly public meetings provide for that citizen input that is necessary for final approval, and receive it also during the development of the plan. So we think it's a great way to unify the strategic planning, again, with the knowledge, the insight, and the expertise that already lies within the department.
Okay, Commissioner Mesa.
Yeah, Commissioner Stein, I, like you, lost certain battles on this one and would have preferred a more radical change of the Board of Public Works, and not to rehash it, just to say that what the committee decided, and like both of us, we recognize where we've lost and how we're moving forward, is what the committee decided is that we want the committee has decided that there should be a director of public works, and to take away the authority in the charter that allows that position to be transferred to the commission. So that's like the baseline. I like the fleshed out duties that are outlined for the position. I do believe it should be in the director of public works, not the new position that was floated here. I think the question before us is, does the director report to the board or report to the mayor? And here is my open-ended thought, which is there's examples of both where directors report to the commission or board and where they don't. I do believe the CIP implementation should be housed in public works because of the reasons that have been outlined, even though there are other smaller pieces that are captured by other city departments. But I do see that as one of the reasons why it could report to the mayor. I mean, I don't have like a hard opinion on this. I think we've done the most important part, which is say that there's going to be a director of the Board of Public Works, and we're going to remove the charter authority to transfer that to the commission. But I think that's the question before us. Does it report to the board, or does it report to the mayor?
And just to...
What about to the CFO? Because I think excuse me, everyone. The different proposals laid out to us, one of the CFO's responsibilities besides this plethora of things that he or she has to do, is sort of managing along with the board, along with the director, that we are staying on schedule, justifications if we're not on schedule, and pushing through that these projects are completed. How does that fit into your thinking when analyzing this?
I'll just say, we had very lengthy and robust debate, discussion about the CFO, COO. I know we're tabling some of that today, but the version that was presented by Commissioner Schlager's motion, I completely disagree on for so many different reasons, and I don't feel like getting into today because we discussed it at length. And I initially wouldn't have had a problem with the CFO, the controller being CFO, once Commissioner Andrade pointed out the conflict about being the watchdog duties, then that helped me further my case along, and I did have concerns about that function of the audits. I believe Controller Mejia has stated that and also in Commissioner Mesa's motion, there'll be safeguards so that the audits are not being used in a overly political or overly retribution, or not for retribution, that they are legitimate and perhaps random. So I don't know that, the CFO, again, that's another layer, but I don't think that we have to decide that in order to move forward with the duties of but a good question has been brought up. Should the arguendo saying that the Director of Public Works is what Vice President has stated as Director of Capital Projects, I do have a question of who they should report to. And I know there's been a lot of discussion in public comment about people being very hesitant to grant the mayor more authority, but I do believe that is since that person's being appointed by the mayor, I think that should be the appropriate authority. Again, recognizing that that director should be collaborating with the Board of Public Works Commissioners.
Other commissioners?
I guess if there is a Board of Public Works, and I know we are hopeful that this could be collaborative, but what if it's not? I know, just as a commissioner sitting here, there is a degree to which it is disempowering. And I don't think that commissioners should be disempowered by staff or mayoral appointees or anyone else because they were appointed.
Commissioner Thomas, just to let you know, they're all mayoral.
They're
mayoral
all
appointees
served
themselves.
by the
Every
mayor.
mayor, including the commissioners.
Well, yeah, I mean, because she has the right to appoint them. Yes.
But all of them.
Yes,
And
yes, she has the right to appoint them. So then the issue is a little bit different. She has the right to appoint all commissioners, pretty much. And I don't know why that's not enough power. So I think too much power. So if we're adding and my understanding, one of the issues that was raised is that whenever there are capital campaigns or whatever you want to call them, there are people that support them and there are those who don't. And that some of that responsibility in terms of, in other words, they can be greenlit or stopped altogether, right? And so what I'm trying to get at, because it seems like when you're talking about this director of this new position, it seems like you have something different in mind that suggests a little more autonomy. I don't know if that's true, but people will continue to say that people that are appointed by the mayor or by any elected official can have autonomy. I just don't think that's rational, and I don't think that's true. They have what I think is the attempt of creating this new position to have it be more autonomous, have this person to have more autonomy, and in addition to that, to bolster some of the influence of the board in the same way that, because it just seems like to me that this person is kind of out here on the side and ceremonially engaging the board. As much as we may hope that that's not the case, you know, it could be. And so I'm just trying to figure out what is this new position and why, if I'm understanding it correctly, please correct me if I'm wrong, but why are you all proposing something different as opposed to what we're talking about here, just having a director of public works?
But I think, I'm not answering for Jenny, I'm just.
Yeah, don't you let her answer. That's what I want to know.
I think that not having a director of public works, that ship has sailed. So the question then becomes really of the reporting process, and I'm going to ask you, would you be comfortable that there be this director of public works who's appointed by the mayor? Because again, I believe in strong, a strong mayor system. But that director of public works reports to the board. And then you sort of, even though they're appointees, for whatever reason, the stability on the Board of Public Works over the years has been pretty darn strong. And would that satisfy, I know it won't satisfy everything, but would that satisfy you that the board is still the body in charge, but the director reports to the board?
That for me, that appears to make more sense because it's not just one person.
And that's a motion.
And so that's not a motion yet. I want her to answer my question.
Let's see if I can answer your question. I mean, I see them working together. Under the charter, this board, it's the only full-time board. And the reason for that is because it's unique compared to other commissions where it actually has executive authority over all the bureaus. And also sets policy, and it also approves contracts that the bureaus, and it oversees all the bureaus that are the implementers. So I think this key director position is crucially important to, again, connect the planning with the implementation together, and that's why they need to be under the same oversight, so that it's not autonomous, that we're all rowing in the same direction, because that's crucial to a successful plan, so that the plan doesn't just sit on a shelf, so that the plan actually gets implemented and it is integrated into the contracts that we approve for design and engineering and construction, so that the bureaus adjust their priorities to reflect what's in the CIP, and so it all works together. And right now, that's kind of what people have identified that is broken.
And so if I made a motion, it would be for both of these, for this new position, and that they both would report, maybe appointed by the mayor, but that they would both report to the board.
Just to create, it's the same position, we're just
Second.
calling it something different.
Oh, you're just calling us, I thought it was two positions.
We're trying, maybe I failed because I was trying to make it simpler, just to clarify, because Director of Public Works, Public Works does a lot of things, not just a CIP. So we want to focus a position that focuses, that is the lead on the CIP.
So
That's
when
what
we're saying Director of Public Works, you're saying Director of
Can
Capital
we call it
Program.
something else? Yes.
Yeah, you're saying, can we call it something else?
Yes.
And so, so, he has his hand up, he ain't said nothing, he come to every meeting, he ain't said a word. I wanna hear what he has to say.
If at the discretion of the chair, may I approach the table?
Yes, please. We're honored that you're finally going to speak out.
My name is Errol Griffin, and I am retired from the city for 6 years. I began working in the city in 2000, and this particular issue that we're discussing right now is sort of close to me. I was a person who used to orient new members of the board and have some familiarity with this particular position when it was initially created and which was subsequently removed or transferred. And the issue at the time, and I believe one of the commissioners, maybe you, Commissioner Stein, brought up the issue that there was sort of a personality issue there. And let me say why that personality issue existed. The charter had brought in a new position which reported to the Board of Public Works, essentially getting between the general managers, the directors of the bureaus, lighting, sanitation, street services, and so on. And there was just an absolute clash there. It's like, well, who's got the power? So all of a sudden, the bureau directors, who really are on the ground and hearing exactly what is going on and knowing what they need to do and being able to identify their budget, all of a sudden had someone that they would quasi-report to that was making decisions not necessarily in concert with what they thought should be done. I think the board was sort of in the position, well, we have this person that works for us, and we have this number of people who work for us, but there was a conflict there. And the personalities of, I'll say one, of the individuals in this triangle just didn't work. And consequently, that's why the position was ultimately eliminated. My input and suggestion for your consideration in this is that the underlying issue here is that we are talking about a position that sort of really, in reality, extends beyond the Board of Public Works. But quite clearly, the scope is there, the mechanism, the structure is there within the Board of Public Works to perhaps handle whatever this, whatever we call it, CIP director or whatever. That person has to coordinate between all departments, and particularly those about which we're having a lot of discussion, for example, transportation, which is not currently a part of the board. So I think that the issue of the nomenclature is not the key. The key is going to be, what do we want to accomplish and give the authority to get it accomplished. The structure of the board as a commission and the Director of Public Works is somewhat akin to a chief of police and their commission, in that some of those, you have to look at what authority and what powers you give, Because like there's a lot of discussion about, well, ultimately, if someone is terminated in the police department, who has the ultimate authority? Is it the commission? Is it the council? Is it the mayor? Is it the chief? So those are the cautions that I just wanted to bring to you, just because from the past experience, that is where we, I think, fell into the hole that we're in right now. And I think it is worthy to consider certainly identifying that this position, because we brought it out of Public Works and we're looking at that structure really for the city in terms of capital improvement. And if that is done, then I think it can work. We just have to make sure that we have an individual who is capable of coordinating and working with a divergent group as well as the public needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
So much.
Make him executive director.
I think we have a candidate right here.
Is any other commissioner have a comment on this? Are we ready to vote?
Yeah, what's the motion?
There was no motion. So I still want to be clear. So if we are saying the Director of Public Works and the name that you have proposed, right, that you have proposed for clarity, if these problems existed with the former Director of Public Works, is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
So it's kind of problematic to resurrect that. It might make more sense to create something new. And it's more possible to build that out to become what it is you need it to be than people who are locked into their concept of what a Director of Public Works should be doing and how they should be doing it.
We are reimagining the
Yes.
Director of Public Works.
Yeah, I think that's right. What do
So
they
this
say
is not,
about-
we are reimagining that position. This is not, we already understand, and Commissioner Stein could go on this for probably a long time, about how that position didn't work and was sidelined. But we are resurrecting it and redefining it.
So are you opposed to renaming it? Because I just think I think for what you're doing, if you're reimagining it, I don't think you should have the same name.
But see,
Unless there is,
well,
that's what I'm saying.
what I imagine is that the Director of Public Works would be, shuffling too many papers here, would be the Director of the capital projects and would be the person who implements the capital infrastructure plan within the Board of Public Works.
I think that two things can be true at the same time, but I think for clarity, if this position was eliminated because of personality, is what I heard, then I just don't think I think in resurrecting it, there will be people who remember that, and regardless of what the details are, they're going to think that it's the same thing. They're going to think it's the same thing. If it is true that we are reimagining and want something different, then I think the proposal for a name change is apropos. I think that because that's going to signal, even when it goes before City Council, it's going to signal we are reimagining this role. We have taken into consideration the seriousness that you thought about when you eliminated it, when it was eliminated. And so we're not throwing that back out there. We're actually saying we're expanding it, we want to grow, and we want something that's going to work for the city. And so that's why I'm suggesting I would support it if it is a name change. I would support it if it was another position, because I thought that it was. I'm like, that would be great. So that's what I'm saying.
James, I have two comments. Comment one, with term limits, there's not a council person on that council that's still there that even remembers the name of the person who was the head of director of public works, or that there was a director of public works, to be very honest. It's old timers that can do this. Second, I'd like to offer you a compromise for your motion that I know you're going to make very shortly. And that is, we keep it as Director of Public Works, subject to the full commission taking it up if we should substitute a different name in. That makes it such an easier discussion for the full commission, that all we're dealing with hopefully is a name change, and the rest of the issues have been settled.
I make that motion.
Can we make sure we have that motion?
The motion is that there will be a that there shall be a Director of Public Works, and it is subject to non-transferability, whatever sections it was, 514, and I don't, maybe it was 512 or
514B.
You'll put in the right numbers for me. And that person shall be responsible for coordinating, putting together the infrastructure plan, the CIP, and the Director of Public Works, to be renamed later if necessary, is going to report to the board on the CIP and other capital improvement plans.
Can I, just because I did all of the 6 months of legwork on this,
And did it very well, and I mean that sincerely.
I would prefer to make the motion, just because.
You just inherited Mr. Thomas's motion, and you
Is
can.
that your motion then? Or are you making a different motion?
I'm making, yeah, I would like that to be my motion, just because.
That will be,
If that's
Commissioner
all right.
Murray moves, Commissioner Thomas seconds.
Can we get clarification it's appointed by the mayor?
Yes.
So it's currently appointed by the mayor now. I mean, I don't know if it'd be helpful, to just read the duties of the director now, but.
That's all I can think.
Without saying anything, it stays that way. Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Murray, one more. It would report to the board then?
That's the motion.
Okay.
And they currently report to the board now in the charter.
I will poll the commission. Commissioner Andrade?
Yes.
Andres?
It's okay.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Meza?
Yes.
Chairman Meza? Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that makes it 6-0. Thank you, everybody, for your time and attention to this. Okay, let's go to CIPs. I think we have pretty much basic agreement on this. I don't know, I'm gonna allow.
5 years? Maybe. There are issues, some people wanted 5 years, some people 10 years. I believe we recommended, the subcommittee recommended 5-year capital infrastructure plan. And that's gonna have to be in addition. Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. That's gonna have to be in addition. There's not one in the charter, so we're gonna have to draft language to add that to the charter. It's a completely new section.
Anything else, Commissioner Murray, that should be added into your, what I hope to be a motion?
I don't believe so.
So, if you want to make a motion?
I move that the ad hoc committee move forward recommendation that the city of Los Angeles has a capital infrastructure program, 5 years, and that it is implemented by the, well, should I add the, implemented by the Board of Public
The previous one already
Okay.
addressed that.
All right.
Anything else you want to?
Well, what you all approved last Saturday is create a new charter section establishing a capital infrastructure plan. The SIP would provide multi-year budgets and future projections, including a minimum 5-year outlook. So it just sets a base of a minimum 5-year outlook, as well as a 2-year budget that aligns with the budget process. Additional timeframes could be required by ordinance. Incorporating into the city budget, approval of the city budget provides overall spending authority, update every 2 years, with every FSR, and then, you know, there's things about scope and intent. So this is Martin Schlager's motion that was approved last Saturday.
Yes.
So you could just carry that forward, or,
Yes,
you know, if you
thank
want to
you.
elaborate on that.
What Max said.
Okay.
That is the motion.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
I second it.
I will make one comment and then poll the commission. It's only been a week since we met. And this, I thought it was a lifetime ago. Okay. Diego?
Yes.
Christina?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Yes.
Chairman? Nessa?
Yes.
Melinda?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Okay, that takes care of that item.
And that was with a minimum of 5 years, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, minimum.
Let me see what I have left on here. Before we get to the planning commission, there's recommendations and FARs and all that good stuff. I would like to say that I've never seen infrastructure in this city as bad as it is. That we've been very, very fortunate to have the directors or bureau heads come and speak with us. The numbers were astronomical of what it would take to bring infrastructure up to like a B- level from where it is today. It was, I think one estimate was $30 billion and one was $25 billion, which are, you know, it's beyond any imagination. And I would like to see that 3% of the mayor's budget each year be given to infrastructure. And we will have to, at a later date, determine what the word infrastructure really means. I don't think we have enough definitions today so that we could vote on that. But the key is having 3% of that budget go to infrastructure. And that's my motion. I don't know if there's a second or not. Everybody's looking at me.
That's why you want a mandate of 3%.
I want to mandate 3% in order to make this city a little more livable for the people that are here.
I just want to note, before I second your motion, don't forget that when we have the next meeting. If we're mandating budgets.
Oh, that's right. The next
If we're mandating budgets.
The big thing is on budget next meeting. There's nothing
Yeah.
else that concerns you.
I know, right. If we're mandating budgets for infrastructure, which is very important, I hit a pothole too. The front of my car is about hanging off. But let's just keep in mind, if we have the capacity to mandate budgets, let's not just do it as it relates to public works. Let's do it as it relates to programs and initiatives that directly impact the constituencies.
So
Directly.
So noted. Not necessarily in total agreement on the issues, but so noted. I appreciate it. So that is a second?
Yes.
Anybody else wish to speak? Yes, sir.
Commissioner Stein, I appreciate the reasonings behind it. I think we all experience and have heard and experienced personally the infrastructure problems in the city of Los Angeles. However, I will say two things. One is because the budgeting in the charter has now come up twice in this discussion, and so I want to lay out my philosophy on this relative to the controller and now to infrastructure and the future discussions, because as Commissioner Thomas rightly pointed out, you know, to call people out on their consistency. So I want to let the commissioners know where I stand so you can understand my consistency moving forward. We made a decision that we want the controller to be the watchdog of the city. If they're to be the watchdog of the mayor, the council, other elected officials, there is a clear logic of why they need a budget that is protected from those people, because they could be theoretically zero funded, the watchdog. The same case can be said for the Ethics Commission. That is not the same case for infrastructure. That is not the same case for parks. That is not the same case for the harbor or the airport and others. So I wanted to clearly lay out why, like, my reasoning behind votes that I will make on these budget questions. And so for that reason, I will vote no on this motion.
Okay. Any other comments?
I have a similar comment in that I don't like budget mandates. I understand there are a lot of really, really important issues that we have to address, but I don't think the city council should be tethered to mandates in that way, so.
I'd like to add, and I mentioned it earlier, that ethics is also looking for more budget, and I echo Chair Mesa's standpoint. And Commissioner Stein, don't forget you're my ride home since I have a flat tire down below.
Not if you don't vote with him. He's not.
Oh, is this the vote?
Oh, okay.
No, it's not the
If
vote.
there are no more comments, I'm going to poll the commission.
Well, before you poll the commission.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes the only way that you get change is you mandate it. And so we are in a budget crisis. And I'm just going to repeat it again. I know this is not the budget committee, but I'm going to repeat it again. In the midst of this budget crisis, we increased funding to LAPD. In the midst of this budget crisis. And now their budget is being expanded, or their need for more money is being expanded exponentially, because now they have to be present at all of these different protests that are happening throughout the city. And so if the assumption is that there is this, and I think specifically with LAPD, I think there is this idea of unlimited resources, or the capacity to continue to get an increase in funding that's not measured by effectiveness. But it's just, you know, elected officials scare everybody and say, you know, you need more police, and then and then they run on a ticket like that, or they don't think that they can get elected by that. And so the argument that I'm making is I think mandates are a great idea. You know, I think they should be flexible. But I think budgets tell stories. And if you look at the budget today, you see where the priority is. If you look at the budget today, you see what the priorities of the cities are, and of this city is. And it doesn't reflect the priorities of the people who live in the city. It just simply does not. And so one of the ways, and I agree with the chair on this, if we're going to mandate budgets, I'm all for it. But let's choose to mandate budgets with regards to agencies that need to be funded and need to be protected, and that can effectively do the job that most impacts the community. And so I did second your motion. I thought that was pretty courageous for you to do that. But I would just add that, you know, this same kind of understanding of budgets should also exist when we look at city council. You know, I think that there is a need to give a little bit more direction with regards to the budget.
And all of that we can do on the 31st.
We can.
Yes, because that's budget is part,
So we
budget
move it forward.
personnel is all part of the discussion for our committee
So
on
if
the 31st.
so you've put forth a motion.
Yes, and
So
you
we can
seconded.
vote, and I second that we can vote.
Now I'm going to have to twist the chair's arm sitting to the left of me. Commissioner Andrade. Just to remind everyone, it's not 3% of the budget goes to infrastructure.
Can we read the language?
Sure.
And just so we're clear. What if And then we'll define what infrastructure is at a later date.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Andrade?
No.
Commissioner Sanchez?
No.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
We're going to be the sole teammates. Commissioner Stein votes yes. Commissioner Mesa?
No.
Commissioner Murray?
No.
That motion is defeated. Okay, let's go to the planning department motions. I think that's the last thing on our agenda. Ms. Murray?
We have several proposals about discretion of the city council to override a planning decision. I'm looking to my staff for a little more
So
specific.
are we on 245E?
245E.
So,
It just,
what the motion,
Right.
what you passed last Saturday?
correct.
Okay, so what was approved last Saturday is amend section 245E so that the council has the authority to remand items back to City Planning Commission for reconsideration a single time. After remanding, the council would retain the ability to override the commission. And then to add language specifying specific tight time requirements for council to act on a case following invocation of 245E.
And if they don't act, it's deemed final, right?
Yeah.
Can you just state
Yeah,
that?
and the last bit, I think, is
We don't have
if
that.
council doesn't act, I believe it's deemed final. People were saying deemed approved, but sometimes it's, these boards also, council, not council, or a council project. So whatever that board does is deemed final.
And the thought is that most planning decisions are ministerial. There is a very small number of decisions that get to the city council. There have not been that many. And because there are different, as I think one of our speakers said earlier, there are several different parts of the city. Some places are rural, some places are more urban, some places are more suburban. And the city council person from those districts should have some input if there's something that they feel extremely strong about. And this power should be used very sparingly. Hence the language about about having it go back to the commission.
In having spoken with, what is it, the Association of Black Planners or something like that, they find it difficult and problematic when the city council weighs in on their plans. And they don't do that on the front end. So I don't know where I am on this, I guess is what I'm saying. I don't know where I am on this.
You're very shortly going to have to vote. So
On the one hand, I do think that a city council person should have a voice in what goes on in their district generally, which includes planning, because ultimately, when it goes bad, they're not yelling at the planners, they're yelling at city council. And so if they don't have a real voice in that, and I believe they do, I believe they do have a real voice in that, given what happened with the Baldwin Hills Mall. So I know that the city council has a voice in that, and sometimes it's not a good one. And so so the changes that you're recommending, are they consistent with what happens now? I mean, again, it may not be.
No.
Yeah, okay.
Right now, they have pretty much, they do use it very sparingly, but they have, I think we listed what, like 20 since, in the last 13 years, there've been 20 city council overrides, mainly from one district that is not represented by one of the African American or Latino communities.
Okay, say that one more, I didn't miss that last.
So there have been several overrides over the course of, I think, since 2013. One council member had several, and that was not neither an African American nor Latino nor Asian person on the city council. And that person is no longer on the city council. So it's used very sparingly. So we just wanted to make sure that the city council still had input, but they would still have to collaborate with the Department of City Planning.
And does this suggest that they would do more or less?
The council or?
The council, like they're currently collaborating, is what you're saying, right?
I think maybe to maybe bring you back to what 245's authority means and the process. And Max, please step in if I get any of this right. A project, and usually we're talking about housing, but it could be other developments, goes to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission, let's say in this scenario, approves it. It checks all the boxes, it meets all the, the guidelines for a project to move forward, and they approve it. A councilman, let's say that project is, and we'll go with CD5 because CD5 was called, it had the most uses of the 245E. The council member says, nope, canceled, not doing the project, and it's done. It is just done. It doesn't go back to Planning Commission for further discussion, be like, I want this change, I want that change. It's just done. New York had up until this last charter reform, this last election, had a similar authority. They just repealed it. What this is saying is, because a lot of the, one of the other reasons we're here, other than the Fed tapes, to be honest, is also some of the council members who are in jail right now. They are in jail because they, in part, have this authority to make any project go away like that. So developers, I'm just gonna be blunt, cozy up. Make sure that they have a great relationship with a council member, and they're sure as hell not gonna get a project through even though it checks all the boxes, it meets all the zoning, it's housing. God knows we need housing. A council member can just say no. Some council members have really good reasons, like, oh my God, this is in a terrible part of the town, like adjacent to the airport, no one would want to live there, or something like that. So there might be those reasons. What this is saying is it goes back to the Planning Commission, again, for further consideration. Not that it's not just dead, it has to go back to the Planning Commission.
Yeah. And then what happens?
Did I get that all right?
Yeah, I mean, essentially it's, in a nutshell, basically for all other commissions, council can veto it and it goes back to the commission for them to decide. 245E carves out City Planning Commission and Area Planning Commission, where the council member assumes the authority of those commissions. So they can, yes, no, and then are totally redo what they did.
Completely
so,
again.
The options, right, it was like eliminate 245E, which would make CPC and APC like all the other where that goes back. But this is sort of, what's on the table now is kind of
an amendment.
Yeah, an amendment.
It's not removing this, which was proposed earlier and was disagreed upon. This is amending it, it's keeping it, it's still communication, but it's addressing some of the concerns that I know definitely a lot of folks have had.
Your question's been answered.
That makes sense?
It does, but I appreciate the example, but I know in the San Fernando Valley, there was a plan to build some housing, and the community, because it was affordable housing, and not in my backyard.
Yeah.
And so.
And a council member probably.
Right, and so the issue is that anytime you talk about building affordable housing, nobody wants it in their backyard. I mean, that's just what typically is true. And so I like the fact that they have to go, that it has to be sent back. I think if this is true for one commission, it should be true for all. But I still think that getting at the issue of not in my backyard and the possibility of people You said cozy up, I say bribe. So.
Jail. So yours is probably more.
I object to that characterization.
Oh, come on. Maybe you haven't done it. That doesn't mean. But anyway, so I'm saying, does this capture that issue? And again,
We're talking about the city of Los Angeles and the entire city council.
Okay.
We're not just talking about one person, so that,
Let's
so.
bring this.
Defer to that one person.
Let's bring this to a vote. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I made the motion.
Is there a second?
Second. I'm guessing the motion is to move forward what the committee approved.
Correct.
Oh, well, okay, I can go for that.
yes.
Christina?
Yes.
James?
To just go forward, to move forward with, yes.
Yes.
Chairman Mesa?
Yes.
Chairwoman of the Planning and Infrastructure?
Yes.
Yes. 6-0.
6-0.
Okay, next issue from our agenda.
Oh, the ratio of
This is allow area planning commission or other appellate bodies to consider issues de novo and appeals.
Oh, sorry about that.
And the motion on the table is amend Charter Section 552A to read here and determine appeals subject to procedures prescribed by ordinance.
Any discussion? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any opposition? Diego? Yes, vote now. There's a
Yes.
Christina?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Yes.
Melinda?
Murray, yes.
And yes, that's 6-0. Next is, I believe, on APCs, and we had extensive testimony about how a good majority of those meetings have been canceled. Ms. Murray, if you could quickly summarize what the committee did and what.
So during the last charter, they informed several area planning commissions that were, for lack of a better term, we've used watchdog a lot, had input into the planning decisions, and their duties were delineated in the charter. For practical purposes, however, most of those meetings they had to, just like this hearing, they had to get personnel, staff, places to meet, and the Planning Commission reported that a lot of those meetings had to be canceled because they just didn't, for lack of a better term, have enough business. So they suggested that there still be sort of an appellate process, but it just be one entity. I just want to make sure that everything's in there for the motion. So the subcommittee move forward with just one area planning commission.
Yeah, I can read it in if
you would mind.
Okay, so amend Charter Section 552 to establish a single commission that serves to consider appeals to quasi-judicial approvals in addition to the existing City Planning Commission. The APC's current role in acting upon specific plan exceptions and smaller scale zone changes and general plan amendments is established by ordinance, i.e. not in the charter, and those approvals should be by ordinance, be addressed by the separate City Planning Commission. And then separately, as part of this, remove Charter Section 565 involving delegation of authority from CPC to APC, as well as all other references to the APCs.
Ms. Murray, was that a motion on your part?
Yes.
Is there a second to Ms. Murray's motion?
Second.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Christina? James?
Yes.
Mesa votes yes.
Murray, yes.
And Stein votes yes. Okay, what else do we have from your subcommittee?
I think just the FIR, right?
The FAR?
We have a few other things. Are you talking about just the planning recommendation ones? Or
Let's just
everything?
get, what do we have? Like, I'm getting.
Okay. So, in terms of planning, we have eliminate Charter Section 104E FAR limits of 13-1, and the motion on the table is amend Charter Section 104E to allow the FAR limitations to be exceeded by ordinance. Continue consultation with the city attorney as to CEQA implications.
Is that the last item? I'm just wondering.
Well, we also have streamlined quasi-judicial decision-making. We have allow land owned by recreation and parks that is not being used as parks or open space to be sold, provide LHD with authority to develop housing, provide LHD authority to fund projects, set a dedicated amount of the city budget for affordable housing, and establish a new section in the charter that implements a Port of Los Angeles public access investment plan.
Okay, so I don't know, we voted on FAR,
Yes.
which I think would be easy to
And
get
we
through.
voted
All the
on
other
all
stuff.
the quasi-judicial stuff, I believe, in committee.
Let's start with FAR and the rest, I don't,
Yeah, let's do FAR.
Yeah.
because it's 4:37.
Yeah, we got about 25 minutes left.
I'm gonna ask Max. to-
Okay. Amend Charter Section 104E to allow the FAR limitations to be exceeded by ordinance. Continue consultation with the city attorney as to CEQA implications.
Most of the feedback we got from all of the community and all of the folks who came before us wanted to eliminate it. It's not really controversial, however, eliminating that has collateral consequences. So Max and the staff has been working with the city attorney to make sure that we have some language that would allow that to happen without gutting other programs.
Yeah, it's mainly the consequence you're talking about is that to get rid of FAR, you need a CEQA, technically, and there's no time to do a CEQA before this ballot measure, so we're looking at ways of putting it in the charter that would make it all work together. City attorneys thinks there's an approach where you can put it in the charter that the FAR would be deemed repealed pending a CEQA process. So city attorney feels confident about that. They'll find language that will make that work. So we're just asking the commission, the commission's already asked at the committee level to keep on moving that ball forward.
And also this will hopefully create more affordable housing by making the floor ratio a little more accessible and fluid.
Yep.
So that is my motion.
Is there a second?
Second. Andrade.
Discussion? You jumped me by one. Diego?
Yes.
Christina?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Mesa votes yes.
Murray, yes.
Stein, yes. Okay, I skipped one by accident. That was established in a new section of the charter that implements a Port of Los Angeles public access plan.
So that was moved forward last time. I don't believe there was discussion last Saturday of it, but this is essentially to codify the Port of Los Angeles Access Investment Plan in the charter. We did get testimony this week from POLA, and they're, not in favor of this.
Wasn't that could have been done by ordinance? Is that?
It currently is done by ordinance.
And why shouldn't it continue to be done by ordinance?
I move to dispense with this item.
I second.
Dispense means we're not making a change, is that correct?
Correct. No, or yeah.
No, okay. Moved by Chairman Nessa, second by Commissioner Sanchez. Poll the commission. Diego?
Yes.
Christina?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Mesa votes yes.
Murray, yes.
Yes. Okay, 6-0. Is that it, or did we still have the issue of?
Quasi-judicial.
Yeah.
Quasi-judicial.
We have park and recs, and all the affordable housing issues. Okay, we'll do this as quickly and expeditiously. This was continued to our committee, basically, was this, Diego, your committee? On Park and Recs?
No, this is not my committee.
This was a small one that was yours.
Okay, this is, okay. Staff, in 5 sentences, tell me what this is.
So essentially there's Rec and Parks land that's not being used as a park, no intention for it to be used as a park. And in a lot of cases, it's just sitting vacant in neighborhoods, and it's very difficult to get rid of that land. The city has to write an ordinance. It has to be approved by the Parks Board and the City Council. So this is just looking at ways to make it easier to use that land for a different use. And if you all approve it, we can come back with more refined language on that. But
But we can approve it in concept.
Yeah.
Okay, is there a motion to approve in concept allowing Park and Recs to sell off land that can't be used for Park and Rec purposes?
Don't move.
Surplus Land Act.
It would still have to apply to the Surplus Land Act would still apply.
Okay,
Second.
Diego moves, is there a second?
Second.
Chairman Mesa seconds. Poll the commission?
Yes.
I just have one thing I want to mention.
Sorry.
In that part of this ad hoc committee, that we're trying to shave down the issues that we deal with. And I love parks and I love rec, but we need to shave down the issues to deal with, to bring to the city council. So that's my only concern. I know part of this ad hoc committee, that's one of our tasks.
Well, and I would just like to add that in terms of talking to the folks in Northern California, when they submitted their recommendations for charter reform to City Council, they submitted 89. So I think an arbitrary number, we should not, they submitted a full 89, and they were very successful. So I don't want us to not consider things because we have some kind of arbitrary number that we think. It is City Council's responsibility to go through these and for them to decide what they want to move forward. I don't necessarily think it's our responsibility to do that. So just wanted to kind of make that clear, and then a clarification in terms of so you're saying that these vacant lots can be used for
unusable vacant lots for Park and Rec purposes.
Right. But unusable, but for affordable housing. Is it being earmarked?
If they sold it off and if somebody could do affordable housing, yes, but we're not just saying what it should be.
The Surplus Land Act, essentially, you have to make the land available to other government entities, and it prioritizes affordable housing. But this kind of motion comes out of, there's been lots of policy by the city to use city-owned land for affordable housing. And they often find sites like this and, realize it's very difficult. You can't use it for affordable housing because it's very difficult to dispose of it. So that's sort of one of the intentions of this reform would be to make these sites available for affordable housing and other community serving uses.
Okay, I believe there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, Mr. Diego?
Yes.
Ms. Sanchez?
Yes. Let's get off your phone, man.
Mr. Thomas?
Can the chair get off his phone?
Yes.
Can you keep your mouth quiet, please? Thank you.
It's a request.
And Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Chairman Mesa?
Yes.
Murray, yes.
Wait. Okay. Again, yes. I'm a yes.
So, we can kind of discuss these together, but we have two. One is provide LHD authority to develop housing. The next is provide LHD with authority to fund projects. We've done a little research, but essentially the LAHD issue with funding projects has to do with ULA. And so to make it easier for them to fund the projects related to ULA, we'd have to change the ULA ballot measure. It's not really a charter issue. The LAHD authority to develop projects. So LAHD is a ordinance department. It's not currently in the charter. So this would basically, they don't not have the ability to do that in the charter. So you'd be like proactively giving them the ability to do that in the charter, if that makes sense.
But they have the ability to do it today.
I mean, they don't not have it, the ability to do it.
Okay.
Motion to dispose.
Second.
Could they redact the motion, please? Exactly what we just moved and seconded?
Sure. It's going to be a motion to dispose of, provide LAHD with authority to develop housing.
So, and they already have that. I know Max says in the reverse, they don't have, they're not prohibited from, but.
They're not prohibited from it in the
So
charter.
this is a no change vote under the resolution that we've just heard, is that correct?
Yeah, technically, no change to the charter based.
Good. All right.
So why is it being recommended? I mean, there must be some issue with them not doing it.
I think, there's an interest in building more public housing, so I think this is sort of along those lines. So I'm just providing background, like, on the charter context of this one.
I think this was one of the abundant housing recommendations. They gave us a lot, several which have been approved. They're trying to pull all the levers. One of the levers that this can definitely go through council. The council can do this.
And they've already, the city council just approved an affordable housing measure.
So, and ULA was a ballot item that the city approved. So it's got its process, I think. This is one of the things, if we're looking to trim, thank you, Commissioner Murray. I will say, we do have to think about the short runway we have and the amount of work that staff will have to get all your ambitious things across the finish line in writing. We have at least 130 to 140 proposals total. I don't know if we have time to draft language between now and April for that. So that's why we're begging you all to trim. And this is one that, if it can be done by council, you can't increase council size by a council vote. That's for sure. This is something that can be done by council.
There's also, when we talk about COO, in our staff report, we sort of go through approvals that are needed for affordable housing. So you could also sort of address some ancillary issues related to that in here. But in terms of these recommendations, it's not really relevant to the charter.
Okay. There's a motion and a second.
Yes.
Sanchez says yes.
Thomas says
No.
Mesa says,
Yes.
Murray says,
Yes.
Stein says yes. I think there's one last item.
Well, there's streamlined quasi-judicial decision-making, which comes from the planning department. There's also, we're doing budget issues with budget of
Yeah,
personnel.
I think that could be a budget thing. Yeah. So let's
Okay,
just
so
do
we'll
this.
move this to budget.
Yeah.
So then the last one will be streamlined quasi-judicial decision-making. And the motion on the table here is revise and expand Charter Section 561 to establish broader quasi-judicial decision-making authority across all relevant decision makers within the Department of City Planning, remove Charter Section 562 through 564. So this is one where we will be working with the Department of City Planning and City Attorney to actually bring back a red line version of the charter for you to see, because it's sort of a comprehensive redo of certain segments of the charter. But this is one that was proposed by City Planning and approved last week by the committee.
So I move to adopt that plan.
Commissioner Murray moves.
Second.
Diego seconds. Hold the commission. Diego.
Second. Yes.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Murray, yes. Thank you.
Stein, yes. It is now 10:05. I believe we have gone through our agenda. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
A second.
Is there anybody opposed? Good. We're adjourned 6-0.
We did it,